Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at the boss percentage this early on because all of our teams somewhat started around the same timer, right? And as you can see, Mandatory already finished Azakar, the first boss in the Ecodome, whereas on both Lost Golfos and Cousins, we're still seeing a good chunk of HP that they need to get through. So something we will need to look at once we see Mandatory load into the Ecodome again is how they deal with that very first part of the dungeon. I believe they just took everything on boss, if I'm not entirely mistaken, but I was a little bit, I'll admit it, I was a little bit distracted by that poem.
Me too, honestly. That was a beautiful poem. But yeah, taking a look at the dungeons as well that we have here, as you can obviously see that these teams are doing these crazy pulls, and Mandatory is also approaching the most difficult part of this Ecodome Aldani. Now, under 17, it shouldn't necessarily be the biggest problem for them, but because they're doing such big pulls, it could even cause wipes on 17. So we've seen teams reset these low key levels, because if they wipe here, yes, they could still time the dungeon, right? But they might not be able to get the 2 chests or the 3 chests in anymore, which is what they planned on doing. So if a wipe happens here, which of course with these big pulls can happen, then we might see resets even. But Mandatory having a good time. Looks like they also skipped the constructs as well, as much as they can. And yeah, they're doing pretty well. 4 minutes into the dungeon. Basically, once this trash pack is down, they're going to be at like 30% enemy forces, and first boss down, yeah, not too bad.
Absolutely not too bad. Of course, we are quote unquote still only in the 17s, right? But we still get a little bit of a taste of how their routing looks like for the most part. Some of these teams have different routes, and I think for Mandatory, that's certainly a team that I would expect to have a faster route for the 17 than what they would necessarily run in a 22 or 23 on the Ecodome. So I'm kind of curious on how they're going to be pulling that next part of the dungeon, because even on a 17, a lot can go wrong there with having the Sentinels in there. And we can see that they're definitely playing some of the Sentinels just in general, like you mentioned, which on the higher key levels is usually a big no-no. You want to try to skip all of the Sentinels and only play the single one you have to do to actually start the second boss fight. And so I'm quite surprised to see that from Mandatory here, and I'm curious on how they're going to be pulling that next section of the dungeon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially because once we get to those hierarchy levels, they're probably also going to be switching to their like main comp, right? So potentially maybe with this comp, they don't have a skip that they planned, but then maybe with the main comp that they're switching to in the hierarchy levels, maybe then we're going to see some more Sentinel skips coming through. For sure, at least. But yeah, very interesting to see. Now, I did take a little bit of a look at what Group A and Group B did with these dungeons in particular, just so we can get a little bit of a comparison with the like +2 or +3 that might or might not be possible. So the Ecodome Aldani was actually also a starting dungeon for Group A, which also had a level 17 initially. And it looks like Holy Method did 17 and then 2 chests in the 19 as well afterwards to continue to the 21. So definitely some 2 chesting potential coming through here for the 17. And then we also had Kara. There was actually that was announced for Group B. So we also have the comparison there. The count and a lot of the other teams as well managed to 2 chest the 17 and then also 2 chest the 19 as well. So if they want to go on par with those teams from Group A and Group B, then we should be aiming for 2 chests at least for these 2 dungeons.
Yeah, that's a very good reminder here. So we'll be on the lookout how teams are going to be faring with those +2s. Do you think a +3 could be possible in the Ecodome for the 17?
I don't want to say that the Mandatory can't do it because Mandatory is insane. Honestly, I think it would be really good. Like if you can do a 3 chest here and then 2 chests at 20, then that would be really nice. They would skip a whole run. We can see the second boss already has been engaged here for Mandatory. And yeah, maybe they are aiming for a 3 chest. They still have 11 minutes left for that. And they already pulled the second boss now. Like I do think there might be a possibility for a 3 chest.
Oh, I'm very, very curious. We're going to be seeing whether or not it is possible. Mandatory are definitely on a great pace thus far. I'll need to look up some of our time stamps from those 17s from the previous group weekends that you just mentioned to see what kind of the timer is that we're looking for. But like you mentioned, they're already on Tabat and Awash, and our percentage is looking pretty decent as well with 50% trash count on the way. Just a quick mention, top right, One Hill, the only team in Arakara have made it through that daunting first boss. So that is always great news to know. Of course, still in the 17, so it's going to be a bigger problem later on. But I'm curious how they're routing through this part here, and it looks like they're posturing up to go to the left-hand side, which is the popular vote amongst all of our teams. Very rarely do teams decide to go right.
Yeah, it is very interesting for sure. To see that, well, we do have different routes, of course, coming out from the teams. But in some dungeons, you just see everyone doing the same thing, right? And I do think that Arakar specifically is one of those dungeons where everyone's just going left after that first boss. And one thing I wanted to mention about One Hill, like, I really, really like their comp that they're running. I don't think we have seen something like that before in this MDI, where we have that Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's almost like a ranged comp, right? Like most comps that we play that we see nowadays is like physical comps, physical damage comps with hunters here and there. And yes, sometimes we see those moonkins and we see those mages, but it's not like the whole comp is catered around ranged players, right? But for One Hill, we see the Vengeance Demon Hunter, which provides the Chaos Brand, right, with the extra magic damage. Then we have the Disc Priest with the PI. Then we have the Moonkin with the Mark of the Wild, and of course magic damage as well. And we have the Mage in there, so very cool. Of course, the DK is mandatory, right? You want to have those grips and you want to have the damage from the DK. But other than that, they are basically a range comp, which is very cool.
I don't know what you're insinuating there. DK is in a very balanced state and nothing needs to be done about that. Just a quick check-in. I like to look at some timers. So in Group A, we also had the Ecodome 17 as one dungeon. We did see a couple of +3s there. So I'm just grabbing the one that we did see from one of our teams, and that was 4-7 on the first boss, and Mandatory is well under that, with over a minute under, and 11-8 on the second boss, which they also look to be very, very much under. So Mandatory on a great pace to lock in a super fast 17 Ecodome, which should be awesome to see in the higher stages of this dungeon as well.
Sorry, where did you say was the 3 chests? In Group B?
Group A. Group A had
Really?
the Ecodome.
Huh, interesting. It's very cool to see. Then I might probably check the wrong dungeon.
So we had Ecodome and an 18 before. Those are all +2s, but the 17s pretty consistently were +3 on Group A day 1. So I'm expecting the teams that are currently in it to hopefully do it. I think if any of the teams are quote unquote just going to be having a +2 in the 17, that actually throws them back quite a bit, and that's going to be a big marker in that first hour already, or first half hour that we're going to be seeing from our teams.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point, right? Like sometimes if those dungeons on the 17 are 2-chestable, but not quite 3-chestable, right? Like if you're far away from the 3 chest, or decently far, but you're not that far away from the 2 chests, then it becomes this kind of thing where it's like, you can make a mistake here and there, still get the 2 chests, you're not going to lose out on anything, right? But if the 3 chest is just, barely kind of possible, and any kind of mistake or any kind of like a couple of deaths here and there will cause you to go over the timer, then all of a sudden that's a really big loss, right? So I do think for that Ecodome Aldani, if we have that 3 chest as a possibility, especially after they've seen Group A do it, then that is definitely something that these teams are aiming for and want to achieve, and might even like have to reset if they have some mistakes here and there. We can see Mandatory dragging that huge pull just forward, right? They just want to make sure they're going to Soul Scribe. You can see there's 6 minutes 30 left on their timer here. They still have a lot of trash. You can see the Bloodlust is now running. They have so much trash here that they've been just carrying to the last boss, and they're probably just going to continue to get these creepers. They're just cleaving them down. The creepers, of course, not too big of a problem. It's mainly just like tank damage that they do, but the casters, peacekeepers, like the ads that they're jumping around, you can see all over the place. The stalkers is what you have to look out for, and as soon as those priority targets are dead, they're going to be carrying on and moving on these creepers into the next pack.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a lot to do all at once, and this is certainly not a poll you're going to be seeing in this way on the hierarchy levels. But like I mentioned, some of the teams do have quicker routes for the lower. I always feel bad calling a 17 a lower key level, but to them it is. So a lower key level route that just allows them to be a little bit faster because, of course, that bloodlust timing is going to be changing. You change where your cooldowns are up. So there is quite a big difference between something like a 22, a 23, and a 17 for how our teams are going to be dealing with this. And like I mentioned, mandatory on pace for that +3 as well. I'm looking across the board. Los Golfos and Cousins are right behind them, so just a smidge lower, but you can see Los Golfos are grouping up to do the same poll we just watched on the side of mandatory, should be able to send that lust there as well. And then for Cousins, they're a little bit further behind. We're going to be needing to check on them and see how their +3 potential is looking, but I don't think it's out of the window just yet. They'll definitely need to speed up just a tiny bit, as One Hill has managed to arrive at the next boss in the Arakara and are already dealing with it. So right around the board, everybody is making great progress. We did have some hiccups earlier on from One Hill. Somebody may have fallen, potentially, as we heard from Zyro. But they recovered, so everything is well, and they are underway as well. And yeah, you were talking a lot about this team composition on One Hill. It feels almost like a blast of the past, right? Like this used to be something that was a very popular comp in former seasons of the MDI.
Yeah, it's very cool to see that we have this like disc priest mage vengeance demon hunter combo back. It also means they have like the mass grip into the solar beam kind of AoE interrupt combo as well that we have seen so much of actually. So yeah, cool to see that how they are approaching this like spec variety rule. But here we're getting a little bit of a sneak peek at Liquid. Liquid, of course, our second seed coming into this weekend. Very, very familiar names in this group. You can see Wolf Disco on the Fury Warrior. Very cool to see. And looking at the timer here, so I did say earlier that we've seen only the 2 chests in the 17 before in Group B. And it looks like there is, at least there's not going to be any 3 chesting going on for Liquid. And I also, like, it's going to be, it doesn't look like it's going to be very, very possible to get a 3 chest in here, I'm guessing. Considering that Liquid is a very good team coming in here, and they only have that 1 death on the board, and there's only 2 minutes left on the timer, with a decent amount of trash left, plus the last boss. So I'm thinking that we're probably mainly going to be seeing 2 chests here in the Arakara. And that one is going to be somewhat easy to do for most of our teams, because it doesn't look it definitely doesn't look close for the 2 chests. The 3 chests, on the other hand, I mean, you never know. Maybe mandatory if they like really fast, then we could potentially see something. But they would have to be speeding through this dungeon.
Yeah, so we haven't seen it yet, is the big story, right? We did see the 17 Arakara in Group B last weekend, and they weren't able to get it on the board, so it would definitely be a premiere situation coming in, but I wouldn't put it past between our teams. I think out of all of our group weekends, of course, because of how seeding works, this one is particularly spicy with both Liquid and Mandatory in there, and then Los Golfos, I feel like they came in a little bit lower on the seedings than I would personally expect them to, but they've always been good for a surprise back when they played under the name of Sloth. So I think this is a team that maybe is currently sitting a little bit lower on the leaderboard than it should be, and I think they might also just throw some really, really surprising runs up.
Yeah, 100%. And of course, One Heal as well, just right behind there with like the 3rd seed coming into this weekend as well with all of these familiar names. You can see Yoda on that bench, Steven Hunter. This is the team I talked about that is playing that Disc Priest. And of course, Fired Up, known to be the mage player, right? So playing the Arcane Mage here. Very, very cool to see. And they're also in this Arakara. You can see they're also approaching the end. So Liquid did already pull the last boss, I believe. So they're very close. But again, neither of these teams are necessarily close to getting the 3 chests. You can actually see One Heal using the bloodlust here for this like big overseer pull to make sure they get that done. And that might be close to all of the enemy forces that they need.
checking in with Mandatory as they are very close to locking in the +3. Actually, they did get a little bit closer to the timer than I originally thought when I was looking at the time splits from the other teams, but nearly a minute under that +3 timer definitely is great news for them. They now enabled themselves to go into a 20 in the Ecodome, and I think they're just going to be running that one back. On the other end, though, Es Imposible are still on Soulscribe for like 40-something seconds, and I think they might just go over that line as the +3 timer comes closer and closer, so that is unfortunately going to be trouble, but trouble strikes the board as well for Liquid here. Sesevi going down, no worries. He does have Ankh ready as a great immunity from the shamans there. Is going to be back with the team, and like you mentioned, they're also over that timer, but well within the +2, and this allows us to check on their crash count as well. They're done with it, so that's good.
Let's take a look. I think they're making it. Yeah, I think Los Golfos is getting the 3 chest here in their +17 Ecodome Downing. Good job from them. They had 30 seconds or so, 29 seconds left. So yeah, it's definitely like a close dungeon for these teams to get the 3 chest in. So I don't think all of the teams are going to be making this, as we saw as Impossible not being able to. But the top teams should definitely be aiming for this 3 chest. Mandatory already back in the +20 immediately, and you can see they actually did not switch the comp. So even though they're already on that +20 key level, which of course means that some of these pools are going to be much harder, they're not changing their comp just yet. And another thing that is kind of interesting is that they are pulling those double destroyers here at the very start. Looks like there are some teams that disagree with this first pull a little bit. Some teams are pulling the destroyers, and some teams decide to skip the destroyers and pull some other trash later on to make up for it. So Mandatory think that the destroyers are worth it, and they are using their bloodlust for it as well.
Yeah, usually what teams will do is just get the bloodlust out of the way as soon as possible once they enter a dungeon, because for the most dungeons, that allows you 1 additional bloodlust use rather than sitting on it. Also, you have all of your cooldowns ready, so usually it's just really good to do it at the beginning. I do like playing the destroyers. I think something that they did in the 17, which I'm really curious if they're going to be doing it in the 20, is playing the Sentinels, because to me, they're kind of forbidden trash. I'm surprised that we saw them play them in the 17 at all. Let's check in with One Hill. And actually, Nagra, I have a question for you, because you've been saying One Hill, like heal. Do you think that's where their name comes from?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it does
Greg
make
getting
sense.
flamed here, low key. I'm sure he has many heals. See, he's also doing a lot of void blasts.
I can't believe you're blaming my One Hill pronunciation here. I see how it is.
I thought it was intentional. I called it out because I thought it was cool. Okay, sorry.
So 2 heals should be the name for the next year.
Many heals. Many heals from Greg.
Wait, you mean
so
heels
this is what I was referencing.
No, I was thinking about high heels. I think that would also be cooler. I was like, wait, is Greg known to like high heels? I don't know, maybe.
I'm talking about healing, but I do want to call attention to something here, because we did see this in previous group weekends as well, that some of the teams have a different ending of our Kara, and One Hill is one of the teams that apparently does so, because they still have trash to do at the end of the dungeon here. You can see it's not too much, so because this is more, so they're currently grabbing more trash than they need to finish the dungeon, which to me kind of calls out that they might have forgotten something earlier on. But we're going to be seeing whether or not that stays the same once they do actually get to the 19 Arakara. So that is something we need to take note of. Everybody write that down. It's going to be on the test. 96.88 for One Hill as they finished out the boss in Arakara. We'll need to see if they do that again or if it was just a one-off oopsie as, yeah, you see, they finished off the big guy and now they need 1 more drone probably to make this count full. Or actually, they do need most of them. Okay.
So one thing we saw teams do is actually intend to play this pack, but pull it into the boss. So pulling Overseers into the boss is possible. We've seen teams do it, but you have to time the interrupts properly to make sure it doesn't overlap with Cosmic Singularity that the boss does, because otherwise they're going to be out of range to interrupt and the cast's going to go off and they're going to wipe. So you can do it, but it's a little bit risky. So sometimes, I guess what teams do is they will plan to do this Overseer pull, but if they see that the timer does not, if they don't need to pull it onto the boss to make the timer, then they just won't risk it. But if they have to, because, I don't know, there's a mistake that happened earlier on, or generally this is just a tough timer, then they will pull it in. So it's going to be interesting to see if One Hill decides to ever pull this Overseer pack into the boss, or maybe, as you said, it was actually just a mistake. That's, of course, also possible. But looks like One Hill is relogging to some other characters here, so let's see.
Well, we'll see something else as well, because we were talking about this on the pre-show, everybody, and we just got word. It's literally hot off the press. Early bird passes for BlizzCon are almost gone. So if you want to profit off of that early discount, I get in there now. I'm just saying, it's exclamation mark passes. Get your tickets now. You don't have much time left.
So, can you solo cast for a little while? I don't know.
Yeah, I got you.
I need to message my friends.
I got you. No worries at all. So yeah, Los Golfos, I think we're going to be seeing something from all of our teams, which is do the first 2 runs of the day for sure on the same team comp per dungeon, or actually across all dungeons, because of the spec ban rule, right? I think we talked about it a lot in the previous group weekend, so all of our pro viewers, as I like to call them, they know, the pro chatters. But in case this is the first group weekend of the MDI you're watching because you got excited by all the BlizzCon news, then just a quick reminder that for tomorrow, the 2 most used specs are going to be banned out for the teams, and that actually stays throughout the weekend. So what they're trying to do is kind of just play 2 specs in their lower dungeons for a little bit longer than the other ones, so that then those are going to be the target ones. And for those very high dungeons at the end of the day, we're going to see a bunch of relogging, most likely.
Yeah, definitely. It also looks like we've seen most teams that were in that 17 Ecodome Aldani now finished that key, which means that we see 50-50 split. So Los Golfos and Mandatory did manage to do 3 chests at 17, and it looks like Es Impossible and Cousins did not manage to get the 3 chests. So for both of them, it was only the +2, while for Mandatory and Los Golfos, it's a +3. And Liquid and One Hill did manage to finish the Arakara as well, and getting the +2 for both teams here.
Yeah, that's right. So a little bit of unfortunate news for Es Impossible as well as Cousins, like you mentioned. You're going to be needing to do another run in that Ecodome towards the end of the day as well. But it could also be good news, right? If you need that additional run for your spec ban math to work out, then maybe it's all good. We have seen teams fall prey to accidentally banning something they didn't mean to before. So if that's your planned route, right? They do a little bit of a spreadsheet gaming. Once they know their dungeons, they're like, okay, we're going to go into this dungeon on a 17 and we'll +2 it, and then we'll have the 19 and we'll +2 it, and they line all of that out. And if they do a little bit better or a little bit worse than they originally planned, that can mess up the math on it. So
yeah, definitely. It does. Oh, we do have a replay here. It looks like Mandatory had potential issue. Take a look. Skylar does go down here. That means that they probably had to reset this run, because I'm assuming they wanted 2 chests at 20 to get up to that 22 key level immediately, and I'm guessing that that's not going to be possible anymore if you have one of those full wipes. So it looks like we see a reset from Mandatory. Wow, that's interesting. The #1 seed coming into this weekend, having the first full town portal coming out from all of the competitors here.
And this early too, right? It's not even half an hour into competition. And that might be a little bit worrying for fans of Mandatory, because you expect them to come in here and be super safe, super solid, super consistent. And that just showed a little bit of a crack. I'm curious on whether or not they're going to be able to shrug it off. They're, of course, a very seasoned team, and we're expecting them to be able to. But definitely not the most expected start for Mandatory here. as they did have a little bit of a go again in that 20. I will say the 20 is also significantly harder than that 17, so might have just been a little bit of a warm-up issue. Of course, these teams are not allowed to run those dungeons before the day starts for them, so you know how you do like your first dungeon when you push some keys and you're like, okay, that's a warm-up key. Maybe they're just going to write it off like that.
Yeah, one thing to note as well is that the only team that managed to two-chest the 20 was Holy Method in Group A, right? All of the other teams only managed to get a one chest in the 20. So that probably means to me that a team like Mandatory knows, okay, this dungeon is two-chestable, but it potentially requires some bigger pulls and some riskier stuff to do. So that is potentially something that Mandatory wiped here too, while maybe the other teams, we will have to see, right? But if they don't plan on two-chesting the 20, because they think that it's too difficult or they can't do it, then they can do a little bit of, easier pulls here and there that aren't as, not taking on as much risk. But then, in the end, Mandatory, if they manage to two-chest here and the other teams don't, they might still be faster overall, even with this reset, right? Because they don't have to run one additional dungeon in comparison to their teams. But that's definitely something we have to keep an eye on, as we can see them pulling the Destroyer into the first boss here on that 20.
Yeah, that's definitely a strong pull to pull off. Just a quick reminder in case you are missing a very specific team POV or you want to follow along your favorite team and your favorite team only. Most of our competitors have at least one, if not two people that are streaming, and we're actually multi-streaming, like a stream together with those teams as well, so you can catch them under the stream as well if you're looking for a very specific POV. Shout out to those competitors also bringing you their unique POVs. I think it's always cool. But now that we finally get the chance, Nagura, could you just remind everybody how the shaman on Team Cousins is named?
Yep, that's a shaman. Yeah, there they are. Yeah. Hmm?
Yeah.
That's their name. Yeah.
I would like chat to tell me how to pronounce that, and I'll do my very best. But right now, my best go would be Wawe or something. Yeah, it's
that's
definitely
perfect.
hard.
Yep, yeah, that's exactly what the name
Please
smells,
stick to it.
Yep. But yeah, the thing with looking at other streams to be able to just not have the POV switch around a lot, because I definitely had some people say, oh, it switches around a lot, I don't really know what to focus at. So yeah, I think that's a good idea to watch teams POV. And then another person told me, yeah, but I want to listen to the casters, which, first of all, that was very nice of you to say. But you can also, you can open up the stream of another, competitor of a team and just mute that stream and then listen to the casters if you want the caster commentary, but you don't want the POVs to switch. That is a solution for that, if your PC can handle that. But that should be doable. And then, I did also want to talk a little bit about One Heal. I'm sorry, I know that they're not currently... There we go, thank you, production. So we have One Heal here. The reason why I wanted to talk about them is that they switched their comp from a 17 to a 19. This is kind of unusual, right? Because usually you have one off-meta comp that you play in the low-key levels, and then you switch to your main comp on the high levels. The 19 wouldn't be considered a super high key level for them just yet, but they already switched, so Fired Up is not on the mage anymore. He's playing that Havoc Demon Hunter, and we also don't have Greg on the Disc Priest anymore. He's playing that Resto Shaman now. So interesting kind of switch here.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process behind that is, because like I mentioned before, the most played specs get taken out, and so maybe that was just it's a 17, so we'll just play whatever we want. Disc Priest Mage Special. I'm not quite sure if it was just a flex run, where they just locked onto whatever they felt the best about, their mains, but they weren't actually planning on banning. We'll need to take notes of how that actually goes on throughout the day, but very interesting from One Hill.
I'm just wondering, maybe they have a hard time two-chesting the 19 with that comp, so they have to switch to this, but I don't really see that being
Demon
a thing.
Hunter.
Yeah. I don't know. Interesting.
I think the Mage Priest was just a lower key special, because Fired Up is a mage main, and Greg likes playing Disc. I think that's probably what I would write it off as to. But maybe I'm entirely wrong and there's a much bigger picture here that they're doing it for. But usually playing double Demon Hunter does not allude to this is our strongest team, I think.
One thing to note about the Havoc Demon Hunter, though, and the mage that fired up switched to, is that both the Arcane Mage and the Havoc Demon Hunter are known to be the funnel damage classes, right? So that makes a lot of sense to have fired up played a Demon Hunter. Even though he's going from a ranged DPS to a melee DPS, he's still kind of fulfilling that same role of saying, hey, I'm going to be funneling all of the single target damage when we do those bigger pulls, right?
Yeah. I mean, it could just be that so when two specs tie, right? The way it works is it's tank, then healer, then DPS, and if two DPS specs tie, the teams usually get to choose in tiebreakers of spec bans. So it might just be that their targeted ban could be that Vengeance Demon Hunter, and then either that Boomkin or the Unholy DK. I could see that being the reasoning here, and then they just played that Disc Mage once to protect the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Resto Shaman. That could be the plan, but it's very interesting to see it done like that because most of the other teams don't do it like this.
Yeah, it is very interesting. A little bit of a different approach here to the spec variety rule, which is always nice to see, right? To have teams have different approaches. But it looks like even with the 2 deaths, one heal is still continuing, which means that maybe the 2 chests isn't super close for them, because otherwise they probably would have reset here. And Evonox is about to, or at least going lower and lower. We do know that Evonox and the first area of this Arakar is super difficult, and getting past this boss means that you have a much easier time timing the rest of the dungeon at this point. So one heal looking pretty good in this 19. And looks like Mandatory is gearing up to do one of those pulls that they have wiped to earlier, where they have this Sentinel. So let's see if Mandatory can manage to execute it this time around without a Skylark going down.
Yeah, so usually, like I mentioned, Sentinel is very forbidden. The Sentinel Mandatory on the right-hand side in the middle are currently on. That's the one Sentinel you cannot skip. No matter how much you dislike the Sentinels, you have to play this one to actually start the boss, or actually spawn the boss, I should rather say. So they are chewing through that right now, and you can see the damage there on Soda in particular. The Hunters are always very, very unhappy when these shots go on to them, as they do not have the best toolkit to deal with them. The Sentinel is down, and that is the big danger of that pack. From here on out, it's just trying to get through the rest of the pack. Some CC does come out here as well. Interrupts are on point, and they should be getting through this easily. It's of course interesting for the rest of the group, right? I was saying how close this entire group is. And then Mandatory, I would say unarguably group leader, the team people expect to do the best, having a wipe this early in the day and actually having to redo their dungeon, maybe this group is way closer than people think.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note here is specifically Lost Golfos. You can see them in the middle right side of your screen right now. They also did the 17 Ikodo Maldani. They 3-chested it, just the same as Mandatory did. Walked into the 20 afterwards, and they did not reset. They're still on 0 deaths. They are... Oh, we do see Mode go down twice, as we do need to use a Battle Rest here to get Mode back up, but it looks like they are going to have a full wipe again. This is another reset for Mandatory here. Wow, okay, another reset for them. This is actually...
Did we jinx them?
I don't know. This is... Wow, this is actually crazy. We see Lost Golfos has another death here on one of their pulls. Looks like they had to use a Battle Rest to get Marty up here under Havoc Demon Hunter. But yeah, Lost Golfos, they didn't have to reset yet. This is their 20 run, as I said. They still have a chance to finish this dungeon. And if they manage to 2-chest this, that would be insane for them. As I mentioned previously, Holy Method was the only team that managed to 2-chest the plus 20 in their group after 3-chesting the 17. So if Lost Golfs, and they're on pace right now, if they can do this, then they are doing much better than Mandatory after they had to reset twice, which is crazy because Lost Golfers is the 4th seed coming into this weekend.
Yeah, well, like I mentioned, this is a team that is actually seasoned, and even back when they competed under Sloth, they continuously were good for great surprises. Of course, I've been seeing a lot of cheers for them in chat as well, so I reckon that has something to do with it, as chat has, of course, a lot of power, so as soon as chat locks in and gets those copy pastas going, you know, those teams are going to do much better. It's just how the cookie crumbles. The Lost Golfos on their way, like you mentioned, still need a little bit of extra trash. I think we still need to grab what's up there, despite this being a pretty big pack. Still needing like 16 count is definitely a good chunk, and they're not out of the danger zone just yet. You can see the group is dropping lower and lower as these far stalkers jump around. But they're surely, slowly but surely finishing it up.
Yeah, these packed speaker packs are just so dangerous to deal with for these teams. They're trying to not pull too much on top of it, or at least try to have like bigger cooldowns available. But it looks like Los Golfos so far is doing pretty well. They're now past the 3 chest timer, so they have 6 minutes left on the board to get the rest of the trash and the boss, which again, that is doable. They don't have bloodlust just yet for this trash pack. It will be available for Soul Scribe, and that boss is known to not be like a super long boss, right? You get this like damage boost. We do see Misa go down for Es Imposible. They do have a battle rest to get her back up, but Rubik also dies. They have 2 rests. They can maybe recover this, but they have to make sure that they're getting back on track here, because for them, the 2 chest timer for this plus 19 is still on the board, as they do get 1 evoked spirit spawn here on one of these packed speakers, as I talked about. Can be pretty dangerous, but it looks like they might have recovered this pull for them.
Yeah, that was definitely a dangerous moment. That packed speaker is still going to live for a while, so Erratic Ritual is going to do a bunch of AoE damage, and I think we're probably going to get another one of those spawns as Misa goes down again. They don't have a battle rest anymore. They will need to finish up this pull and then be able to rest her the old and traditional way. Rubik also dropping low with 1 player gone. A lot of that damage is just bound to go on to the other remaining players. Less damage shared. Darkness comes out here to try and help with the incoming damage from that ritual. I think they're going to be okay, but that definitely throws them behind in terms of speed in this pack. And here comes 1 more spirit that they will need to finish off.
Yeah, I think they might still be fine here, but they definitely have to hurry up. They need to get Misa back up right after this and potentially maybe pull some trash onto the boss. We're going to have to see what they're doing here. I do want to take a quick look at Liquid as well, at one of our Kara teams, because they're in their 19 and they're about to approach the end of this dungeon. They already pulled the boss now, and I think the 19 here actually a little bit close for the 2 chest timer. You can see 4 minutes 30 left. They did have to pull some of the initial trash that they were fighting onto the boss to make sure that they still are within that 2 chest timer, the 19, which makes me think that maybe for 1 hill might actually be a little bit close for them to 2 chest the 19 as well, because those 2 deaths that they had on the board before the first boss, before Avanox. But Lost Golfos now are engaging the boss. They do have a bunch of creepers on top here and some faceplates. I'm not sure if this is enough count. I don't quite think so, but we'll see. Maybe they are going to be pulling something more. They have 3 minutes 40 left on the board, which should be good enough for them. And Liquid also is around 350 or so for the last boss, and they already have the enemy forces. They just have to deal with the boss here.
Good news is 7 seconds until that lust comes back up, so they're going to be accelerating. 3 minutes 30 definitely should be enough for them to knock this boss out of the park. Granted, nothing goes wrong. They still have 3 rests as well. And you know, Nagura, we've been doing a lot of caster cursing. We might as well just keep it going here as we're looking upon Liquid and their attempt to down this 19 in a +2. Definitely not unprecedented, but still really, really good news if they're going to be able to pull this one off. Of course, Kikatal takes a little bit of time, especially if you're running a lot of Malleus like they are, with all of the uptime that you're losing, with dodging out every single time. Shine, the one that's going to be careless about it, just is going to be pressing his Death Advance AMS and just chill, melee range, best time, DK time, as that last is slowly but surely running out.
There's just so much action going on right now. I don't even know where to look. We just had a death on Es Imposible as they are fighting the last boss on their +19. They did have that last battle rest that just came up, so they managed to rest Rubik. The bloodlust is ready in just a moment. They still have this faceplate. The keeper's alive. The bloodlust is now running. They need to be able to kill the boss in 2 minutes 20 if they want to get the 2 chests here. And we also have Lost Golfos that, keep in mind, the 3 chested the 17 are now in this +20 key level, and they're on pace to 2 chests this +20, which would be absolutely insane for Los Golfos here. Boss is on 40%, the bloodlust is already gone. 2 minutes, I think that's fine for them. It's going to be a bit close, but I think they can do it.
Yeah, I'm looking across the board. We just pressed cooldowns for Los Golfos as we tapped away from them, so they should be accelerating. Checking in with Cousins, who are on that 19, and their timer is also looking very good. Trash count is completed 2 minutes 23 to finish out the Soul Scribe here. So I'm feeling pretty good about that, but I think we need to look back to our other teams that are a little bit closer. And yeah, like you're seeing, that meta was just used by Martija. And we're going to be needing to get some more damage out here. 26%, 1 minute 24 to go. I think they're on the good side of this, but it's going to be a tight one.
I definitely think this is going to be a bit tight. It looks like they don't have really any major cooldowns available just yet. They will get another triple buff here from the boss to get that extra damage in. So they might be able to use that to their advantage as Liquid does down the last boss here in their plus 19 Arakara. Manages to get the 2 chests in. Means they can immediately move on to the 21 if they want to. Or just go to the other dungeons first. But very nicely done here by Liquid at the start of their day. And here we are, Los Golfos now down to 9%. They managed to actually get a decent chunk of damage onto the boss with that triple damage buff here. 45 seconds. I think they're able to do it if there's nothing going wrong here. Then Los Golfos are going to be 2-chesting the plus 20.
I mean, that's incredibly impressive from this team. You mentioned before, the only other team that we saw get the 20+2 was Holy Method. So that tells you a lot about how Los Golfos are feeling right now. They came into this group weekend saying, we are going to make history. And I mean, looks like they're on great track for that, locking in that +2 in the 20.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, are they gonna go mandatory another wipe here? It looks like Scarlet did go down. I think that's gonna be a full wipe. Wow, mandatory third reset in their plus 20.
So this is what I was mentioning earlier on. If you have an issue like this early in the day, and I thought that it was going to be happening in Arakara as we look upon this replay here. It's the same spot that they had their first wipe in as well. Soda definitely gets a couple of those Far Stalkers. Skylark. Okay, yeah, Skylark does go down. It's just so unfortunate for them, and it looks like they're a little bit unraveling. Maybe, you know, it's still too early to take any breaks. Still like 15 minutes to go before teams can lock in their breaks for today. But maybe a change of scenery would be good at this point. It feels genuinely like they're tilting a little bit.
Yeah, I definitely have to see. It looks like they are back in that Ecodome, though. They're definitely just going again. I think, honestly, this is a volatile place, and things can just happen here, right? So, obviously, Mandatory still is not out of this, but as you said, they have to get their head back into the game quickly and manage to get this on the board. Well, we're looking at one heal right now as they're trying to finish this 19 Arakara. And I think they're not going to be able to get the 2 chests that we just saw Liquid take in the 19. It looks like with 2 minutes 35 on the board and this much trash left to do, I think they're not quite going to be able to make it here and only going to be able to get the +1 on the board potentially.
Our teams are definitely trying to see what they can do to get these builder keys up as quickly as possible. We've seen some impressive runs from Los Golfos and Mandatory with a little bit of a rough start. But we're going to swap things up here on the desk. So Nagura, please go, be free, and we'll get Zyro in for a little bit. But we'll see you later today, okay?
Later.
Bye. Zyro, welcome in. Now, of course, we've had some runs just happen, but I actually have been holding on to a question for you since last weekend. And as we keep an eye on things here, let me go ahead and toss this out now. Slumber Bunny asked last weekend, I have a question for the casters. If they could pick any one dungeon from any WoW expansion to be in the MDI as a wild card, which dungeon would it be? So I leave you with this as we keep an eye on the action.
Okay, this is going to be controversial. I actually completely forgot about this. I'm glad you brought it up again. So, in my opinion, in the entire history of dungeon runs, specifically Mythic Plus and World of Warcraft history, there are 3 S-tier dungeons overall. 2 of them are actually featured in this season's competition, Tazavesh Streets and Tazavesh Gambit. The 3rd S-tier dungeon, and my choice for the answer to that question, would be Sanguine Depths from Shadowlands.
Oh.
Yep.
I can't. Somebody get me a new caster.
What would yours be, Mix?
Halls of Valor. Great.
What? You have the audacity to know what? My answer?
Yeah, I just did. What do you mean?
Controversial statements here on the desk.
I loved Legion. Come at
Legion was a great
remix.
expansion. Get into Remix if you missed out on it. You can kind of get some of that experience back if you missed one of the best expansions we've ever had. Now, Sanguine Depths is a really cool dungeon, especially for the purposes of the MDI. The Venthyr mechanic of chaining the damage buff that you got from the lanterns made it a very, very cool dungeon and gave us one of the coolest upsets ever when Dorky and Co., part of Incarnation, took down Echo back in the day when Echo famously missed a bat for their count and knocked him out of the competition. It was an awesome dungeon for MDI.
Speaking of upset, Syro, I know you've been watching. I know you've been chatting a little bit, as one does. How are you feeling about what we're seeing from Mandatory? This surely is a big surprise, right?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this in the pre-show, right? Like, yeah, Mandatory should be favored, but you know, it's a long competition. Mistakes can happen. Maybe you let your nerves get the best of you, as we've seen happen, and in the end of the competition to Mandatory a couple times when they've gone up against the juggernaut that Echo was. I mean, it's still a long competition, right? The first 45 minutes of the day is not going to extrapolate out over the course of the entire weekend. They're playing one of the most volatile set of trash ever put into a Mythic Plus dungeon ever. So yeah, deaths can happen. Unfortunately, a couple of the wipes have been tank deaths, which is something that will almost always wipe you unless you have most of the trash pack dead. But yeah, it's still too early in the weekend to really be worried about for them. And their previous two-time champions, I'm sure they'll work their way back from this.
Okay, I'm glad you're bringing some positive notes to this personally. I'm a little bit worried about the tilt potential from starting like that. I'm sure they're going to be able to shake it off after the day, but we're going to need them to shake it off right now. So hopefully they get that 20 on the board as soon as possible. We did see something interesting as well from our other teams. I believe it was Liquid that actually locked in their 19 Arakara, if I'm not entirely mistaken. Hold on, let me pull it up. So they locked in their 19 Arakara plus 2, and now they actually went on over into the floodgates. That's
Okay.
pretty new. Usually we see teams go a little bit higher before they switch dungeons.
Yeah, well, we've seen a couple of different strategies, right? I think the miscount strategy we saw on day one was to do 2 completions in each dungeon before they got into the higher keys, so maybe they're going for a similar strategy there. We'll see if they keep that consistent. Do we have a DC for Los Golfos? Okay, no, looks like he's back, so should be okay there. Yep. Just got back online, so didn't actually suffer any major issues because of that. Good to see that. One Hill is going to be locking in the plus 119 here in Arakara. Unfortunately, not a plus 2 like you're talking about. They're about 2 minutes short of that plus 2 timer. Let's see if they're going to go for the 2 completions and swap dungeon strategy, or if they're just going to head straight back into the Arakara.
I would expect them to go back in the Arakara. I do want to note something. In the 17, they had some extra count left after the boss. I was saying, we need to take account into that, if that is actually their route, as we have seen teams have routes where they needed to trash after the boss. But it looked like in their 19 just now, they finished with that boss, so it was probably just a one-off, a little bit of an oopsie that we saw from One Hill there in the earlier Arakara. Looks like their route definitely ends on the boss, which is generally good news. I like it when it's like that, so that I can't get baited when I look at the boss HP and the timer. And there's actually some trash missing personally, but looks like One Hill are also phasing out of their Arakara as we see them in the Ecodome in the top right corner.
They are, so 2 completions and swapping the key, and it looks like they're playing a similar comp, if not exactly the same comp, in that Ecodome Eldani, so they will probably have their bands figured out for day one. This is the spot where one of the spots where Mandatory has been wiping several times in their past 3 attempts here in the 20 Ecodome Eldani. Let's see if they're able to get through it this time. There's a lot of things that can go wrong in this bull makes. What's the thing that's really been the issue for them so far?
So normally when you look at that poll, you think it's the Farstalkers that are taking out your Hunter if he gets charged too many times, but it is actually Skylark that is under pressure there by this entire pack. It's a lot of melee damage that does come in, and you can see him kind of cycle through his defenses. There's not too much left on his end there as well, and sometimes he just gets melee there by the faceplates taken out, and you can see how he's fighting for his life as well. Health bars are bouncing, not only for him, but also for the rest of the group. A lot of of pressure onto Mo to try and keep the group as well as the tank alive, and you just see how long this pull does go on. In comes the meta CC from Stove there, is going to be helping with some of that just a little bit. But yeah, it's just a very long pull with a lot of damage, and the team needs to be on point with cycling through these defensives.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of everything, right? Like, on one pull, your tank might go down just to like not chaining perfect cooldowns. Your hunter might get casted on and then jumped on by a Farstalker in one pull, and that's your battle res gone there. And of course, once one player goes down, the dominoes can easily fall after the fact, as there's less targets available for the mobs to choose from. So yeah, it's just these pulls are so volatile, and it's only going to get harder from here, right? We've already seen 23 timed in both of our weekends so far. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the mark that these teams are trying to hit this weekend as well in order to qualify for the global finals, because of course that is the grand prize, right? Top 2 teams qualify, so we'll have to see if they're able to meet that mark today and over the course of the weekend. Meanwhile, Los Golfos, after 2-chesting their first attempt at 20 Eco Dome Eldani, are moving straight on, already on to Avenox and Arakara.
Yeah, it is, again, a 17, so that should be a little bit easier than the higher levels, but still, Avenox on the 17 is still a chunky fella, I would say, as we need to chew through that HP bar. What? Did you say wait? Oh,
No.
it's impossible. We're seeing some death stare in the top right corner. Both of them did get rest back up. In their previous run, in the 19, they also had so much trouble from this dungeon. Their hunter and their DK constantly falling, and it is going to be a go again from this team. It's impossible. Well, maybe, but it's definitely impossible in this run.
Is this the first time we're seeing the Fury Warrior pick here for Wolf Disco today, by the way, for Liquid? Or has he been playing it? He didn't play this in the Arakara, did he?
I can tell you in just a second. Yes, he did.
He did? Okay.
He did, yeah. He played Fury.
Interesting.
Yeah, we've seen him on that the entire day.
Cool. All right, so that's another little pick that we saw a little bit of it in Group A, but still, it's kind of similar to the pick of the Warlock from Chile last weekend, where this is something that he plays a lot on live, and it must be just a comfort pick that fits the comp really well, right? It's good for both the Havoc Demon Hunter and the Unholy DK. Really good for overall damage, and if they're able to make it work, why not? It's a good ban option for day one. This pull is the crux of the dungeon, though, in Floodgate, right? Tons of trash on top of Big Mama. You have all of your cooldowns prepared for this right now. It's really just the Havoc Demon Hunter completely pumping, but Unholy soon to follow as the Assault gets popped in coordination with the Bloodlust here, and they start getting to work on this trash. This pull on this difficulty kind of melts pretty quickly in the first round of cooldowns, but on the higher key levels, these mobs don't die instantly like this, and they're in combat with the trash on top of the boss for a long time, and it's really just a race to make sure you can get the trash done as quickly as possible before this jumpstart phase starts, right? If that shield is on the boss for too long, it really becomes a huge strain on your healers. So I'm interested to see how high the teams can push this key this weekend. We only saw it on 21 in Group A. There was headroom for a 22 potentially, but Holy Method didn't feel like they had to do it that weekend in order to qualify, so we didn't see them attempt it. I want to see if that's possible this weekend.
They actually had a little bit of an unfortunate mecha drone charge there, as one of the drones was really low, and they needed to kill that off to actually get the jump start and still benefit from that loss. So maybe like 3-4 seconds lost there, as we have trouble striking the board again. Mandatory unraveling in this Eco Dome 20. This is what, their fourth wipe in that dungeon?
I think it's the fourth wipe after the first boss for them. I didn't see if they had one. Let's see exactly what happened here. Arcane Overload phase, tons of AoE damage on the boss. Phase rushes going off. Bloodlust just gets popped on cooldown there, but the damage was too much. A bolt went off, killing Soda. Maystine soon to follow. This time it wasn't Skylark, it was the DPS players all going down to the trash. And they need to figure this out quick, because now it's, 40 minutes that they've spent wiping to the same spot at the start of the day? When you've only timed one key and you've spent 40 minutes wiping on what should be a relatively easy farm key for a team of this caliber, this could be something that easily gets into their head this early in the competition.
It's hard to put into words, right? Because if they're able to shrug it off, it is just a small part of the day. It's like half an hour. But if they're not able to shrug it off, and it very much looks like that just might be the case here, unfortunately, that could cost them the day. And that is for sure, in the history of Mandatory as a team in the MDI, probably the worst day we've seen them have ever, which feels crazy to say out loud.
Yeah, I think you'd have to go back to their... no, you're right. I don't think you can go back to anything.
Even when they started out under like Dusk Gargoyle's stream,
yeah.
I don't think we ever saw a start into a day as wonky as this, for lack of better words.
Yeah, I was about to say you'd have to go back to those days, but I remember like they impressed us even back then with how consistent they were. So like, yeah, this might be the worst start to the day we've ever seen from them. Question is, can the two-time champions come back from this and stay consistent? It's still too early in the day to try to take a break to decompress from this, so they're just going for it again. And, you know, again, this first pull hasn't been too much of an issue for them, but when the tilt starts to add up, even easy pulls like this first one for them can start to have issues. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull it together here and get a good run going.
Man, that is such a hard task as well, because, I mean, the team, of course, knows, right? They know that they're not currently showing what they're capable of, and that is very, very hard to put on the back burner to try and focus on what's in front of you. So I'm really wishing them the best of luck in doing just that. I'm hoping that they get this 20 on the board and can just deal with whatever was wrong here later after the day when they're able to have that break. You mentioned it, break possibilities would be coming up in 2 minutes. And honestly, I think if they have another hiccup like the ones we saw before, they should probably use that break and just be like, okay, we need to like get up, walk a little bit, get some fresh air, decompress, get out what we need to get out, and lock back in, because this is starting to get into a territory where it's not just half an hour. It's not just, oh, it's a bit of a rough start. It's really bad news for this team.
It's important to mention as well, right? They definitely could have, on any of these wipes, like continued the key and still timed the key. The problem is a lot of these teams have very meticulously planned routes throughout the day, like, hey, we're going to 3-chest this key, we're going to 2-chest this key, so we're going to have a certain amount of runs done by the end of the day, and this will all play into how they're playing around the spec ban rule. So they pretty much seem like they're locked into, okay, we need to 2-chest this 20 Ecodome, a 1-chest is not going to be good for the rest of the day for us, and that's a bunch of added pressure on top of that. If you have this very finite plan that you have to play around and you need to 2-chest a difficult key to do it and it's causing issues for you, having no flexibility there just makes it that much more difficult and that much more stressful for the team to deal with. So there's a lot weighing on their minds right now, and that middle section of the dungeon being incredibly volatile is proving to be a huge challenge for them.
Yeah, I mean, it absolutely is. It's by no means an easy feat to beat this dungeon on a key level like that 20 that we're seeing. We know how random the damage patterns can be from the Fire Stalkers, which is frankly a very, very hard challenge for the healer, of course, as well. But other teams have done it, so Mandatory will need to do it as well here in our group weekend. But I think a change of scenery might be a good idea if this continues. We're going to be keeping a close eye on how they're doing. In the meantime, let's take a look at Cousins. So we were contemplating the shaman's name earlier on. How would you pronounce this, Zyro?
Oh, it's Wawawi.
Oh, that sounded very... Did you practice?
Oh, we've had him in the MDI before. I just remember that's how that name is pronounced.
Oh, okay. Look at you. Brownie points.
Thank you. Well, what were you guys saying it was?
Well, so I actually looked at her questionnaire, and in her questionnaire, that name became longer and longer per question that they answered. And so I just wasn't sure if I maybe was being tricked.
I think it's a reference to the one movie. It goes, wow, that one?
Of course, that one movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know the
I
one.
too know movies.
Do you actually not know? Okay.
No.
Oh, boy. All right.
I play video
it's
games.
Borat. You've never seen Borat?
Maybe, I don't know.
Okay. All right. Well, extracurricular
WoW every
viewing
day.
after the weekend. We'll
Yeah,
do that.
mandatory viewing, not the team. Just we gotta watch
Well,
this movie now.
we're already viewing mandatory.
True,
You
you're
need-
right.
You need to be cultured, Mick, so we're going to work on that. But,
Oh, well,
you know,
try.
it's surprising. We're talking about mandatory wiping in the 20. Cousins' first attempt in the 21. We're through the second boss. So, something's, you know, what gives? What's going on?
Well, they have the power of family, of course.
Ah.
That's not a fair comparison.
True.
Actually, did we ever figure out if they're actually cousins? I think it's just a meme, but I know the question has come up in chat a bunch of times as well, where people are like, are they actually? Another team that definitely has impressed is Los Golfos, because they were also able to put that 20+2 on the board, which might add to the pressure that you mentioned for mandatory to be able to do the same thing. And they're currently working on that 17 in the Arakawa. We're talking a little bit about that dungeon and the plus potential here. We haven't seen any team be able to do a 17+3. We think it's highly unlikely that we're going to be seeing one today. Some of the teams have already locked in their +2, but for Los Golfos, the story is not going to be any different. They're looking like they're well on track for the +2, but +3 timer is going to be striking in 20 seconds, and as much as I want to be a believer and cheer on our teams as a love watcher, 15 seconds not good enough to deal with all of that trash and the boss.
No, Apple has the CA ready here. The Incarn's popped. He's about to one-shot the boss with these 2-star surges that come at the end of the Incarn. Here it comes. Wait, no, he's not popping the cooldowns. Okay. No 3 chest, unfortunately. But like you said, 6 minutes on the 2 chest. They're going to be totally fine on that, unless we see a wipe. But I don't want to put that caster, you know, bad luck on them. No cursing here.
Oh, I like how you said that, and we went over to mandatory production.
Oh, no.
We're not gonna caster curse them. You cannot put this on us.
Yeah. So okay, here we are in this first pull. Oh, this is impossible. 1 death on the skip here. Interesting. Might not have had a turtle for the skip. Looks like because that's available for their hunter, that they had their healer just death skip it instead. A little weird. But we're back with mandatory. And looking at these pulls again, let's break down here what exactly is the problem on some of these pulls. We've seen some tank deaths, but I feel like that hasn't really been the theme for these pulls for the most part over the past couple of weekends. It's more been like the difficulty of the Farstalkers, right? Farstalkers jumping around on players, arcing zaps going off, individual casts from the Ritualist killing players. Even sometimes we've seen a lot of warp deaths, right? Those Runestalkers, when they jump around, they cast this frontal line warp. That is potentially a one-shot on this key level as well. Like, there's just a lot going on with these mobs jumping around. It's kind of hard to keep track of everything.
Absolutely. There's a lot of CC that you need to try and keep everything under control, and if just one thing goes wrong, where it's like, oh, that warp, we just dodge, and somebody else is expecting it to be CC'd, then very quickly everything can fall apart. We've seen the same thing happen for Es Imposible in the Ecodome as well. Specifically in the spot that we're currently seeing Cousins in, they had a bunch of deaths on their Hunter and their DK here due to Warp, due to Farstalker, due to just random ticking down, and so Cousins will need to be on focus here as I'm looking across the nameplates. Down goes the Shaman.
Okay. I don't think we're going to see a 2 chest of the 21 here. We have to kill this Pact Speaker and the second Pact Speaker and get on top of the boss after both Pact Speakers are dead. But a second death will definitely put the nail in the coffin here. There's fewer targets for these abilities to go on now. They have to focus up here. Anka's available, but 2 more deaths from an arcing zap going off because the Shaman kick wasn't available. Means this is likely going to be a full wipe here for Cousins. And as the deaths continue to pile up, we'll probably see them town portal out. It was a good attempt. Oh, they might be trying to run back. They might think they still have time here. Liquid in the meantime.
I think they have time, maybe. Let's take a look. So they definitely don't have time for the +2, of course, right? Like, that is far gone, and they still need a good chunk of trash, like 12%.
Oh,
but you can see that Clap actually kept the pole alive, so that is huge. Now, the only thing you need to be very careful of is not being run over while you regroup. So you can see Derva actually dropping really low there for a second. Angora also having some trouble as they try to group this back up. Again, 50 seconds until they would have the potential to go for a loss, and they're going to be trying to kite this one over to try and get back in the position that they were in. Great work from their tank to be able to keep this one alive.
Okay, I thought it was over, but keeping the pull alive keeps them in the dungeon here. We were talking about it. 2 chests in the 21, not something that you really expect to happen. So we're okay with just timing this key. Now, it is still going to be a relatively tight timer. They have to still kill off this one packed speaker on the left side of the boss here in order to just spawn the boss. In addition to that, they still need a couple of extra trash mobs, probably a couple creepers, a couple phase blades that they're going to be pulling on top of the boss. Maybe in addition to that ritualist, they have Hunter trapped up as well. But this pull alone is still no joke. Runestalker's still leaping around, still casts that need to be interrupted here from both the rituals, the pack speaker and the ritualist as well. So if they're able to stay clean, I still think they might have this here. Our Shaman does have Ascendance available, but we're not pressing it yet. We will get 2 more presses over the course of the remainder of the dungeon, so I'm not really sure why we're sitting on that button. Maybe they just want to line it up with Bloodlust at the beginning of the boss.
I think that's it. I think they're saying we will kill this pack in under 2 minutes, and we just want to lust the beginning of that boss, probably, when we do get the damage amp. So that's kind of, I assume, the approach here, but of course at the same time, sitting on a cooldown never feels great. We're going to be seeing Dirba actually re-up that trap back there, making sure that's not going to become an issue while they are working through this pack. Ritual does tick down for just a little bit, but yeah, we're in this fight for quite long.
I have an important question. Where is Mandatory?
What is it? Oh, no.
We're on the boss.
Why would you
We're
ask
through
this?
the trash. Can they win this time around? The Bloodlust has been pressed. We haven't wiped on the Bloodlust just yet. But still, the danger isn't done when you're through the trash here, Mix, right? Because in addition to the trash, while you're on the boss, you don't just want to be single-targeting the boss. So it's been commonplace to see teams pull extra trash on top of the boss once the previous trash pack goes down. Soda's going to be able to turtle this debuff here. Only going to be mode that has to be healed. So they're only going to have to slightly cleave down that one binding javelin. So they've gotten good RNG on the javelins so far here. But again, trash is dead. We're probably going to see Skylark run and grab some more the second this intermission phase starts.
Yep, absolutely. And they did have trouble at the beginning of this boss fight, but they haven't gone this far throughout today yet. So hopefully that big danger point is behind them. Hopefully that gives them a little bit of ease of mind to say, yeah, we actually made it through the parts where we had those issues before. But we know, of course, the Ecodome is not a stable dungeon, neither before nor after this. We just saw it for the cousins on that 21, how absolutely dangerous this dungeon can be. So they will need to stay on it. They will need to make sure that they have focus on everything, make sure they don't get hit by the warps, make sure they don't get hit by the Arkings. And we're going to be checking back in with the cousins. 4 minutes on that clock. Lust has just ran out. Huge damage coming into the team. 2 battle russes would be available should they need them, but they still need to make sure that the trash here dies. Arcane bolts nearly flying, but that interrupt does come in. Once these faceplates are done, you're going to be feeling a little bit better about this.
Yeah, still scary. Still trash left alive. If your tank gets hit by one of these creeper gloom bites on this difficulty, could easily one-shot him here. We're seeing Clap kite around, backstepping all of the gloom bites that he possibly can. One final trash mob left. It's going to burrow, but that cast is going to be interrupted as it dies off here. And Cousins, despite the full wipe, looks like they have the timer to potentially still time this key. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left on the timer. They've done about 45% of the boss's HP in the last 2 minutes, so it looks like they're going to be on pace here. Makes very, very impressive presence of mind from Clap to just get out of that pole, keep it alive, and let the team run back. I personally probably would have called that key after all of the deaths that I saw to the pack speaker. So insane presence of mind from this team to just keep that pull alive and still get this key timed. That's
where you tell your tank he's the MVP after this pull. So yeah, absolutely, I'm with you. I think that was definitely what helped them here. Very, very well done.
You do not want to let your tanks get an ego about these things. It's not. It's not good.
Yes, you do.
No.
See, positive reinforcement is really good. So I'm going to do that, and you continue to phase out after a wipe. That's okay.
Deal.
Just a quick mention, Los Golfos, actually the first team today to take their break. They instantly slammed the first break 10-minute timer, basically 5 minutes after it was possible for teams to do so. Just a quick reminder of our break rule. Teams need to take 20 minutes of break throughout the day between after that first hour and before that last hour. in the day. They can split it. They can do like 5, 5, 5, 5, I think. Can they? They can do 10, 10. They can do 5, 15. 20. Okay, at most they can do 2 breaks. I'm being corrected. But yeah, they can split it any way they want to.
We think about it. If you just take 2 5-minute breaks at the same time, that's a 10-minute break. So there you go.
Oh, that's right. That's right. It's quick maths for you. Checking in on Liquid. After they were able to get their 17 plus 2 in the floodgates, they're now on to the 19. Oh, unfortunate. Getting stunned back there by the nail gun for Boom in the meta. Just sitting there for a second. But it's okay. It's okay. We're on our way.
Cousins is going to be completing this 21 Ecodome on their first try. Impressive once again the play from this team in order to just clutch out the timed key. Remember, this is our 5th seeded team coming into the weekend of our 6 teams, so just that level of play, that's the kind of play you would expect an MDI veteran team to make, you know, one of the top 3 teams, not somebody ranked near the 20s. So impressive to get the key timed. At this point, though, you would expect them to go to another key, right?
Yeah, I think so. They definitely have put a really good run in the Ecodome on the board here. We're looking across our teams, of course, mandatory after that hiccup in the first part of the day, being currently at the bottom of our leaderboard, as Impossible right above them, currently working on transforming that 19, well, that 21 that they're on into a timed 21, and then Cousins just finished out their 21 respectively, are going to be going into Arakara or Floodgate. I'm not really sure where to. I think both of these dungeons are pretty equal, but looks like it's going to be the floodgates for them in the bottom right. And with that, I think we are allowed to, maybe Zyro, look back onto mandatory. They have made it through that second boss, a very scary second boss room, and are on their way to the final part of the dungeon. But we've seen this part here be a major pain point for other teams, so hopefully mandatory can get through this unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, this poll is nuclear difficulty, right? It's everything that's difficult about the polls that we saw earlier in the dungeon, in addition to having a Pact Speaker casting Erratic Ritual on their group, which is guaranteed AoE damage that Mode has to heal through. They've already dealt with the first of that ability, but you still have these Pact Speakers. This Pact Speaker casting on players, spawning spirits, giving itself a shield. You have these creepers burrowing around, trying to gloom bite your tank. Runestalkers warping all over the place, providing area of denials. But it looks like Mandatory are able to deal with all of this on their 5th attempt in this key. It was crazy to me that we were looking at the leaderboard there, Makes, and we saw Mandatory in last place. That's something that I didn't think I would ever see this weekend.
Yeah, or ever, right? It feels really, really weird to see. Just a quick reminder of the points. Of course, reminder on the points in general. Each time dungeon gives you points equal to what you have. If you already have timed the dungeon before, it just adds the differential. So if you have a 16, you time a 19, you get plus 3 points. If you don't have the dungeon, you time a 16, you get 16 points. So that's why some of the teams are currently so much further than mandatory, just having 2 of those dungeons already on the board. But still, it's a surprising image, and we're going to be seeing how, why, and when mandatory can come back from that. For now, they definitely got through the scariest part of the tail end of that dungeon. One more spirit is going to spawn. They need to deal with that Pact Speaker here, and then they can go into the boss with the remaining trash. Timer is looking pretty good. You were talking about how important it is for them to get the 20 plus 2, which is why we've been seeing so many restarts from them, saying with one wipe, we won't be able to get the plus 2. We might be able to get a plus 1, but we really want that plus 2. I think we're looking good on that front as well.
Yeah, you want to say that the last boss on this key level is probably close to like the 4-minute mark, maybe a little below that. You can see on our timer here we're at 5:45 left in the key. Still have to deal with the remainder of this Pact Speaker, and you have about 30 seconds of gather here as well, where after this trash goes down, we're going to see Skylark and probably Soda run up and grab some trash to pull on top of the boss. So they're definitely going to be on the good side of that 2-chest timer. Now, it's not a whole bunch, right? Because, you know, a death here and there could cost them. So we're going to have to keep it clean, but we're going to be gathering this siphon. Oh. Ooh, no, the trash is going to prevent them from gaining that damage buff for the pull here. The other thing I'm worried about is they don't have the bloodlust available for the beginning of this pull. It's just going to be cooldown damage, so this trash might live a little bit longer than usual. And like you were talking about, one of the problems they've been having in some of their wipes has been tank deaths. So this trash being alive means Skylark is going to be under more pressure than usual here. Let's see if they're going to be able to deal with this.
Right as we pulled the boss, Skylark's health dropped to like 20 HP. My breath stopped for a second there, but I have faith. We're going to be seeing how it goes. As you mentioned, cooldowns have just been sent across the board. We're seeing stuff like Blur come out here as the AoE is being cast by the boss. Team needs to spread out, and then they're going to be able to group back up. 24 seconds is all it takes for them to be able to have that lust, and you can see Soda actually walk on over, make sure that trap is free applied. Nice little awareness of moment. 15 seconds for them to go. Whispers of Fate hits again.
Eruption going to prevent Soda from gathering his buff. Okay, but he got it this time around. He's good to go. Looks like they're going to be good. It wouldn't surprise me if this Bloodlust is just instantly popped. It'll overlap with the Eternal Weave buff that they're getting. Soda will get a cooldown inside of it. They need the extra healing. Yeah, instant press on the Bloodlust there just to make sure they live through this trash. They don't need to be perfect about their damage. They've left themselves enough time on the board to get the 2 chest with it. Non-optimally timed Bloodlust. They just need to stay alive. Smart play from Mandatory here, and it looks like an hour plus into the day we're finally going to be getting this plus 22 chest. In the long run, this should be worth it for them, but still, this is going to be something that's weighing on their minds throughout the day here. Are we going to potentially be in trouble because we lost that hour earlier on in the day?
Yeah, I think that's something they'll think about for sure as they move on through the day. I think a lot of it is probably going to come to speak once they actually take their first break. I'm curious when that is going to be, if they're going to slam it right after this dungeon saying, okay, we finally made it through that break point. We slammed our head against the wall and it was successful in the end. That's all that matters. Let's now take a break and just kind of recuperate, or if they're going to keep going and take that break somewhere else. But we have the remaining trash into the boss and they're on their way. They're looking pretty good. I'm hopeful and I would say rather confident that they're going to make it out of this dungeon now.
At the same time, Es Impossible in their 21 Ikodomo Dani. Another very strong time in the 21 Ikodomo Dani. 2 of these potentially being timed here at the start of the day here, gathering up this one final trash pack to be pulled into the boss. And look at their Bloodlust timer, almost perfectly lining up with this pull. Ascendance for the Ellie Shaman, Call of the Wild available for their Hunter, as well as the Breath Pillar combo for their DK. Everything lining up perfectly for this pull here, and with a little over 6 minutes left in the key, as long as they stay alive, they should be good to go on the time here. Keep an eye on Nultra here. This tank is going to be under so much pressure here with this trash on top of the boss mix.
Absolutely. Bloodlust is helping, but damage is going out onto the entire team. There's a lot that Mookie will need to take care of. And we saw Es Impossible in their previous run in that 19 has so much trouble with those last remaining pulls. Finally, in that 21 is all looking a little bit better for them. They are getting that trash slowly but surely killed off. Still remains for a little bit. Make sure that these faceblades do not shred Neutra into pieces as he's trying to backpedal a little bit. Make sure that he brings distance between him and those faceblades. They're notably slow walkers, so that helps a little bit, but they're not out of the danger zone yet.
Really quick cut back to Mandatory here as they have secured the 2 chest timer. One final Whispers of Fate going to drop everyone low, but it's nothing that mode can't deal with. We'll top them right back up, and that last damage buff should time them the key. They'll be able to move on to 22, although I wouldn't be surprised if they instantly just go to another key. They probably are sick of this dungeon by now, Migs.
Maybe they're not. We're going to be seeing what they do, but back to Es Impossible. They have 5 minutes still to go, and they made it through the danger zone as well. Soulscribe, notably a boss that doesn't do too much. Just make sure you're not standing in any of the no-nos, and then that should be good. Their trash is done, and so that is all well and good for them. And it looks like Mandatory might have just slammed the break timer. Their team graphic is coming up here on the right hand side. We're getting confirmation 10-minute break time from Mandatory. That allows us to check in with Liquid maybe as Es Impossible is working away on their run. We're going to be checking in with the Big Mama poll.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this comp, right, this triple melee comp that Liquid's running, is it actually allows you access to 3 of those prisms if you want to. I mean, honestly, I don't think Havoc's been running them. I think they've been running Cursed Stone Idol as a as an on-use trinket instead, but you can run 3 of those Nether Prisms if you want to. It's a very strong trinket specifically for this pull, right? The Big Mama pull, where you pull a ridiculous amount of trash on top of the boss at the very beginning with that suck-in bloodlust. Popping 18 stacks of the Prism there on top of that pull lets you destroy that trash pack and get it dead before the shield goes up, before the jump start. Looks like they've dealt with that pull and the second phase relatively cleanly here. Let's see if on this difficulty they're able to actually kill this boss off before the third jump start. With their comp, with the focus damage from the Havoc Demon Hunter, as well as the execute damage from the Fury Warrior, I think they should be good to go to potentially kill this boss before the next jump start phase. Keep an eye on that energy bar below the health bar for Big Mama there. Once that energy bar fills up, the boss will put a shield on, reducing its damage taken by a pretty large amount. So they're going to really want to actually kill this boss off. They're also cleaving the Mechadrones pretty heavily, though, so maybe they're just committed to getting that jump start as well.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to have the damage to push
No,
it
they're not.
before the jump start. I'm just looking across. We just used meta and stuff. So, maybe they could have, but I don't think they will, is what my verdict is going to be. But I think it's not that bad. I don't think they really need the 3 push or 2 push, however you want to call it, here in that dungeon. I think they should be fine as that comes in. Kill a block barrier is here. They need to finish those drones. That's exactly what they're going to be doing. In the meantime, Zyro, I do want to point attention to something. We had a prediction running in chat. It was running for 15 minutes, so quite long. And in what I would call the most stacked group weekend in this season, the majority of people decided that there's not going to be a world record key in Group C. How do you feel about that?
I think it's too early to make that call. I still think the odds are definitely stacked towards at least one of the teams setting a world record, if not multiple of them. I agree with you. I think this is the most stacked group of all of the groups that we've seen so far. Several very, very strong teams, and even the lower seeded teams showing up incredibly strong in the first hour and a half of competition here. We've already seen 221s from the lower seeded teams timed. I mean, that tweet that we were talking about earlier, right? They're playing. I think they're impressing already. They're playing up to that caliber so far.
Absolutely. I'm really, really excited to see all of our teams, honestly. I mean, of course, some of the teams have differing approaches to those spec bans, and only the full intent will be visible at the end of the day. You know, we've seen that in previous MDI seasons where it's like teams played their favorite comp all day 1, and then they kind of figured out what to do day 2 and played a suboptimal comp there. So I'm curious if that is going to be hitting any of our quote-unquote lower-seeded teams. But for now, I think we have a very, very close competition with teams like Cousins, really, really putting the pressure on the rest of the competition, saying we might be the 5th-seeded team of this group weekend, but we are definitely here to show up for it, and that they are doing.
Here's a look at that big pull onto Big Mama here for 1 hill on the 17. Actually going so fast in this key that the Bloodlust isn't available for the initial pull onto the boss. Curious to see if that'll just get instantly pressed here the second it's available. Looks like they've delayed it a little bit. Maybe they're going to try to line it up with cooldowns, potentially during the jumpstart phase. Nope, instantly gets popped about 10 seconds later, so they had the plan to press it here eventually anyways. But look at this. Tons of trash still left alive. Mechadrone's still relatively healthy. That kill block barrier is active on the boss here now, going to start pulsing damage on the group. Still have 1 Mechadrone left alive. You can see they've got it marked up with the moon to focus down there, and we're going to get into the first jumpstart phase with the Bloodlust. Chun pops the cooldowns here as well, so they're going for a huge boss damage push.
Yeah, absolutely. You love to see it. It is a 17 after all, so, you know, it's something to keep in mind here. I'm very curious as to how we did the 17-19 Arakara, the 17 plus 2 Ecodome, and now we're doing the 17 Floodgate. One Hill just deciding to, you know, we'll just go from dungeon to dungeon. We want to take the scenic route through this season and through this group weekend of the MDI, but definitely a lot of damage has gone out to Big Mama. Good push there, and I think this team is looking pretty good to avoid that last one.
Yeah, my expectation for this team is to be very similar to what we saw from 07 last week, right? This is a team that hasn't put in like the same amount of practice time as the top end teams. They're not doing 12-hour practice days like your holy methods, your miscounts, your mandatories, but they were doing 4 or 5 hour practice days most days of every day of the week. And they definitely have like the high key pedigree that we're talking about, you know, in regards to 07 as well. I expect them to be very steadily timing keys with very few wipes. They might not get every 3 chest or 2 chest, like for instance they didn't get a 2 chest in the 19 hour Kara, but I don't expect them to be a team that has a ton of issues wiping in the higher keys. So keep an eye on them throughout the weekend. If they're able to just steadily time keys and not have any major mistakes, we could see them near the top of the leaderboards just like 07 was last weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking across the board to see where our teams all are, because the way, you know, One Hill has been going through the dungeons had me intrigued, so I wanted to see what everybody else's plans are, but most of the teams are deciding to do what we generally see, where it's like they push up one dungeon and then they go to the other one. Liquid are zoning over a little bit earlier, so similar to what we're seeing from One Hill. And Los Golfos, of course, they just came back from their break, so 10-minute break already taken, but they're pushing up their Arakara quite far as well, so I assume we're going to be see them do this 19, and then they should be going over to the Floodgate, so 1-2 switch rather than 1 switch.
I think it's also important to mention, fun fact about One Hill, right now they currently only have 1 Liquid member on the roster, but whenever Fired Up swaps to playing Hunter, they have 2 Liquid members on the roster, because Fired Up's pet name is Tobo.
Oh, that's good tech, yeah.
Yeah?
Good to know. Did you see what they did with their specs earlier on? So in the Arakara, they were running that Disc Priest and the Mage on I'm Fired Up.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think they switched since. So my suspicion is that they want to take out the Vengeance, and then I assume the Unholy DK. Would you agree with that?
Potentially. I mean, Fired Up could also play more Mage, and they could look to get that banned out as well. That's something that they might not want to do if Streets is potentially part of the pool later in the weekend. I think you're onto something there. Yoda could just stick on Vengeance for the rest of the day, and they could get that banned out. He's very proficient on that tank, played a ton of it last season, so I could see that being an option for them.
It was definitely a different way to deal with the spec bans, right? Usually we see teams just run their non-preferred specs, I would call it, in the lower and middle dungeons, so in the builder and the whatever comes after builder keys, and then for the push keys switch to their best in slot comp. But for One Hill, we just saw them play those 2 specs in one dungeon, and I assume we're not going to see any more switches after, so it's kind of like a there's no way it can go wrong version to route through the spec ban rule.
Yeah, we'll have to see. In the meantime, this run's going very well for One Hill so far. Clean run, but let's take a look at some of our other runs. Cousins also dealing with their first Floodgate of the day as well. Gotten through Big Mama as well, so relatively clean for them. Going to be heading down to the exact same point in the dungeon for them as well. It's almost like a head-to-head here that we have between Cousins and One Hill. They've started these runs at almost the exact same time mix, so we get a little bit of the old MDI experience here a little bit.
Quick, get the 2 box.
Yeah, we'll get the head-to-head format in here, you know, we can have it all, but we'll be keeping an eye on that head-to-head as it's unfolding here in our current MDI format. In the meanwhile, though, we are going to have our current casters vacate the desk, the metaphorical desk, if you will, in digital space.
Bye!
Bye!
Bye.
And we're going to be getting Nagura and Dratnos in, but a reminder before we do really fast here, fam. For the first time, BlizzCon passes are on sale at an a special early bird rate. There it is, and it's only until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. Last we heard, they were almost sold out. So if you want to get in on those early bird tickets, get a cheaper rate, definitely go check it out now and grab some for yourself. But turning back to our competition right now. We've been talking a lot about Los Golfos this morning because obviously they have come in and done an amazing job. And in their pre-interview, sort of the pre-survey that they did, they talked about the fact that Satip said for an international audience, we're probably just one more team, but we do press our buttons really, really hard But as a full Spanish team, we feel a lot of warmth due to all the support we get from the whole Spanish community rooting for us. So in a way, we feel a bit of pressure to represent our community to the best of our ability. So Dratnos, as we come in, I mean, Los Golfos have had an incredibly strong start. I'd say that they have been doing that community proud. But is this the caliber of play that you expected from them coming in on day one?
No, it's better. It's better than I expected. I think it's better than pretty much everybody's expected so far. I think the story of our day is, we came into today with expecting Mandatory to be a clear, huge front runner, and they've really stumbled. And then all of Los Golfos, Liquid, and One Hill are looking really competitive. One Hill, maybe a little bit slower. Their promise will need to be that they can actually really do those high keys reliably, because they're definitely a little bit slower in these builder keys. And then Es Imposible and Cousins also looking very good too, right? Getting that 21 Ecodome on the board for both teams. So I think the story of this group is just that we have 6 teams that all look really competitive with each other, which is kind of wild given how the seeding should work out. Now, I think the smart money probably says Mandatory stops choking soon, starts putting up a bunch of more great results, but yeah, it's really great.
Yeah, definitely seeing Cousins as well performing pretty well here in that plus 17. Now, obviously, they did lose out on the 2 chests the 3 chests in the 17, so they ended up having to spend a little bit more time in that Ecodome, but the upside is that they already got the 21 on the board, while the other teams that managed to get that 20 key, they are moving on first, because of course the 22 is a little bit on the tougher side, so most of the other teams decided to just move on from there in the meantime. But Liquid, they are at the end of the last boss here, and it's 1 minute 47 left, so I think they should be able to get the +2 in here, but you can see just how close that is. 1 death on the board for Liquid. That might mean that a lot of the other teams are going to have a really rough time here as well.
Yeah, this is a fairly tight timer on +19. Floodgate is one of our lower ceiling keystones, at least in the past few weekends. We wouldn't see this one get up anywhere near as high as those Ecodomes, as those Gambits, even potentially than the Arakaara here, although the Arakaara, that one is really hard, but it does have some more timer flexibility if everything works out. 25% on the boss with 1 minute 15 left. I think the math works out pretty well on that, but it does depend a little bit. Of course, they are on a bunch of off-meta specs, but a lot of these specs should work out really well for this. In fact, we're entering Execute here for the Fury Warrior.
Yeah, interesting to see that Ashine is also playing the Frost DK here. While we did see Ashine and, of course, all of the other DKs play Unholy quite a lot in those lower key levels, but Ashine making sure that they do have enough damage to get the 2 chests in, and playing that Frost DK, which is also something we've seen from the other teams in the previous groups, where if there was a key level, even if it wasn't like the highest key level, if the +2 was really close, then some teams ended up switching to their main comp or switching some classes around to be able to still get the 2 chests. And Liquid, as the boss drops low, 25 seconds left on the board, getting that +2 on that Floodgate 19. Very nicely done.
Yeah, it's a great point. Sometimes you could have a dungeon where 2 chesting the 17 is easy, 2 chesting the 19 is hard, and then timing the 21 is easy again. And so you might actually play your meta specs in the 19 and your off meta specs in the 17 and the 21. Now, of course, when I use the words easy and hard here, those are relative, but for some of these teams, that calculus might be in play. Of course, just swapping in 1 meta spec might be what they wanted to get through the end there. Oh, we do have a death coming in for One Hill as they're on this jump starter pull. Still do have 1 B-res available, but yeah, the 2 deaths on the board for them have used their first 2 B-reses, so any more of those and things might start to get a little bit dicey for them. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on this 2 chest timer. At just the +17 key level, this last boss shouldn't take too long, so I think One Hill are on pace to at least put up the 2 chests in the 17, but this run certainly wouldn't be a 2 chest in the 19.
Yeah, I do think that One Hill probably also is not really
I don't think they're
trying
for
the 2 chests in 19, right? Because they already didn't try for it in the Arakaara, and that one seemed a little bit more doable compared to the 19 Floodgate. That one seems to be very tough, like we just saw for Liquid here. So I'm assuming One Hill wants to get the 2 chests here for sure, and then afterwards they're probably just gonna be happy with a +1 and a 19, and just gonna make up for it with potentially like just the consistency in the high key levels, which honestly is also very, very valuable. We have seen it with some teams like last weekend, where like Scaffolding is a good example, right? We've seen them do really well on the low key levels, manage to get those 3 chests, those 2 chests that barely any of the other teams got other than Miscount. But then they struggled a little bit to actually get those points in the hierarchy levels and seemed a little bit inconsistent. Oh, we do see Greg go down, as it looks like he was in combat while they were doing the skip. But it's okay, as they do have the Ankh here, or Battle Rush actually, that they use. So now they have 4 minutes with Bloodlust to finish off this boss, which they should for sure be able to do.
Yeah, I think that should be sufficient to time this. They do have that B-Res as well, but yeah, the Lust coming in big for them. Meanwhile, Los Golfos getting in combat with the last boss here. This is a little bit sketchy because we do still have 2 of these Blood Overseers. One of them is going to die before the first Cosmic Singularity cast. The other one might not. So we might be in some danger here of an overlap between the Erupting Webs from the Blood Overseer and the Cosmic Singularity from the boss. If that does happen, that can be a very dangerous overlap. It does look like they are focusing down... Oh, the Venom Volley nearly goes off. But yeah, here's that Cosmic Singularity, and there's the Erupting Webs. So this is that overlap that I was talking about here. Are they going to be able to avoid it? Oh, their healer has gotten hit and stunned by that Erupting Webs, but did use Astral Shift. Everybody else was able to maneuver around it. Nicely navigated by Los Golfos there as they avoided what can be a very dangerous overlap.
Yeah, and if there would have been a few deaths here and there, it could have also meant that they're missing out on the +2 here for that 19 key level. So definitely don't have any problems anymore moving forward, as their last is coming up in just a moment. They're of course going to be saving that for all of their cooldowns. And never mind, they did already have their cooldown, or at least their major cooldowns available. So they are just popping it as soon as it comes up here, making sure they will be able to have the damage to get the +2 in here. And Los Golfos, I mean, they've been playing phenomenal today, especially that Ecodome Aldani. After seeing how much Mandatory struggled, it's just even more impressive to see them be able to 3-chest the 17, immediately following up with the +2 in the 20. Very, very cool to see. And now the +2 in the 19 potentially as well. Very, very high gameplay here for Los Golfos. After seeing that tweet at the very start, right? I was thinking, you know what? Yeah. Maybe they're just playing around a little bit, you know, some of these memes, like taunting. But honestly, I mean, they're performing as well. They're not just talking.
They've definitely had the best opening of the day so far, so really, really impressive out of them. I think I agree. You know, when you see a tweet like that, you're like, okay, cool. You know, this team is here to play, right? But then they have the gameplay to back up the words, at least so far. We talk a lot about these first couple of hours because they do matter, but it really also matters that you can time the very highest level keys. Now, there's a huge correlation between being able to, you know, be the team that's 3-chesting the 17s. Usually the teams that 3-chest the 17s are also the teams that can time the 23s, right? It's usually not one or the other. But in some cases, you can be good at one, but not the other. I think especially for One Hill, we're really hoping that their practice time being focused in those very highest keys is going to lead to a high success rate there, even if maybe there's a little bit less of the 2-chesting of the 19s, for instance.
Yeah, definitely true. One more thing to note, I guess, is as well, like, on the first day, so on the Friday of each group weekend, we of course have the 3 dungeons that get announced, while on Saturday it's 2, and then on Sunday it's only going to be 1, right? So that first day is where the most of these builder keys are going to be happening, which means that I think, especially for today, if you don't want to be eliminated, you want to make sure that those builder keys are on point and you get them done. And honestly, looking at how everything is unfolding right now, like, I don't necessarily think that Mandatory is going to be eliminated today, right? But it's definitely, like, technically it's possible, right? If Mandatory just does not get those +2s in and they keep resetting because they know they can 2-chest, right? Because that's another thing to note about the 20 that they did time now. But they could have, like, after they wiped the very first time on a +20, they didn't need to town portal. They could have actually just finished the key, got the +1, and then do the 21 afterwards. But because Mandatory knew they can 2-chest, that one full wipe meant that they can't get the 2 anymore, and it's faster for them to reset it once, go back in and get the 2-chest afterwards. But if they have to reset it 3 times, all of a sudden it's not actually faster anymore. But obviously that's not something you can't see the future, right? So yeah, whenever you do stuff like this, then teams that don't get those 2 chests, all of a sudden they might just be faster than you.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where if you extrapolated the first hour of the day out, Mandatory would be eliminated, right? They actually, that would have happened. But all of us are kind of assuming that that's going to stop. You know, that they're going to be getting back on pace over the next 4 hours, the next 3.5 hours at this point. Yeah, we can see, here's a look at our scoreboard. Mandatory down there in 6th place, currently 20 points. They do have that 2-chested 20, which is a good sign, though. But Los Golfos have that and a 2-chested 19 Arcara, so that should really go to show just how much more they have accomplished than Mandatory at the start of our day. They're 2 dungeon runs ahead. That's a large way to be ahead of, the overwhelming favorites coming into this group weekend.
And
Yeah,
there we
go.
do
We're
see
getting
the
back
21 as well. Very cool to see having that 21 on the board. Even though they could have gone into the floodgate, they did decide to do the higher key level here as well. And not even switching comp either. So sticking to that like off-meta comp they've been playing on the 21, which is actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, so the thing about this comp is, okay, the Unholy DK would probably be better as a Frost DK in this dungeon, but Prop Paladin's great in here. Prop Paladin has, the Avenger Shield interrupts, the Divine Toll interrupts are really great for grouping this pull in particular. And, Bubble and your Bop and Spell Warding effects get a lot of value here too, not to mention the Dispel that you have. Resto Shaman's great in here. We saw that be often the meta in the first season where we had Arcara was Resto Shaman was preferred in this dungeon. Poison Cleansing Totem in particular gets a tremendous amount of value. Boomkin's also, of all the dungeons, this is probably one of the best ones to play a Moonkin in, right? You've got these great pulls for it near the start of the dungeon, so you can look on the damage meters right now. All of that combines, and then when you have a Moonkin doing huge AoE damage, you then get the Havoc DH doing huge priority damage to the main target. It's really synergistic. This comp, it synergizes really well with all the different specs in here. I think it's pretty cool, and this is going to work out nicely for them as well, because it's going to buy them so much room to use other specs around that spec variety rule, right? They can, if they just play this comp a bunch today, they can plan to get 4 specs from it banned out and mostly just use meta specs for the remainder of today and tomorrow.
Also, just I was thinking about other advantages that they have with this comp, and actually they have so much going on for them. They even have, because Druid can also dispel poison, right? So if the poison dispel totem, if the Druid dispel, the Paladin can also dispel poison, I think. Then you also have, even though you have the Moonkin, which has a really long interrupt cooldown, right, on that Solar Beam, but you have a Shaman that can interrupt, you have a Prot Paladin that can interrupt, so they have actually an insane amount of interrupts, and they also have a lot of buffs that work with each other, right? They have the Chaos Brand, they have the extra magic damage as well that is coming in, plus the Shaman buffs and the Paladin utility. But we do have a death here for as Impossible, as we do see Rubik, their DK, go down, and they don't have a Battle Rest available, actually. I do believe they could probably finish this boss with one less damage dealer here. And they're still within that 2-chest timer, even though they still have to play quite a lot of trash after this boss, though.
Yeah, the thing is they're so far ahead of that 2-chest timer because this is the plus 17 key, right? They still have 6 minutes. So as long as they can kill the boss, which is harder with the DPS dead, but it's mostly just going to take them longer, but they have enough time. This shouldn't cost them too much.
Whoa. That's
scary.
kind of close here for the rest. Druid did manage to survive though, but yeah, obviously after this boss is dead, they're gonna have to just rest their DK back up and see whatever trash it is they still need to pull here. And unfortunately, they will get their bloodlust even still. Yeah, the timer is more than fine for sure. It looks like Liquid is also back from their 10-minute break that they took, and they decided to go into that Ecodome Eldani. So they've done each dungeon that they've been to twice now, getting the 2 chests back to back from the 17 and the 19, and now they're trying to replicate that same thing in the Ecodome. Or they want to have the 3 chests in the 17, right? Considering that Mandatory and Los Golfos did manage to get that as well. So I'm assuming that Liquid also is aiming for that +3 here.
Yeah, exactly. And Liquid might be able to end here in, if they've done 6 runs of the dungeons and they're sitting at, 2 chests in the 19, the 19, and maybe the 20 as well, then they also can do 5 more runs today with main specs and not get any of them banned playing around that spec variety rule. So it makes a lot of sense to do 2 runs of each dungeon, especially if you want to play the same off-meta comp between a lot of them. Yeah, in the meantime, we do have Los Golfos working on the start of the dungeon. I see a light blue class for One Hill as well fired up on the Arcane Mage for this team. That's his main, of course.
Sing.
Yeah, playing Arcane as well. This is a great dungeon for it. Look at this pull. You've got these Shredinators that are just begging to get Arcane barraged. It's great priority damage in here. Perfect adaptation here, and it synergizes really nicely with that Vengeance Demon Hunter as well.
It is such an interesting way of how One Hill is playing around this spec variety. I still don't quite understand what their plan is, because we saw the Arcane Mage in the 17 Arakara, and the Disc Priest actually, and then they switched to Havoc and Resto Shaman in the 19, and now it looks like they're doing like the opposite in this flat league where they had the Demon Hunter first.
If you're playing Resto Shaman and Disc Priest, it's super weird, because like if you want to get the Resto Shaman banned, it's harder to do that if you play the Disc Priest, right? You basically get to do fewer Resto Druid runs if you play 2 off-meta specs for your healers, because we're going to ban the most played one, right? So it is an interesting thing. You know, maybe that means they want to actually preserve the Resto Shaman through to tomorrow and use it in some more dungeons, which would make some sense, right? And get it banned tomorrow instead of today.
Yeah, it is possible. It's possible that they want to get the Vengeance Demon Hunter banned, which they've been playing in every key so far.
Definitely looks like that's the case, yeah. Which is interesting, because Yoda's very proficient at it, but he also plays a bunch of Prop Paladin. I was kind of thinking that he'd play a lot of Prop Paladin for the spec variety rule, but it's cool to see the Vengeance as well.
Yeah, I guess the Vengeance makes sense if they're planning to play the Moonkin and the Arcane Mage in some of these dungeons, right? Then having that extra magic damage on those 2 ranged, and the DK of course as well, does synergize really well, at least when it comes to damage. So yeah, definitely interesting. We'll see what they're going to be doing moving forward, as they're now of course at this 19. We talked about this earlier, that we kind of think that One Hill isn't necessarily trying to 2-chest this, because Liquid got the 2-chest, but it was really close for them. And looking at the route and how they performed in the 17 for One Hill, doesn't quite seem like they have the time and the strategy to be able to 2-chest this 19, so they're not necessarily in a rush, I guess, for the +1 here, but of course they can't make any like super major mistakes.
Yeah, it's interesting as well, because when you think about the spec variety rule, it's actually a lot easier to play around it if you don't 2-chest a bunch of stuff, right? Because you just get to do more total runs. So, you know, it could be the genius strategy for One Hill. Let's invest 2 extra hours on Friday, and then we get 4 extra or 5 extra runs that let us, have perfectly planned spec variety rule decisions.
It is actually interesting, right? Because I mean, you're kind of joking, and I mean, in the end, of course, it's not going to make sense to run dungeons multiple times rather than getting the 2-chest and 3-chest. But, I mean, maybe, like, just looking at last week, right? When we saw Missed Count stop playing, like, oh, we do have a replay here. Let's see what happened to Es Impossible here.
It's just the end of the run, yeah. They did finish that run. We wanted to make sure we highlighted
I see.
That they got this on the board, yeah. So moving up to 3rd place, actually, currently for Es Impossible. But yeah, please continue your very illuminating point.
What did I want to say? Oh, I wanted to say that last weekend we did have Missed Count. On the very first day, they stopped like half an hour early because they one-shot all of the keys that they wanted to do, right? And that was they planned to do those keys, but they didn't know that they would be one-shotting them all, right? So they kind of left half an hour of room for resets. But then because they one-shot them all, they actually didn't want to do another dungeon because it would have messed up their spec variety rule. Now, technically, I'm just saying, right? Like, if you just run one more additional dungeon, especially when the competition, let's say in the global finals, is a little bit tighter, then it carries over to Saturday, as you just mentioned, for the spec variety rule as well. So honestly, maybe maybe for some teams, it does make sense to, if you one-shot all of the keys early on, and you're doing really well, instead of saying, hey, we're just gonna like stop at the end for 30 minutes, maybe it makes sense to just say, okay, we know we can 2-chest this like 20 key, let's just do a +1 instead, and give us more room for Saturday.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I don't think you'd ever make that decision. What you would do if you could is at the end of the day, you'd come back in and do an extra run in a low key to just play the spec variety rule, but you're not allowed to do that. If you do a key that doesn't improve your scorecard, it doesn't count towards the spec variety rule. So it has to be, you'd have to make the decision early in the day. But then
you could make it later, but only if it went really well. So let's say you wanted all of the keys so far that you wanted to do, and now it's like the last dungeon, and you can do just a 20 or something like that, right? And then you just say, you know what, let's just one-chest it instead.
Yeah, you could do it in the last dungeon of the day, even so you still have to make the decision a little bit before you knew everything, right? Because what would feel really bad is making that decision and then like having a wipe in your second run of it, and you're just like, oh, that'd be really nice to have 25 extra minutes right now. One of those things where I think it's funny to think about in theory, but I don't think any team will ever make the call to do that, because it just, if it does go wrong, you're going to feel so foolish. So I think
it would be really funny to look at it, though. Like, imagine there's just a team just standing in front of the last boss for like a minute or two. It's like,
that's what you could do as well. You could be like, okay, we're definitely timing this key. We can just wait 3 extra minutes for the timer to be bad, and then come in to do a time improvement run.
Oh,
because that would count. But we are going to see Mandatory here putting up the 2 chest in the 17 Arakara. So if anybody had any thoughts about this dungeon being 3 chestable, hopefully this kind of puts a little bit of a damper on that, because they were 2.5 minutes slow on the 3 chest timer, and I think everybody will be in the Arakara, even with a 0 death run that was quite fast out of Mandatory. But yeah, at least they are going to get that dungeon on the board, which is nice. That means now that all of our teams except for Cousins have got an Arakara done. And all of our teams, except for Liquid, who are now working on it, have got an Ecodome done. Many fewer of our teams have gone to the Floodgate, though. That's shaping up to be the early dungeon that people are avoiding. Only half of our teams have actually entered that dungeon so far.
This is interesting. I wonder if it's... maybe they feel like it's less of like a risky dungeon to do. Or they feel like it doesn't go as high as the other key levels, but maybe. And therefore they don't have to spend as much time in there. And they just want to make sure they get the highest key levels out of the way, because of course we do have a tiebreaker rule that the highest key levels count more, basically, right, if it comes to tiebreaker. So maybe they just think, you know what, let's get the higher key levels that we know can go to like 22, 23 done first, and we do the Floodgate later, because if for whatever reason they don't manage to time one of the higher Floodgates, it's not going to be as bad as if they miss a high Arakara or a really high Ecodome.
Yeah, I think that it might just be more of like there's an instinct to do your harder keys at the end of the day, and I think that the Floodgate is the hardest of these 3 for a lot of these teams. So I suspect that's why a lot of them are leaving it until last. And it's not just an instinct; it does make sense as well. The dungeon that you might wipe in more, that might take more time to build up. You save that for later because you know how much time you'll have at the end of the day. But it's going to be a really exciting end of our day, because which of these teams is actually the one that's in the most danger of elimination right now? It's hard to tell. A lot of the time, this point in the day on Friday, we have a pretty good idea of like, okay, if these teams keep playing like they are, these teams are probably safe, and it's probably one of these 2 that are getting eliminated at the end of the day. But right now, our teams in 5th and 6th are Liquid and Mandatory, our top 2 seeded teams, and our teams at the top of the scoreboard are the lower seeded teams. So, and it's not just a product of teams having done more dungeons than each other either. One Hill are the only team to have done 3 dungeons, so right now they're in first. But all of our other teams have done 2 dungeons each, and it is still Liquid and Mandatory at the bottom of the leaderboard. So yeah, it's going to be a fascinating day today. I mean, it's going to be so scary for our teams. I bet there are going to be a lot of teams that we're kind of assuming there might be a weak team in these 6 that they could, kind of count on getting eliminated today. But a lot of this logic, a lot of this thinking about the spec variety rule might have to go out the window. We've seen it in previous seasons of MDI. We didn't see it really much in Group A or Group B because there was a team that was pretty clearly on the path to elimination, so the other teams didn't feel as much pressure. But I think here in Group C, there's going to be way more pressure to kind of grief your spec variety rule to just make sure you survive till Saturday, especially once we get to the last like 2 hours of the day. Teams maybe entering their 3rd dungeon, they might just decide to play their full power specs for that builder process, even if it kind of griefs you in Saturday or Sunday, because you just need to actually survive to that point.
Yeah, that's actually a good point, because our lowest 2 seeded teams, which is SM Impossible and Castins, they both actually are playing their main comp in all of the dungeons so far. They're playing that Prot Warrior, the Dresser Druid, the Frost DK, the BM Hunter, and the Elemental Shaman for Castins, and then SM Impossible is playing, I believe... they played in Havoc Demon Hunter instead of the Elemental Shaman. But yeah, so far they haven't been switching any specs, which to me means they're just kind of like going all in, trying to make it to Saturday, right? But what that means for the other teams, as you said, that means that any team can be in danger of potentially getting eliminated, because Cousins and SM Impossible are going all in, basically. that will, of course, be problematic for them tomorrow, because if both their Prod Warrior and their Resto Druid is getting banned, then it's not like there aren't other tanks or other healers they can play, right? But then they might have a problem tomorrow when all of a sudden it's going to be two of their damage dealers that are potentially going to be banned for Sunday, right? So definitely an interesting decision here by Cousins and by as Impossible. But yeah, those middle-seeded teams, they might be in pretty big danger if Cousins and as Impossible are going to be doing well and getting those high keys done because of their main comp that they're running here.
Yeah, exactly. I think all of our other teams are really hoping that at least one of Cousins and Impossible have some wipes, because as soon as that happens, the other teams kind of know that they don't have to pull the trigger on swapping into their main specs today. But if you're a team like One Hill potentially today, even though they're technically in first right now, they're a team that didn't get a lot of those 2 chests, right? Their point potential is going to be maybe a little slower than some of the other teams. They might be in some danger today to getting eliminated by both SM Impossible and Cousins, because both of those teams, like you said, are just using their full power right from the start of the day. So, and yeah, of course, we can't forget that Liquid and Mandatory are both in 5th and 6th right now as well. Yeah. So, I don't think that either of those teams would ever choose to, give up their potential on Saturday or Sunday, even if it meant that their survival would come down to the last hour of the day, would come down to the last run of the day. I think they would still make that decision, but that doesn't mean it's not going to be nerve-wracking for those players.
Yeah, definitely. We do see Castle's now fighting Swamp Face. That boss can be pretty difficult here in a +19. But I do want to take a little bit of a look at Liquid, because Liquid did move into that Ecodome, and we did see how close the +3 was for Los Golfos and for Mandatory as well. So we're gonna see, let's take a look. All right, so they have 5 minutes 20 left, and they're already on that Soul Scribe area. They are finishing those that last Pact Speaker, and then they're probably gonna be pulling into the boss. They actually did not use Bloodlust for this big trash pull here. It's interesting, because we've seen, I think, both Los Golfos and Mandatory actually that used the Bloodlust here on this big pull that they managed to gather up at the very end. It did not save it for Soul Scribe, but Liquid looks like they are holding it, as they potentially are going to be pulling this onto the boss.
Yeah, the Lust on the boss should be faster for Timer. It's just the safety of having it for that trash pull. And the thing is, we think about Lust, usually the best way to gain Timer with it is to use it with all your cooldowns on single target. Those Pact Speakers do basically count as bosses, right? They are single target for the most part, so it is a very good Lust. But yeah, Liquid have found what they think might be an even better Lust, which is, of course, that standard boss Bloodlust here. We've got all of our cooldowns either available or in 4 seconds here. Boomy's meta will be coming off cooldown as well, and Boomy is just going to be doing huge priority damage here to Soul Scribe, because it is surrounded by all of these extra targets, hoping that the rest of the group doesn't blow them up too quickly, although Wolf, Disco, and Ashine are doing just that right now. Nearly 50 million DPS out of each of those players on that burst section. Although cooldowns now are starting to fall off, mobs are starting to die, their damage is falling down back to somewhat reasonable numbers here, although still quite incredible. And yeah, this boss is just getting melted, already almost at half health.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's an incredible performance here in that Ecodome by Liquid. Still on 0 deaths, so incredibly clean run. Now, I assume they're going back into the 20s straight away, and we did see how much issues Mandatory have with that key, so hopefully Liquid is not going to be having the same issues there. But first they will have to finish off this boss. 3 minutes 30 is more than enough time, actually. I do want to see how fast Mandatory was in 17 and Los Golfos, because I do think that Liquid is faster than either of those teams, because I don't think they had that much time left. Liquid looks like they might even have like 1.5 to 2 minutes left when this boss dies.
Yeah, this is really impressive. Again, given that it's the off-meta comp, their strategy here has been really phenomenal, and getting this huge pulls to work the way that they did. The Havoc DH as well, I think, just so great in this dungeon for speeding things up, targeting those priority targets, making sure that everything is dying, and the boss damage as well, right? You look at the damage meter here, and it's a little bit low, but a lot of that was that the meta was on cooldown on pull, and also Boomy is probably winning on single target damage here on Soul Scribe. If not winning, at least much more equal with the other 2 DPS. Because, yeah, this is really the strength of that spec this season, is just that priority target DPS 2 minutes, 27 seconds still left before that 3 chest would go away. Yeah, Liquid are going to have this. They're going to have this by more than 2 minutes. This is a very impressive start to the day for them, and this is their third and final of the dungeons timed. That should move them up into first place from 5th place when this goes on the board, and indeed it does. Liquid now technically in the lead, although of course still just one of 2 teams to have actually done all 3 dungeons.
Yeah, so it looks like they were almost 1.5 minutes faster than Mandatory on that 17, and Mandatory also had 0 deaths, so that speaks really well for their plus 22 chest too, right? If Liquid has such a fast route here in the 17, they're probably also going to be able to get the 2 chest in the 20, as long as they don't have any major issues, of course, like we've seen from Mandatory. So we'll see how they're doing. In the meantime, One Hill is still fighting Swamp Face, and they did manage to finish off most of the trash here. They of course have to be careful with those bombs from those divers, and they need to make sure they're interrupting as well. But they're looking strong. They also have 2 battle rushes in case something does go wrong. And as I said, the 2 chest timer not really gonna be on the board for them. But Castins also is not gonna be able to get the 2 chests here either. They also have those 2 deaths as well. They are saving the bloodlust for the last boss. Yeah, with 3 minutes 30 left in this dungeon run, they're not gonna be able to kill the boss and finish this trash pack as well.
Yeah, that's okay. Floodgate is a very tight timer. Even on the plus 19 level, Liquid did get that 2 chest, but, you know, it was kind of close. And I think a lot of our other teams are going to be happy even if you just one-shot the 19, you're probably pretty happy, even if it's not a 2 chest, especially for teams like Cousins and S Impossible, and even One Hill, where they're all kind of in the mix for how the day is going to end, you know, being a little bit worrying for all of them, depending especially on that spec variety rule, whether the other teams will decide, right? You know, whether One Hill, for instance, will ever make the decision to go more aggressive on their specs. Although at this point, they're already nearly done with doing their off-meta specs, so they won't have to be too scared about, you know, making a bad decision there. They'll get to get the benefits of playing their meta specs and still have their off-meta specs getting banned at the end of the day. Mandatory, though, have gotten past Avenox in their 19. The split timers here are looking quite solid for their 2 chest chances, even here in the Arakara, where we've seen One Hill miss that 2 chest before. We do have a death for Cousins on the skip here. This is a pretty common area. I would say that of the times we've seen teams skip this, like half the time somebody dies. It is a little bit dangerous because you have to do it really quickly. Otherwise, you get extra ticks of that damage from those jump starters, and that'll just kill everybody, even if they're not in combat with you. So got to make sure that you get through there quickly, and that leads to things sometimes being a little bit more scuffed, somebody getting in combat and getting auto-attacked, which is what we saw happen there. So it's not the end of the world as long as somebody gets through out of combat, they can get the res, or even worst case, if you can get the B-res, which you do have the Shadow Meld, potentially, to be able to set that up.
Yeah, we do also see Lost Golfers now, our maybe best performing team of the day so far, as they are in that 21 Arakara. We haven't looked at them too much. We looked at them a little bit at the start of their run, and they had 2 deaths already in that early area, and then they finished Avenox and managed to move on to the end of the dungeon here. So it looks like they are going to be able to finish that 21 Arakara first try, which honestly, that's also, again, like one of those impressive runs by them, because at 21 Arakara, we have seen lots of resets and lots of wipes in previous groups. So being able to one-shot this key is really good for them. And also knowing that you can have 3 deaths and still do this, because they were not going to be close to 2 chesting this 21, right? And also, like, maybe we can't even do anything with the 2 chests, because we didn't really know if a 23 is even something that is doable here either, right? So they knew, okay, the 3 deaths that happened at the start, or those 2 deaths, doesn't matter, let's just continue. As long as we play clean, we can still do this. And they also don't necessarily care about the timer and how fast they're doing it either, because this is not going to be the highest key level they do, because they're probably aiming for the 22, which means that the time tiebreaker also doesn't matter. So just timing this key, just finishing off this boss here, and getting it done is what they're looking to do, and they're on great pace being able to get that done.
Love to see it, and yeah, I mean that plus 21 again. Arakara, it still has a lot of dangers in it, even though it's making its comeback this season with a few edits that made it a little bit less painful in some parts. It's still a tricky one, so great to see them doing that and hoping they are able to land the rest of it. We did have a chat question coming in, which we can maybe take a second here to answer. So I want to toss it out, and Dratnos, maybe we can start with you. But what kinds/era of in-dungeon buffs do you guys like the most? Class, profession, covenant-specific, or free-for-all?
The different things you can use in the dungeons?
Yeah, I think that's what they were going for. Chat, correct us if we're wrong. But yeah, kinds or eras. Like, what kinds of in-dungeon buffs do you like the most? What kind of category?
I kind of like the way that they've been working this expansion, actually, where, you for instance, we have the tailoring buff in Arakara, and it's a useful little thing that you can get some value out of, but it's not super vital to, being able to time the keystone or not, right? It's a neat piece of utility that some teams find ways to use, but, it's hard to get huge value out of it. You can compare that to some previous dungeons like Tol Dagor, for instance, where you would kill the whole dungeon with the cannons in BFA, and I definitely prefer when they're a little bit more lower impact, because then we get to play the dungeon with our characters rather than with, the random weapons that are on the ground or that kind of stuff.
It's interesting because, yeah, that's always what I say as well. Like, for me personally, for my enjoyment, I like to do the damage myself, right? Especially if I play a damage dealer. I want to make sure that I'm the one that finishes them off and does the damage, and it's not like random weapons around like the dungeon, right? But then I was thinking from an MDI perspective, right? As a viewer, I did always enjoy looking at teams being able to like play around these kind of like dungeon buffs, like for example, how they use the weapons in a necrotic wake, or how they use like the plague borers in Plaguefall, how they use Tol Dagor cannons, right? Like all of this stuff, especially for like an MDI format where teams can do all kinds of things and they manage to practice all of the stuff. It's really cool to see how they really optimize it. And all of a sudden, they pull like Siege as well. Siege was a dungeon where they pulled everything to last boss and just used that artillery as like the friendly fire damage to the group. It's always just cool. It's cool to watch. But yeah, again, for me, when I'm playing myself, I kind of like it when I'm the one doing the damage.
Yeah, I like these effects to be kind of situational utility type things, or to be ones that buff my character, right? Like I'd much rather get 10% haste than have like a weapon that just deals a flat amount of damage, because then it's still like me doing the damage. But yeah, I've liked the design with. I do think the Arakara tailoring buff is probably one of my favorites in that space. Generally, I haven't. There have been ones that I've kind of preferred the dungeons when they've come back and been made less important. Often, when you look at, I think Necrotic Wake weapons is a good example of that, right? Do you remember the Shadowlands version of Necrotic Wake? You would grab 40 enemies and throw a spear through all of them, right? And it would just destroy them all. And that really got toned down when it got brought back this expansion. And I think that version worked a lot better.
Was some great snaps though. Like, do you remember how in the MDI they would like snap down a bunch of mobs from the necropolis into the previous room? And
it is great for the MDI. Like for the MDI creativity side of things, it is really cool to watch. I will say that we should put some of those, but just only in the tournament realm, right? Just in fact, just add a plague borer to every dungeon somewhere, and you see what happens.
I like it. It looks like Los Golfos is about to finish off the boss here. They get one more Cosmic Singularity here. It looks like everyone is safe as the boss is going to be dropping down. And let's take a look. All right, so once they have done the 21 here, I'm not sure, but I'm assuming that they will be moving on to the Floodgate, make sure they play that key up before they continue in the Arakara or in the Ecodome, because of course now we're getting to a key level where they probably have to be switching to their main comps. So yeah, Los Golfos finishing this key, moving up to 41 score. And even though they're sitting in that third spot, it's because they haven't done Floodgate at all yet. So they're missing 17 points on the board. Other than that, they're doing incredible. Los Golfos did not have to reset a single key just yet, doing absolutely amazing. And as Impossible about to finish up this boss here as well. Now, it looks like they're +2ing here, but they have so much trash to do. I think they're probably not going to be able to make it. But we're going to have to check back in on them later on whenever this boss is dead.
Yeah, meanwhile, we do have two of our teams, after just finishing those, going on break. Both Cousins and Los Golfos taking 10 total minutes of their break time. For anybody that's new to the MDI, we do require teams to take 20 total minutes of break sometime in the middle of the day. You can't do it in the first or last hour. And you can split up the breaks if you wish, which most teams tend to do these 10-minute breaks, although last weekend we saw a 13-minute break and a 7-minute break from one of the teams, so maybe we'll see somebody else getting a little creative with it. But yeah, Es Imposible here, 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. Now the boss is nearly dead, but they do need to get a big trash pull. It's pretty easy. One of the nice things about when the last boss is dead, big trash pulls, you can kind of pull a little bit more than you need. And even if there's some inefficient mobs in there, the clock will still stop when you actually kill all the little mobs. So sometimes it can be a little faster than you think to get that last bit of count. One Hill putting up this 19 on the board, though, but let's focus in on Es Imposible. 1 minute and 50 seconds for them to secure the +2 chest in this dungeon. That would be incredibly big for them, because this is one of the teams that on paper was in the most danger of elimination just from their seeding at the start of the day. They've been playing this meta comp all day as well, really trying to put the pressure on everybody else, but I think that's worked out really well for them so far. If they can put up the 2 chests in this Arakara, that is going to be so scary for all of our other teams.
I do hope somebody's going to be pressing Bloodlust soon, because they have it ready, and I was wondering why they didn't use it on the boss, but they're still not pressing it. There we go! Thank God, Misa, good job. So Bloodlust is now running for the last minute and 10 seconds they have of this dungeon, where they're trying to get this last trash, and this is a really big pull, because they did need quite a lot of enemy force here, so they have a bunch of those birds, I'm just going to call them the carriers in here, that are jumping out. That can be a little bit annoying to deal with. We do see the last meta coming up as well from the Havoc Demon Hunter, and they need to make sure they're interrupting those Overseers. 45 seconds left. The trash is dropping quite fast, but the Overseers still have so much HP. They need to make sure they're funneling all of their damage into those high HP targets and making sure they get those done within those 35 seconds, because all of this trash needs to die for them to get to 100% enemy forces.
Yeah, these winged carriers, super dangerous as well. We do have a death coming out for Mandatory in their 19, although you'll see they have a lot more count. The Lust is coming out for them. They're actually getting full count here in just a sec, so they just need to kill this boss in 3 minutes. That's going to be really exciting to see if they can do it as well, but I wonder if Es Imposible will be able to get this dungeon done. They do indeed secure the 2 chest timer there. Wow. So really well played by Es Imposible. Now let's see if Mandatory will be able to do it as well, because they have less than 3 minutes to deal with Kikatal the Harvester. Now they have all the count, unlike Es Imposible, so they won't need to do any trash after this. But once this Lust expires, their damage is going to start to slow. We'll be able to get a little bit of an idea of whether they might be on pace or not in just a little bit here once the numbers line up a little bit, to let me check that. And also we have Liquid working on the 20 in the Ecodome, going for the 2 chest here. Now they do have 2 deaths on the board, but their timer was so fast in the 17, and I think that should be possible for them. And then all of our other teams are on break. One Hill is also now on break, so we have 3 of our 6 teams taking a break, but the other 3 teams all in very exciting runs right now.
Yeah, so as you said, Liquid does have a really fast 17, so even with the 2 deaths, it's still possible for them to 2 chest this 20. And I think if they thought they would not be able to 2 chest anymore, they probably would have ported out. So I'm thinking that Liquid is confident in this timer. And they've gotten past the most dangerous part of this dungeon as well. They got past that section between first boss and the second boss. We have to deal with the Sentinels and all of the faceplates and the Stalkers and just lots of damage. Now, of course, on the second boss, there's also things that we've seen go wrong for previous teams. So it's not that they're just over the hill yet, but we're going to keep an eye on them as Mandatory is about to finish up this 19. As we talked about, 1 minute, 26 seconds left. It's definitely going to be close for them, as they already popped that Bloodlust at the start of the boss. And they had the meta used in most of their offensives as well. So I'm not really sure if they are going to be able to do this. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm looking at the numbers here, and it does not add up for them to be on pace to beat the 2 chest timer here in this +19. They've used 2 minutes and 24 seconds. They still have a minute to go, so they've used a little bit more than 2/3 of their time. and they've done less than 2/3 of the damage that the boss needs to go down. Plus, they used bloodlust at the start of the boss. It's not like that is coming to save them at the end here. They are going to be getting back to another metamorphosis. We are going to get one more set of unholy DK cooldowns, right? You can see that unholy assault and the apocalypse. They'll have 10 or 15 seconds of those, and we're going to get to one more true shot here, but I don't think that's going to do enough to take this boss down. And actually, look at this. Okay, I guess we've got a disengage coming in for the very end of the Singularity. That was looking a little scary with the amount of puddles that were out, but it was okay for Mandatory. So yeah, they are going to be able to kill this boss, but they aren't going to be able to two-chest here. That is not good for Mandatory.
Mandatory. They have incredible players. We've seen them perform so well historically in the MDI, the stuff of champions here, right? But something today feels like it's just not quite locking in for them. Now, they do have the whole weekend, though, so we'll be keeping an eye out to see if they are able to get things a little bit more streamlined. But here on the desk, we're going to be swapping Dratnos out, actually. So, Dratnos, we'll see you towards the end of the day. Bye. And Tettles is coming in for the first time today. It's so good to see you. I hope you got a good rest this morning and you've been keeping up with the action. But, Mandatory, like we were kind of mentioning here, given the Mandatory that we know from previous seasons, how do you think today is kind of playing out for them? Is this par for the course where they have to amp up? Is this unusual to have such a rocky start? In your opinion, how does this kind of bode for Mandatory?
Who were able to put up 45 points during time trials. And so Mandatory and Liquid should be the heavy favorites coming out of this group, because the other two teams that we've seen play with Holy Method and Miscount were dominant in their weekends. But Mandatory currently at 39 points in 6th place and one-chesting that aura card that we saw Es Impossible, two-chesting, like, oh my, what is going on? Wiping in the Ecodome Aldani over and over again. This has felt very inconsistent from a team where we expect so much out of them.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, when I've seen them reset the 20, like the first 2 times, I was like, yeah, okay, this is definitely not ideal for them. But two-chesting a plus 20 is hard, and you have to do some crazy pulls to be able to get the timer done. So it made sense, right? But then when it happened the 3rd time, and now them not being able to get the plus 2 in this 19. It is definitely worrying for them, especially because this also matters for tomorrow and for Sunday, right? Because it's not just, they're not going to get eliminated today, so it doesn't matter. It does matter, right? So even if they manage to make it to Saturday and Sunday, they're going to be so behind to the other teams that don't make those mistakes and don't have those issues. They're going to need to do some catching up tomorrow because of the mistakes that they've been making today, and that's going to be tough for them, especially because we see some of the teams perform so well. This is a tough group to be in. We see Liquid perform incredibly well. They're on pace to two-chest this plus 20 here, without any resets so far. And Los Golfos, I mean, they are performing. Los Golfos looks incredible. Yeah. So, yeah, Mandatory right now, I mean, looking at their performance, I don't think they're going to be eliminated, but right now it really looks like it would be Liquid and Los Golfos that make it out of the group, right?
I think you're right. And you say that they might not be eliminated. I think that there is a chance that they do get eliminated. They have had by far the worst first 2 hours of the day today. Now, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt, right? They're MDI and TGP champions. Thus they are afforded the benefit of the doubt here. At the same time, I don't feel good about it. And they've had such a bad first 2 hours that it's actually pretty difficult to recover. Now, there's a lot of time over the course of the weekend. We have about 15 hours of gameplay with a little bit of extra on top of that. And so there is opportunities for Mandatory to be able to recover from the situation that they put themselves in. But it does not feel good. And if you're a team like Liquid, One Hill, Los Golfos, I mean, you're so stoked to see what's happening here with Mandatory, where it looked like, coming into this weekend that Liquid and Mandatory were going to be the heavy favorites, and I'm not so certain that that's going to be the case anymore.
Yeah, definitely pretty rough here so far for Mandatory, as they are now moving on to this Floodgate. As we can see, it looked like for a second that they were deciding to do the plus 20 Arakara, but it looks like they changed their mind. So instead of doing the 20, they are moving on and trying to get this Floodgate on the board.
You gotta think that one chest of that Arakara probably wasn't on their practice schedule. So
Probably
now, what is their
not.
spec variety rule gonna look like? There's like,
Well, it's only going to be
mean-
better, right?
I
Playing
mean,
one
they have
extra
to play
dungeon.
the 20 with a bad comp, right?
That
Like,
is
or
true, actually,
a
yeah.
suboptimal comp.
That's actually a good point, yeah, because if you're expecting to two-chest a 19, then you probably... Well, actually, no, now that I think about it, you've seen the 21 Arakara done by Lost Golfos, and they played their off-spec in the 21 still.
Yeah, okay, you know what? That's true, you're right.
So maybe they planned on doing off-specs anyway.
Dude, it's been a tough day. So talking about the rest of the teams, though, I feel like Liquid has looked damn near automatic. Like they're converting every single thing. We're looking at them in this 20 Ecodome Aldani, where they're running most of their off-spec composition. They are playing the Ellie Shaman and the Beast Mastery Hunter, but they have 3 specs for that off-spec composition, playing that Bear Druid, playing that Restoration Shaman, even doubling up on the Shamans, and being able to two-chest a high-level key like a 20 on some off specs, that really helps you with your spec variety rule moving into the weekend. And it just kind of proves that Liquid has come to play, I would say. I feel like their practice and their preparation, I talked to Ashine a little bit coming into the weekend, and he was fairly happy with how they had been performing in practice.
Yeah, I mean, they are really performing today. They didn't have any like major issues. Of course, we see like a death here and there so far, but it didn't really cost them any major runs at all. So they're really showing up. And now let's take a look if they're able to get the 2 chests here. So they have 5 minutes 20 left. They still have to finish off this pack. And then they're going to be pulling a little bit more trash onto the boss, which they're going to be lasting for. So they're definitely on pace here. They're going to be able to get this 2 chest if they don't have any other problems, which, again, shouldn't be too big of a problem for them. Yips is now gathering that last pack here, too.
Soulscribe, bit of a long fight in general, but on a 20, what are we kind of thinking? 4 minutes, 4:30, something like that?
Honestly, I think it's like 4 minutes should be fine.
Okay. Yeah, they are going to get their bloodlust up, but ooh, we're having problems in the 21 Arakar. Es Impossible jumping off the ledge there on the first mini-boss. We kind of cite the first 10 minutes of Arakar to be some of the hardest in, most of actually the season. I feel like the first 10 minutes of Arakar are some of the toughest to be able to convert a bunch of points on. And so anytime you see a wipe, on the first boss, on the first pull, it just kind of happens once you reach the 21 to 22 key level. Expect that there will be resets.
Yeah, for sure. I actually do have the timers here to be able to compare them for the plus 20 Soulscribe. So it looks like Mandatory finished the boss in 4 minutes and 1 second. And Lost Golfos finished the boss in 4 minutes and 11 seconds. So yeah, if Mandatory is going to be able to do similar damage, if Liquid is managing to do similar damage to Mandatory and Lost Golfos, then they were fine, as they were pulling the boss at like 4:20, 4:30. So they should be like around 20 seconds under.
Their bloodlust actually was coming up 2 minutes into the boss, not on pull like we see from a lot of different teams. But I think that's a byproduct of like what does the 2 chest kind of look like in that dungeon. We did have a chance to check in with One Hill. They're in that top right. They swapped back to the mage. They were playing mage, balance, druid, unholy death knight. What have you been thinking about their magic damage composition? I heard you and Dratnus kind of talking about that earlier, where most teams, even on their off meta, they're kind of still trending towards Fizz comp, but One Hill with the magic damage heavy composition looking kind of similar to something that we saw last season even.
It is so interesting, right? I'm still a little bit surprised with this disc freeze. Do you think they only played it once to like preserve the Resto Shaman? That must have been their plan,
I mean,
right?
that had to be it, right? Preserve the Resto Shaman for tomorrow, then get the Resto Shaman banned out tomorrow, then swap to Resto Druid for the final day.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I think that does make sense. It did feel a little bit weird that they jumped on the Disc Priest for one run, and then they were like, that's enough Disc Priest for me. Maybe he just didn't like the vibes. Maybe the vibes just felt bad about this.
Actually, do you know if they played the Havoc in the 17 Ecodome? I'm checking.
Okay, yeah, you can check. I'm not 100% sure.
He
But something
did.
that I do see...
This is
Okay,
yeah.
they did?
Yeah, so this is what they've done in all dungeons so far. So Fired Up, in the Arakara, he played Arcane Mage in the 17 and then Havoc in the 19. In the Flatgate, he played Havoc in the 17 and Arcane Mage in the 19. And now he played Havoc again in the 17 and Arcane in the 19. He's like switching back and forth every dungeon.
Drados also said earlier that Fired Up was thanking subs on his stream while they were in the middle of dungeons, literally thanking subs mid-stream. So what hill might be... the content play, I think, might be strong with them.
That is such a Fired Up thing to do. Oh my god, I love that.
The thanking subs is insane.
Alright, let's take a look at where all of our teams are. It looks like we did see quite a few teams come back from breaks that they were taking as Los Golfos, as we assumed, that go into this floodgate to make sure that they get the last points up on the board there. And we also see that Arcane Mage now, that they haven't been playing in the other dungeons, but in the floodgate they are sticking to that Arcane Mage. Actually, they did play it in the 17 as well in the Arakara, so not the only time for the Arcane Mage. Definitely really good in some keys, right? So it's good to know that Los Golfos can also play that as well.
It's interesting. I feel like Arcane has been a specialization that's started to see more and more play, particularly in the spec variety rule situations. But I feel like in general, Arcane has started to see more and more play over the course of this competition. We even saw it in Streets last weekend be very dominant, and it looked absolutely fantastic in that dungeon. So if we see it again, I wouldn't be shocked to see more Arcane. But like this group, of course, they have a bunch of mage players on some of these teams, but the mage itself has looked fairly strong, and maybe it is a third DPS option.
Yeah, I mean, we have been seeing more and more play with it. I like, again, we've seen so many specs over the course of these weekends, and getting to see some that we kind of come in and now are reconsidering is especially cool. But, I'm popping in really fast to say that if you haven't been considering, or if you have been considering getting BlizzCon tickets, a quick little reminder to everybody, as we've had a couple teams coming back from break, we're going to take a quick look here at the information about BlizzCon. There are so many events. We were talking about everything we were the most excited about at the start of stream today, but of course, we are going to have a return of WoW Esports Live at the event as well, which is particularly hype with the Arena World Championship and Mythic Dungeon International finals being there on stage. So very quickly, as a reminder to everybody, because the tickets are going fast and they are almost sold out, which is amazing. But for the first time, BlizzCon passes are on sale at a special early bird rate this weekend only until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. PST while those supplies last. So visit blizzcon.com for more details on the event and to claim yours today. Thank you for allowing us to pop in, but we don't want anybody to miss getting their tickets, so go grab those. You can get that discount rate, and I will pass things back over here to Nagura as we continue watching the runs as our teams come back.
Yeah, definitely make sure you grab those tickets. I'm going to be there as well at BlizzCon. Super excited to go there and to also have that Mythic Dungeon International there live. I'm super excited and stoked to go there. Can't wait for sure. As let's take a look though at what these teams are offering for us. Maybe some of those teams are also going to be at BlizzCon as well, right? You never know.
Yeah, I mean, there is a chance that these teams will be at BlizzCon if they end up sticking together. Teams do love to mix and match some of their players, though, including Liquid in the bottom right here. Where I think this is the first time that we've seen an all Liquid Raider roster. Now, it's funny because Liquid, NA org, NA guild, playing on the European realm. So they have elected to play on EU. I asked Yips whether or not he gets better ping to EU or NA, and he says it's actually about the same. So they were really making a decision point as to what was going on with what realm they picked for what players got the best ping.
Yeah, it's interesting because we also asked him a bunch of questions before the tournament, and we were asking, like, what do you think improved, or how did you think you improved as a team from last time to this time, or generally throughout practice? And they said, you know what, we got 2 new North American players in the team, so our English is improving quite a lot. So I guess that's good.
I was talking to Shine a little bit, and he was saying that something that he was not necessarily surprised about, but happy about with this composition for the Liquid team was how wide they could actually go with the compositions depending on what was meta. Because whenever these teams start to form, they form before the meta is really established. They form before like class balance and a bunch of other things kind of factor in. And so they were trying to figure out what was going to end up being the best. And they were like, yeah, we're pretty sure we have every single class and every single specialization covered that we are ever going to need. And it kind of comes down to the fact that all of these Liquid players, while they never played together on a team, they've all played, countless tournaments over the course of time. So they have a very deep bag of specs that they can pick up.
Yeah, like super high caliber players on that Liquid team, of course. Now, of course, we could say the same thing about Mandatory, though, and they have not been performing as well. Now, I do want to say, ever since, it hasn't been too long, right? But it looks like they're at least doing pretty well in this Floodgate now, in the 17. The 17-2 chess, not too difficult on in the Floodgate. It's the +2 19 that is going to be difficult to execute potentially. Because we've seen only Liquid do it so far. Now, to be fair, there's haven't been too many teams in that dungeon just yet. But both One Hill and Cassins did not manage to 2-chess the 19. So we're going to have to see if Mandatory is able to do that. And Lost Golfers as well. Actually, both of the teams here in the 17 just now.
Yeah, we have been seeing some teams 21. Liquid, of course, in that 21 Arakara in the bottom right. I think there was another team that had gone to the 21 Arakara. Maybe it's Impossible, if I remember correctly. I believe that they reset the last time we saw them on the first pull of the 21 Arakara. So some teams, most of the teams, they started out the day, they were going wide, they were setting up their spec variety rule for tomorrow. Now they're starting to build up to those 20s, those 21s, those 22s, kind of the higher level push keys. Meta-wise so far, where are you kind of expecting the teams to finish that don't get eliminated today? 20s and 21s, 21s and 22s? What are you kind of thinking?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, right? Because we haven't seen any 22 Floodgates at all done yet. So even though I'm kind of assuming it's possible to do the 22, I think we don't see it today necessarily. I think, especially because the other keys do go higher. We know that the Ecodome goes to 23. We have seen that timed already for both Group A and Group B. Mm-hmm. So I'm assuming if we see a push key today, then it's probably going to be the Ecodome just for, tiebreakers, because that would make the most sense. But I honestly don't think we see a 23 Ecodome. I think it's going to be 22 Arakara, 22 Ecodome, and 21 Floodgate, I think. Do you think?
Yeah,
I see any higher than that?
Teams also kind of want to hide strats. We've kind of seen that as more the meta over the course of the weekend. It's one of those things that
in this group, do you think there's...
It's a good question. So with Mandatory starting off really slow, the hiding strats thing kind of goes out the window, right? You were afforded to hide strats if you were playing perfectly, but not if you lose 2 hours of time. So I don't know if you can anymore. And this group seems to be the most competitive. That is, I think, a fair assessment. And they've also had multiple weeks to be able to watch out what's going on with other teams. And so maybe hiding strats isn't really going to be a thing. Maybe you have to just put your foot on the gas the entire time and no holding back.
Yeah. One thing we also saw is not just about hiding strats, but also playing around spec variety rule. But that's also going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
Especially for today. If you actually end up at the end of the day, let's say you're Lost Golfers or you're Liquid or even Mandatory, you end up in the last half an hour or so, and you might potentially be messing up your spec variety rule. I feel like you still just kind of have to go for it, looking at how close everything is today.
Yeah.
But of course, if you ban out one of your major specs for the next day, I don't know, maybe you just have to go for it and figure it out on Saturday.
This pool is about to be really sketchy for Liquid.
Yeah.
And the Avanox eggs, they spawned on the far side relative to where Yips is grabbing this Flyer Ravenous Crawler pack. So this is going to be brutal. Looking at the bleeds that are applied to the group by those flyers, that's going to be the scary part. And then, of course, you have to be able to get the Starved Crawlers dealt with. And it looks like Liquid is doing a good job of just standing on the outer edge of the boss's hitbox to not allow those Starved Crawlers to get pulled in. And Boomy and Ashine are just full sending this boss 75% HP coming out of the first wave of ads. And so much of that damage from Boomy is going to be just directed straight to the boss, to the point where Wolf Disco, he's not even doing that bad at AoE, but he's just dwarfed by the 2 melee DPS on the side of Liquid here.
Yeah, that's actually insane damage coming out of Team Liquid. And one thing to note as well is that they switched some of the comp, but not all of it, right? Ashine is still playing that Unholy DK. And as I said earlier, we did see a 21 Arakara done by Los Golfos, and Los Golfos played Prot Paladin, Resta Shaman, Moonkin, Havoc Demon Hunter, and Unholy DK. Right? So it's actually kind of crazy.
Specs, of course.
Yeah. That they managed to. This is going to be such a good thing for Los Golfos' spec variety rule. I think we should not underestimate how good it is to be able to play your full off-spec comp on a 21 Arakara. Well, if you look at Liquid, and they've been performing incredibly well, but even they have to switch to mainly their main comp to be able to do this, right? The only off-spec they have here is really the Unholy DK for a Shine.
I feel like the Demon Hunter, like we saw this last weekend too, where teams just ran Havoc Demon Hunter in Arakara the entire time, whether it be in the lowest level dungeon or the highest level dungeon, because you don't end up having to play Havoc too often. It's more of like a dungeon by dungeon pick. So you're afforded the opportunity to even play that in the builders and not worry about it getting banned in the future, because the alternative in that third DPS slot, that fifth spec option, is like the Ellie Shaman, it is like the Mage. And so whenever you have to like pivot into those specializations, that Havoc Demon Hunter isn't going to be racking up and accumulating a bunch of bans. And so I feel like they have like almost 2 specs that are more the quote-unquote off meta in that regard, because you're not accumulating picks on the Ellie Shaman, which is the, I feel like, more heavily played spec.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think the Havoc Demon Hunter in particular is not going to be in danger of getting banned tomorrow either, right? So
yeah,
that is going to be fine. It's mainly going to be about the Prot Warrior, the Rasta Druid, and the VM Hunter here.
Look at this kill time. What is he about? Yeah. Boomy's doing 17 million DPS. They're going to get like a 3-minute kill on Avanox on a 21. What in the world is going on for Liquid here? And you compare it to Es Impossible in the top right, and you see they've already gotten through Avanox, and they had a 10-minute split. But Liquid here are going to be killing off Avanox, and it's going to be like 8:45. What is happening?
Yeah, just to tell you how crazy that is. Wait, oh, we're pulling more trash. I was like,
the web wrap, yeah.
Yeah. So Los Golfos did finish Avanox on their 21 in 3 minutes 46 was what their kill time was for the boss, and that was 10 minutes 36 seconds into the dungeon. So like a minute and 40 is what they're faster here. That's insane.
Oh man, this Liquid team is really good. That is an unbelievable split, to the point where now I'm questioning, is this too chestable, and can this be done on a 23 this weekend by these teams? Like that split is...
That's actually a very good question, because even though I said, you know what, it's amazing that Los Golfos managed to do this dungeon with off specs, right?
Yes.
But what if playing main specs actually allows you to 2-chest this and then do the 23? Like, I think you're right. This might actually be a possibility for Liquid here.
Oh gosh, what was the highest run that was put up last weekend in Aura? Let me look. Pulling it up. Or do you have it right now?
No. Yeah, we can definitely have to see. As they are, in the meantime, they are gathering the trash here in between Avanox and Anamsac, which you've seen teams wipe to this one, so it's definitely still very dangerous. Lots of patrol you have to put in here, and you also take a look at One Hill.
Yeah.
So they are playing the Arcane Mage in the +19.
So
they didn't 3-chest the 17. I guess I didn't quite register.
Ooh.
They missed the 3-chest here.
So only 2 teams 3-chested the 17, right? Or was it 3? Did Los Golfos also 3-chest it?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's not great for One Hill. At the same time, the thing that you're kind of looking out for, especially for these 17s and these lower level dungeons, is just trying to avoid elimination. That's kind of the day one objective, especially in a group that is this competitive. You have to actually be concerned about elimination. There are some teams that I'm a little bit less worried about. I feel like Liquid is in a good position that it's going to be tough for them to get eliminated. But Mandatory, a team that should have been the favorite coming into this group, you're not feeling great about their odds of staying safe. You do see them on the right, though, looking like they are primed to be able to 2-chest this 17 floodgate. So we did have a question earlier about the Arakara. The fastest time last weekend was a 22 put up by Miscount, and they were under by 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So the 23 has not been put up yet, but I don't think I've ever seen a run as fast as Liquid's, and so if there was ever, or at least a first boss split that was as fast as Liquid's, and I think that's going to convert into a really quick 21.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think I do think the 23 is definitely on the table here for Liquids, and generally for this group as well. So yeah, I mean, we don't quite know because we're talking about the timer, right? But in the end, like that first area and Avanox, I guess that's gonna be so tough on the 23. Like everything is gonna do so much damage. So maybe the main factor that is gonna be holding the teams back is gonna be more the incoming damage at the start and the volatility of that dungeon rather than something else.
Is
Maybe
it
that would be
needed?
like a push key that they do later, potentially,
Yeah.
if they don't have like much else to do.
It's kind of a question of is it needed? Because like, if you had to show interesting strats or give the global finals teams kind of the formula to be able to replicate like what is timing a 23 hour car look like, you probably don't want to throw that on the table if no other team in your group can even do that, and you're just like, well, assuming that you can qualify for the global finals, it is in your best interest to kind of hold some strats back. And it also makes the global finals more interesting. But as of right now, you see Liquid here, they're just kind of chugging along in this Arakara 21. And it looks like they're going to get a noob Zect pulled within the next maybe minute or so. They're just kind of dominating that dungeon. But now we're swapping back over to Mandatory, the team that is supposed to be the seeded favorite here. Ooh, they are missing count. What is happening with Mandatory today?
Yeah, this is so strange. Yeah. So, I mean, they still can get the count and get the 2 chests here in the 17, but again, just like another mistake that is just so unusual for them to make.
They missed a
Very,
crab.
very
Like they must have missed a bombshell crab at some point during the dungeon. Whether it be on like a trash pack that it didn't get grabbed on, maybe they didn't grab.
See if they noticed.
If you town portal out of the dungeon, by the way, it is very, very bad. If you don't notice that you're missing count.
They did not know. Like, did he? Right? Oh no, they're waiting for the teleport.
Yeah, they're waiting for the port.
Okay, they didn't know then potentially.
Yeah. I mean, that's still.
Yeah.
It's really not a big deal. But
No,
I think it kind of is a testament to what's been going on with Mandatory today. Like, it feels like a lot has been going wrong in weird ways.
Yeah, it definitely does not feel like it's their day. Like, I mean, obviously we don't really know what it is. It really could just be, you know what, they're not having the greatest day, or like having that reset on the 20 twice, which can happen. Like, I do think that the reset that happened on 20, I think that is something that is like the least problematic, because I just think it can happen. Like, this Ecodome is such a volatile key. We've seen the best teams having to reset a couple of times on the trash area, like with the Sentinels and with those stalkers. So I think the faceplates, I think that was not the biggest deal, but we do see Valley go down twice now here for S Impossible. As said, was that a release? I think that was a release. So their Havoc Demon Hunter not going to be with them here for the rest of this pool. They're going to be able to do this. They're going to have to do this alone and wait for the Havoc Demon Hunter to come back.
Timer's okay.
Yeah.
Like, 19 minutes, second boss split.
I think so too, yeah.
Even though we had 2 deaths randomly on this trash pack, it's not actually the end of the world. Ooh, for Los Golfos here, 340 remaining for 50% on Giesel Gigazap. They actually should be on the correct side of this 2 chest. Initially, I thought that they were just pulling the boss with 330 left, but they should be more than fine to be able to slam down that 2 chest in a very similar position to most of the rest of the teams that we've seen this weekend in this dungeon.
Yeah, definitely. One heal now also on their last boss. Because they missed a 3 chest in the 17, they are in this 19 here. But they definitely want a 2 chest in 19, right? Because we've seen teams 3 chest 17 and 2 chest at 20. So One Heal needs to be able to get the 2 chest here to make up some time that they've lost from missing quite a lot of 2 chests, to be honest. Missed the 2 chest in the Flatgate 19 and the Arakar 19 and the 3 chest in the 17. So One Heal has to actually do some catching up compared to some of the other teams. So they are not like fully in the clear for today either, right? Especially looking at Cousins and S Impossible, because they are full sending it, right? They're playing their main comp. They're not necessarily playing around the specularity rule, which means that we see them 2 chest some of these 19s that a lot of the other teams, and One Heal including, can't do.
This is a scary group. Like the fact that you have the team that you would believe to be the 6th seed just being like, okay, we are supposed to go get a land the first day. Instead, we are playing our full main composition. Good luck. Yeah. That puts so much pressure on the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I honestly wonder if One Heal might actually have to discuss switching to their main comp early. Because One Heal, like they miss so many like builder key chests that like I'm honestly a little bit worried for them as well. So I wonder if they might have to switch early.
What do you think about Cousins? I mean, Cousins feels like they're also in a pretty sketchy position right now.
They're sending it, right? Cousins is playing their main comp. Like, I don't think they can send much more than what they're sending it right now.
Okay, you know what? You know what? That's kind of true. Now that you say that. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Prisoner's Dilemma, where once one team starts to swap to their main composition, if you believe that that's going to give them an advantage over your team, then you are so heavily pressured to also swap to your main composition. But if you're able to kind of come out unscathed and preserve those specializations that you believe that are necessary for future, it's a huge deal, because then you have a significant advantage moving into day 2 and potentially even day 3.
Yeah, we do have the replay here, as we did see Los Golfos manage to finish off that last boss and get the 2 chests in the plus 17 Blackgate. With quite a lot of time left, they weren't necessarily in danger of not getting the 2 chests here. And I think that also means that they're going to be able to 2 chest the 19 as well, even with this comp, potentially. If they want to play the Disc Priest again, they could probably just switch away from the Disc Priest, because they have preserved the Rest of Shaman pretty nicely now, I think. As with playing some of the Disc Priest dungeons here. So I think they should be okay if they need to.
Yeah, and you see here with the Ecodome Aldani, those 21s that we've had timed just by Cousins and Esse Possible, those timers are a little bit tight. Now, for Cousins, they did end up having 6 deaths. I don't know if 22 is necessarily off the table for these teams to need to have today, just with how fierce the competition has been slated to be. But everybody has pushed up that Ecodome Aldani now up to at least the 19 key level, where we saw one hill situated, and now they are back in that Ecodome Aldani as well, able to jump straight into a 21.
Yeah, and we have Es Impossible here on the last boss. They're playing this route where they have a lot of trash to do after the boss. So looking at the timer, I think they can do it, but it's definitely not looking super clean for them because of those 3 deaths that they heard earlier.
Yeah.
Without the Battle Rest of the Havoc Demon Hunter, so now they're trying to do their best. But that pull that they have to do after the boss is pretty big.
Yeah. The pull, I mean, the pull is 15% enemy forces. I think you should be able to do that in one trash pull. They do have that Bloodlust rolling right now. This boss, I felt like, has been sneaky, the amount of HP it has and just how long it's been this entire season. I feel like the minimum duration that this fight lasts, even on a 21, is near 5 minutes. It's got to be at least 4:30, which is kind of crazy to consider that it's a 21 level dungeon.
Like, going back to the 2 chest potential here, I don't think it's going to be happening, right? Nah. We were thinking maybe it's possible to 2 chest 21 here, but now with the Boomy going down as well to one of the dashing strikes, it's going to be out, right? Because that boss, the last boss of the 21, takes like at least 4 minutes, I guess, right?
Yeah, I want to go back and look at what's actually going on with their second area, because it looked like it was a little bit slow. We did see, though, Mandatory wiping in the first pull of a Floodgate 19. So from bad to worse for them, things continue to just kind of go the wrong way for them in the most unexpected ways from a team that's kind of been known to be one of the more consistent teams. Having wipes in these lower level dungeons, not what you expect out of a team like Mandatory. What is happening?
Yeah, definitely not great. You can also see that they switched their comp around a little bit. We talked about the 19 Floodgate not being super easy to 2 chest. So it looks like they have switched their comp a little bit around, making sure that they have enough damage here. They have switched to the Elemental Shaman, actually, instead of the Havoc Demon Hunter, which I guess that's not necessarily like a big change damage-wise. It's probably very similar in output. Maybe it's just to preserve some of the specs rather than it being a damage difference. Other than that, it looks like they're playing pretty much the same comp. Actually, I don't know what their Hunter and what their DK spec is. Oh, it's Frost, I think.
Oh, yeah,
so they did switch to Frost DK. And
Yeah,
DM
so
Hunter too.
They're playing the main composition from a damage perspective, but still running that Bear Druid Restoration Shaman, likely to be those specializations that they're targeting to get banned out by the end of the day today.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because Liquid, they 2-chested the 19, but they played some off-spec.
Yeah.
They played the Fury Warrior on Wolf Disco. I guess everything else was kind of like a
cool.
main thing. Yeah, that was very, very cool. They did play the Guardian Druid as well. Well, they played the Guardian Druid actually as well instead of the prompt.
Yeah,
so, yeah, interesting.
We haven't seen much DPS Warrior just in the history of the NBI even.
Yeah.
Even not even this season for spec variety rule purposes, but Wolf Disco on that Fury Warrior, that looked pretty good. Obviously, he has played a lot of Warrior, been raiding on Warrior a lot in Liquid over the past couple of tiers, and so it's not super surprising to see him trend towards that whenever given an option, but it looks really solid. What were you going to say?
I just now realized that, because I was thinking about, like, when is the last time we saw Warriors? And I was like, did we see a lot of Warriors? It's funny because the very, very first MDI that I participated in, where there's like the first time we even realized it was like back then it was still speedrunning keys rather than high pushing, and we kind of didn't know that beforehand, right? So we didn't really know how to do keys quickly. And Warriors were insane back then at doing, like, at just having a lot of burst damage. So I think it was specifically Wolf Disco that played with a team. I forgot what their name was, but he played with a team where they ended up playing like 2 or 3 Warriors. And I remember they did like a Maw of Souls where they pulled the whole boat together. And they just like destroyed that pack with like triple warrior or something like that.
Who was the other
so
warrior?
he already played it in season 1.
Hudra? Oh gosh, what was his name? Oh gosh. But yeah, I mean, DPS Warrior has historically not been that great in Mythic Plus, and so it's been a while since we've seen one be, played.
Yeah, I think it might have been season 1 of the MDI.
Legion.
To go
season
back
1
and
of
watch some more.
Legion. 10 years ago at this point, perhaps.
Yeah. Looking at Es Impossible, though, they do also have a warrior, but that one is on a tanking position, of course, as they are trying to fight this last stretch. Oh, their tank does go down here. They are trying to kite this out, but they don't have a... No, they do have the battle rest available.
Oh my god, they're going to
I
deplete.
don't think it's going to be... Yes, they're depleting this. Oh, no, they're going to have to go out. Oh, at the very end of the run as well. This is a whole 30 minutes lost for Es Impossible. Wow.
And,
And Boomy does go down for Liquid here as well. As Seti does too. They have multiple battle rests to get back up here, but they have to make sure that they recover this here, because otherwise they're also going to be depleting a key here at the very end.
Yeah, I mean, I think... Okay, they do still have a little... Yeah, like you said, they do have one more battle res. It's not the end of the world. That is not great. They are still going to be able to kill this boss, like, with... 330 left to spare. So it is still well within the realm of possibility for Liquid to be timing this key. That was a huge time loss for Es Impossible, though. Like, that puts them in a position where they are now, potentially on the chopping block for elimination.
Yeah, this is interesting. There's so many things happening at the same time now as Liquid is trying to finish up this boss. They do have the time, right? They're definitely going to be able to finish this off. Cassin's now down to 6%. They're also going to get this plus 20 done, which is actually really good for Cousins, right? Because, yes, they missed the 2 chests at 90, but the 20 Floodgate, I think that is good to move on to the Arakara and get those points on the board, having to potentially revisit this dungeon later on, but also maybe not. Maybe the plus 20 Floodgate is actually just good enough. So we're going to have to see if they decide to come back or not. Yeah, Liquid down to 15%. They have more than enough time, so... The only thing that couldn't have happened to them is a full wipe. That's like the only thing that would have ended up depleting this for them. And thankfully they did recover that double death.
Liquid from here either goes Ecodome 22 or Floodgate 21, right?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
There's no way
they
you run the
could do
aura
the
at 22, right?
I mean, honestly, maybe. Since it's fresh in their minds right now, honestly, maybe it makes sense to just stick to the Arakara here. So they'll have to do it later anyway. Well, they don't have to, but I'm assuming they will.
In terms of safety, to try to avoid elimination, I think you just try to go get as many points as possible and convert those 2 chests. But
that's true. That's true.
If you feel confident, I mean, it's not a problem to do the 22 right now.
Yeah, you're right. All right, so mandatory now in that 19. Anyway, we talked about them.
I mean, dude, they wiped in the 19.
Some of the mains.
This has just been a tough day. Like, I know I keep talking about it every single time we see mandatory on the screen. How many resets have they had today? I think it's had to be 4, 5, something like that now. And they miscount randomly in a 17 Floodgate. It's just a very inconsistent and atypical performance from a team where we expect a lot more out of them.
Yeah, you can see. I mean, if you compare mandatory to Los Golfos, because I feel like it's good to compare those two to one another because they have done the same dungeons. Like they chose to do the same dungeons. They both started with Ecodome, then they went on to Arakara, and now in the end they're going to Floodgate. And Los Golfos is 2 whole points ahead, so they're basically like a whole dungeon ahead. And they have 2 points they can realize in the Arakara, while Mandatory didn't manage to chest it. So yeah, Los Golfos is looking a lot better with the same kind of idea behind how they're going to be planning this day as well. So yeah, Cassin's now...
One Hill's playing the Arcane Mage in the 21 Ecodome. I actually just noticed this right now.
Oh yeah.
Electing to go away from the Beast Mastery Hunter. What are you kind of thinking about their comp here?
This is interesting. Yeah, this is... Yeah, very interesting to play the Arcane Mage in a 21. Because we've seen Farda play Arcane Mage in other key levels as well. But, he played it in a 17, then in a 19, and then a 17 again. But in the 21, that's interesting because we're kind of assuming that the highest key level that we see today from Ecodome is going to be a 22 for most teams. I don't think One Hill is going to be doing 23, right? Might even be 21 that is the highest for them. Seeing the Arcane Mage here is very interesting. We also see a death here coming through from Mandatory, and that's actually not good at all because the 19 Floodgate 2 chest is really close. Like, this is a really, really close key. Having one singular death can already be an issue. So we've seen Liquid 2 chest it, and they timed it in 26 minutes. What is the 2 chest timer here? It's 26:24.
Yes. Okay.
So they were 24 seconds under.
That doesn't feel great for Mandatory. They really have to get into gear here. Now they are playing a slightly better damage composition than what we saw from Liquid. We know they are on kind of what is widely known as like the main DPS comp. So that could afford them maybe a little bit more time looking to 2-chest this place. But yeah, I mean, they can't really afford that many more deaths. And honestly, with all the specializations this season, deaths are incredibly punishing with things like the Nether Prism and whatnot. Ooh, Liquid, they ended up going 22 Arakara, kind of like you said, but wiping to the first pull. This is kind of the risk reward of going to that 22 Arakara, where now you're kind of open. While it is great to be able to put that on the board early in day one, it's still a little bit scary in terms of potential elimination possibilities over the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I wonder if they maybe allocate some time to this 21 Arakara, and if it's not 22, and if it's not happening within like the first couple of tries, they just say, let's go get the other points first, because yeah, it is very risky to do this. It is, again, like it's familiar, like they just did the dungeon, it's fresh in their mind, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, it is very risky because if they don't get those 4 points that they could get from those double 2 chests in the other dungeons, then that is not ideal for them. But in the end, Liquid is also a team that has to look for Sunday, right? Like they want to qualify for globals and they want to make top 2. So they don't, like, if they only look for like today, like they're probably not going to be making it anyway, right? So I think thinking of Sunday and thinking of making it to the top 2 global finals is a good strategy for them to approach. Yeah,
they're trying to win this weekend. They're trying to win the MDI. Like they are not trying to just skate by and qualify. They have been playing full practice schedules, and they have been incredibly dedicated, which is kind of what was said about a Liquid team. There was always kind of a question as to why there wasn't like a team named Liquid, and always the response was, the requirement for that needs to be 5 players who are dedicated, who are trying to win the season of the MDI. And now you see a team named Liquid on the broadcast, and it is a team of 5 Liquid Raiders trying to win the MDI. And they went back to back to back for Race World First. How is that going to perform in terms of the MDI? Yet to see.
Yet to see for sure. Looks like One Hill has a little bit of an offline mage player here, as I'm Fired Up unfortunately does have connection issues, it looks like. Yeah. Not good. They are in the 21 here, which... I mean, I guess if he comes back soon, they would be able to still time it, right? So they are probably hoping that Fired Up can come back in just a moment. One thing to note as well about having a player that is offline is you can continue the run, right, with 4 players, but you're not allowed to start a run with 4 players, right? So the best course of action for them to do is actually just continue this run, even if they think it's going to be really close to make it. They should just continue because they can't start another key until Fired Up is coming back anyway. They could take a break, though. They, of course, have to take the 20-minute mandatory break, so that is something they could do to utilize this time when Fired Up is offline. But since they are continuing, I'm thinking that maybe Fired Up, maybe they know that he's going to come back soon and that they can still time the ski potentially.
Yeah, I mean, you have to figure out how you can play around those breaks. You only have so many hours each of the days when we start coming up on those final runs. So seeing what you can do within that time, definitely super important. But we'll keep an eye on how the teams continue to play around those breaks. But we will be sending Tettles and Nagura off. I don't know, have an adventure. Do something fun. Bye.
Bye.
And back by popular demand, I've seen chat yelling for Makes. Well, she's back, everybody. She's back, all right? Makes is back. Zyronic is back. I'm excited. You're excited. Zyronic, I've been over here, honestly, muted, just like, when is Zyro back? When is Zyro back? And finally,
Yeah,
it's time.
Wait, hold on. Let me go into chat. When is Zyro back on cast? Madge. Let's see, here you go.
There it is.
I was asking
I'm here.
all right. Zyra's here. We're all here. And of course, we are seeing our teams show up too. I mean, this last hour, we saw 2 impressive Arakara plus 21 runs, with Liquid being the faster of the 2, obviously. But I wanted to ask you, and Zyra, we can start out with you because I'm dying to hear your thoughts. How do you think that Los Golfos' and Liquid's Arakara runs compare either to one another or to all of our groups, if you want to look at that bigger picture?
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. They were very clean runs. 3.5 minutes under for Liquid is insanely fast. Los Golfos were a little bit on the slower side. They might have issues with the 22, even if you factor the deaths into the equation. So we'll have to see if they're able to get into that 22 at some point today or later in the weekend. But Liquid, I mean, tons of headroom. They still can do a ton of keys today. A super impressive start to the day for Liquid. I mean, their start was kind of what we expected from Mandatory today, right? But Mandatory, their issues didn't really stop after the Eco Dome makes, right? They've been having issues pretty much throughout the day still.
They did. Actually, I'm pretty surprised at how high they're currently sitting in the leaderboard with how much has gone wrong for them. So we're definitely seeing the Mandatory we know and we expected, but we're also seeing a Mandatory that we're very unfamiliar with. Like you're mentioning, a Mandatory that is wonky and unstable and not as consistent as we usually experience them, and that is definitely going to be something we'll keep in mind as the day goes on, and of course this group weekend goes on as well. I quickly wanted to call out that Es Imposible unfortunately did have another wipe there. I believe it was their healer that went down, and then they poured it out already, so getting a couple of redos in that Arakara there.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like I called this pretty much earlier today. One Hill, they're very consistent, right? They haven't had any major wipes. Now, they haven't hit all the same 2 chests as our best teams have hit, but they've been consistently just chugging along, racking up their score throughout the day, and if they're able to continue this play up into the higher keys, I think that could bode very well for them this weekend, especially if they're able to somehow get the 2 chest in this 21. I don't think that's going to be the case for them, as they've fallen quite a bit behind, and Es Imposible yet another wipe to the first bull. But to be honest, this is something we kind of expect in the beginning of the Arakara, right, Mix?
It is. We came into this day, we saw the Arakara, and we were like, that is a dungeon that has tilt potential, right? The first couple of pulls in that dungeon are just all the type of pulls that you usually would like a bloodlust for, and unfortunately you only get one, at least for a couple of minutes. So there's a lot of danger, and it makes sense with these push keys for teams to put a lot of that danger to the beginning of the dungeon. We call that usually front loading. The lethality of the dungeon there, because if something goes wrong with a dangerous pull right at the start of the dungeon, you quote-unquote only lose like a minute or 2, and that is much better than having that danger 20 minutes in, and then every single time something goes wrong with that very scary pull, you lose 20 minutes. So that is what all teams are generally always trying to do in all of our dungeons wherever it's possible. But the Arakara, just notably, is the one that not only has just one of these dangerous pulls, but plenty. And then, of course, Avanox is, I would call her a full raid boss. She is one large lady with a lot of health that you need to get through.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the dungeon pool we gave them for a Friday starting pool, this is actually like a secretly pretty disgusting pool, right? None of these dungeons really have pulls that kind of lay off of you until like 15 minutes into the key. Like Floodgate, again, everything up to Big Mama, and even the big Bloodwarper pull afterwards, plus these Kelps, are all pretty dangerous pulls. You don't really get any let up until about 15, 16 minutes into the key. Arakara, like we were talking about already, you get through Avenox, sure, you're through all of the Engorged Crawlers, but there's still incredibly dangerous mobs right afterwards. Plenty of chances to die. You really don't get a chance until you get to a Noob Sect to kind of take a breather. So that's another 15, 16-minute run before you really kind of get some breathing room in the dungeon. And the same thing with the Ecodome. The most difficult portion of that dungeon is the time in between like the 5 and 15-minute mark where you're dealing with Farstalkers, the leaps from the Ruiners. I mean, there's so much that goes on. It makes sense that we're seeing a lot of wipes from these teams today.
It absolutely does. And of course, that's only going to become more of a thing as the day does go on. We're a little bit over that halfway checkpoint marker. And I think it's time to start a conversation around where we're expecting these dungeons to cap off and how our teams are currently sitting, because of course we know that for a dungeon like the Ecodome, at 23 is theoretically possible. We've seen it from Miscount in Group B, but do they have the time to do all that in today, or are there easier points on the board? And I would very much argue, yes, there are easier points on the board. I assume you agree with me there, Zyro, but where do you think the dungeons are going to be capping?
You know what? I don't even know like where I would want to say that, because you like to assume where the keys would cap based off of perfect runs on the entire day, and it's kind of hard to assume where the teams want to end the day because of the spec ban rule. I think I can say one thing for certain, though. I don't think we're going to have a team end the day early and say we've done all we want to do today. The only team that I think potentially would have done that is either Mandatory or Liquid. And Mandatory, already talked about it, spent almost an hour wiping an Ecodome. And Liquid's been playing around the rule pretty well today. I mean, they've even felt as confident as to just play main comp in one of the hierarchies that they've run. So I think they might just be able to play the entire day and keep pushing keys. Now, if you're asking about what I think just the general cap overall is in the keys, I think Arakara, Miscount showed 23 had some room, but also Miscount has like been faster than every other team. So unless somebody's as fast as them in that key, we're probably not going to see 23 this weekend. Bloodgate, I think 22 is possible.
So hold on. Are you saying in the weekend or today? Because you just said in the weekend.
Yeah,
let's
I don't
focus
know
on
about
today.
today. Okay, today, I mean, again, if one team decides to focus on one key, they could do 22 Arakara. I think likely today
But
we're
is
probably
that
only going to see
smart?
21 Floodgate. It probably isn't smart to do that. I think Ecodome
Right.
is the best key to push up, because if it does come to tiebreakers, the first tiebreaker is, of course, your score, but if you have the same score as somebody else, highest key is your first tiebreaker. So we'll probably see Ecodome pushed up. It's the easiest one to do on 22. And then if they're confident enough to go for it today, they can probably do it on 23 before they think about going to another key for a +1.
Can we maybe take a look at where Liquid is right now? Because based on our overview, I see them in an Arakara, and it is that 22 Arakara, and that is actually a dungeon that I wasn't sure we're going to be seeing today just because of how hard Arakara is. I was like, okay, maybe 21, 22 is something we could see from teams, but Liquid says, nah, we're actually really confident in this Arakara. We're going to lock in the 22. And that kind of alludes to they having a plan that goes pretty high for today in the last 2 hours that remain from right about right now.
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing as well is this kind of bodes well for them if they can get this done. It matches them up really well against the other teams from our other weekends in the competition. Remember last week, we saw teams wiping in this key for hours on the 22 key level. So if they're able to come in here and just one-shot it, that really puts those other teams on notice. Like, this team is here to play. They're not just... They just don't have the guild name tagged for no reason. These guys are absolute gamers.
Well, of course, we have to keep in mind with where we're expecting those dungeons to finish, there is also going to be one team that will be eliminated at the end of today. And of course, right now, the leaderboard is looking a little bit skewed because both Cousins and Es Imposible are missing one entire dungeon run, which gives you a lot of points, right? That's going to be plus 17 points that will be on the board for both of these teams as soon as they finish. Cousins are currently working on that. You can see them bottom right. They're trying to put that 17-hour Kara on the board. Es Imposible, they have a little bit of a different plan. They're still in that hour Kara trying to do the 21 first before they even venture into that floodgate. So a little bit of a differing approach between the teams that are currently on the lower end. And of course, for Es Imposible, we've been seeing a lot of resets in this 21-hour Kara. It's a tough dungeon, like we were saying.
Yeah, lots of potential deaths, especially on these large pulls with all these crawlers, plenty of debuffs going on in the players. They have a lot of tools to remove those debuffs, but we have a problem for Los Golfos. It should be okay, though. Just a tank death on the skip to the final boss. But it is going to be okay. They'll res him up. Everyone else was able to stay out of combat. They're lusting on pull. The 2 chest not going to be in the cards for them, but somebody still might be in the cards for here is Mandatory under the final trash pull of the dungeon. We saw the strategy a couple weekends ago from Holy Method and Anti-Clockwise. Anti-Clockwise actually liked to lust this pull where they dragged trash on top of the jump starter. Mandatory notably saving that cooldown for the boss. Look at this though, 4 minutes 30 left. They have to finish this pull, skip past the 2 jump starters, and then kill the final boss in order to get the 2 chests that we've already seen Liquid able to deal with, Megs.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be an easy task for them, but I agree. I think 4 minute 18 with the bloodlust available with cooldowns that should be coming up momentarily should be good enough. What's not good enough is Es Imposible having another redo. And at what point do you kind of say, okay, maybe we pin that 21 for later. Maybe we at least get our floodgates on the board for now, Zyro.
Yeah, at some point you definitely have to do it, because you have to at least allocate like an hour to an hour and a half to be able to do the floodgate 2 or 3 times before the end of the day, and that's assuming you one-shot it. They might have a couple more attempts to get a good run on the Arakara here, but I think they do need to swap pretty soon. Like the skip went well for Mandatory.
I think it's like at most 3 resets like the ones we just saw from Es Imposible, and then we're getting in really dangerous territory. But yeah, let's focus in. Bloodlust is available looking across the board. We just sent some of our cooldowns, so Breaths just went on cooldown up there, Ascendance went on cooldown, but we didn't use our Lust.
Ascenda's up in 25, so he didn't use it just yet, and they might be lining it up for that. He can actually hold on to that. He's only going to get 1 more press before the 2 chest timer. He'll probably try to line it up with the next Call of the Wild from Soda in 30 seconds, if I had to guess. And then we'll just get 1 huge burst of damage. Yeah, Maestine's cooldowns will be a little desynced from that, but it should be a good enough burst of single target damage to carry them to the 2 chest. That being said, the timer is very close. In any single death, the 15 seconds could put them out of reach of the 2 chest timer, but the burst damage on the pull alone makes me think that we should be good to go. 1 minute into the fight, already did 30% of the boss's HP, still haven't used the Lust. I think we're on the good side of the 2 chest timer here.
I think so as well. Top right, we're also getting a good dungeon run in there. 1 hill on the 21 in the Eco Dome. They have tons of time. They also have their Lust available. All they need to do is survive. That is going to be the big challenge here. There is a lot of damage that goes out, as you can see, as everybody dodges away for that AoE damage. But with 5.5 minutes, I'm feeling pretty good about this trash count also completed.
Yeah, Los Golfos, unfortunately, not going to be hitting the 2 chests on the 19. This will be an extra run that they have to complete if they want to be near the top of the leaderboard today. Although, all things said, the start of the day today has been very, very good for Los Golfos. Very impressive. That tweet, maybe this team is a potential upset favorite for the day. So we'll have to definitely keep an eye on them and see if they're able to compete and continue to compete as the keys go ever higher in our competition here. Checking back in with Mandatory, though, after the Bloodlust and cooldowns have run out. Getting a little close here. 2 minutes in, still 30% of the boss's HP. No real cooldowns available except for 1 other press of the Call of the Wild for Stove. He's actually going to get 2 of them off before the end of the 2 chest timer, so I think they're going to be okay. Just need to make sure they don't go down to this last turbocharge cast, but I think Mode's going to keep them nice and healthy through that. It is a timed key, though, for Los Golfos. They'll be able to move on to the 20, or move on to the 22 Eco Dome. We've got a couple tough choices. I think they'll probably have to get both of those done by the end of the day, though.
I think they have to get both of those done for sure. I quickly want to call out Cousins in the bottom right. They seem to have a really fast Arakara. We can see that they're currently getting closer to the 3 timer here, 13 seconds off. They're not going to be able to do it, but I think they're probably one of the fastest teams in this dungeon from what we've been seeing.
Hold on a second. What is Soda doing to this boss? He's doing 8 million
destroying.
DPS to Giesel Gigazap. What the hell is that? What is that class? He's just getting Black Arrow resets non-stop back-to-back. Oh my god. That is insane DPS, and it carries them over the finish line. 2 chest floodgate timed for mandatory. They would have been expecting this, but it's got to be a breath of fresh air after the problems they had in Ecodome earlier today to get that +2 floodgate on the board nice and quick.
Absolutely, but they're not out of the woods yet. Many of the teams are currently still ahead of them in overall score, so that is something to keep in mind for mandatory as they move up to the full 58 points. One Hill currently sitting on 59, and they just went on break as well. And then we have Los Golfos and Liquid both sitting on the 60-point marker already. Keep in mind, Cousins and Es Imposible is still working on those final dungeon runs, so they're still missing a free 17 points. And Cousins should be putting that on the board just momentarily. If I saw correctly, they had a little bit of trash still missing towards the tail end of their Arakara run. Yeah, here we are. So they're actually missing 0.25 to actually finish out their trash count, but still a very fast 17-hour car, and it gives me a lot of hope for this team.
Yeah, this is just about as fast as all the other runs we saw. Of course, we know the 3 chest timer is not really possible here unless somebody comes up with something insane strategy-wise. Of course, we're out of teams to do that, as everyone's at this point now timed to the 17 once Cousins finishes their run. And yeah, that final count, they can just grab this pack of flyers that's flying around and finish off one of those mobs, but it's going to be a 2 chest in the 17-hour car. Cousins able to match the mark set by many of our other teams today already. And yeah, I think it's looking good. All 6 of our teams looking very impressive at the start of the weekend here. It's going to be rough to send one of them home today already.
It is going to be rough, and I think it's still pretty open as to who that team is going to be. Let's focus in on Es Imposible. They've been having a lot of these wipes in the 21 at the beginning, and they're looking to be in another pain point right here, right now. You can see that a bunch of the trash has already been cleared. You can see the mini-boss, one of the big spiders in the back, has been finished off. They're currently dealing with this big pack with the attendant in there. They will need to survive, but every single time I look over, I just see very, very low nameplates on the entire team. So hopefully they're going to be able to stabilize here. They're pretty far in this time around. I think the last couple of wipes I saw, it was always like 1 minute, 2 minutes, so 4 minutes into the dungeon. As of right now, gives me hope.
It doesn't really stop, though, right? The next pull is dangerous.
No.
You pull into the
Of
second
course not.
mini-boss. You have to wait for the Call the Brood. AoE goes off if somebody gets a debuff at the wrong time. Could easily be a death there. Los Golfos, though, after dealing with the 19-1 chest, instantly back into the 20. No time lost. First couple pulls, nuclear difficulty. Los Golfos have gotten through the first one, though. They did have a death. Don't know if we have a replay of what that death was, but it's a little annoying to have a death this early in the Kiefer, specifically like the Ellie Shaman and the Hunter, because you lose a lot of stacking benefits that increase your damage on this next pack, and if this next pack lives too long, it could easily be a death for anyone in your group. So see if this continues to be an issue for them or if they go for a reset at some point here. Wonder what that death actually ended up being.
I'm actually looking at the replay right now to see if I can sneak a view on our stream to try and get it, but I think just one death is probably fine for now. If something, so it was their Hunter, died from the throw dynamite. But yeah, well, we actually have the replay. Well, thank you, production. That makes me look a little bit silly.
Oh, perfect. You got it
good
before
timing.
production hit the replay, so you won. You beat production. Good job,
All
Max.
right. So yeah, I think that one death, you kind of, you grind your teeth a little bit, but you take it. As of right now, the 20 is not a dungeon that's going to be super easy, and being down that battle rush surely doesn't give you the best start. But I think resetting for something as like little as that is often a bad call from teams. So I like that they keep going.
I feel like Liquid is like just zooming through this key right now. A sub 20 and noob's X split is absolutely insane. I mean, we saw missed counts overall time in this key was like 26:30 last weekend. Liquid might be able to be very close to that, depending on how fast they do this next poll. They are just crushing their keys today. This is extremely impressive play from these guys.
It absolutely is. I'm looking at the split timers for missed count right now. So Day finished Anub Sect at 19:28. Liquid is like 20 seconds over that. A lot of
That's a
our
good
other
spot to be
teams
in.
were like 2 minutes slower. Just to give you a reference as to what we're looking at in terms of speed, Liquid are flooring it right now.
Just pedal to the metal the entire way. Yeah, even being within 20 seconds of miscount is extremely impressive. It's hard to overstate like how insanely fast miscount was at every single dungeon last weekend. The 6 world records they acquired over the course of the weekends over Holy Method from the previous weekend almost weren't enough for them. I heard that they jokingly asked the admins if they could also go to Floodgate, like even though that just wasn't one of the dungeons that was part of the weekend, so they could steal the world record from Holy Method in
Oh,
that
I
key
love
too.
that.
But they just didn't end up doing it. That would have been funny to see, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, they were just unbelievably fast. And I think the problem with that for the other teams is like knowing how fast that team is, seeing how much time left on the timer they had on those key levels. If they're able to go at that same speed and higher key level, it means they can do +1 key level. So things like the 24 Eco Dome, the 24 Gambit, those are all things that they could potentially very easily do, right? So I don't know. We'll have to see if it's in the cards for them.
We will have to see, but they're on their way to that boss, so let's keep an eye on them. They're going to be taking that Overseer closer to the boss. It's going to die off, and we're going to go into Kikatal. Bloodlust is available, is going to be pressed immediately. We do have meta as well, still waiting a little bit for the breath to come up as well, so everything should be going into the boss momentarily. Is the trash that they have in there enough? I think it should be. Yeah, it's rising now. 1 Overseer, bunch of drones. Probably enough?
It should be enough. Even if it's not, though, they can pull some flyers down.
I think we're
and
good.
it
I
should
think
be
we're
the
good.
remainder of their count. I think we're good with the Overseer,
Yeah.
though. That should be exact count. There we go. Count is done. We're already on to the boss, a quarter of the way through. 3 minutes to tie the timer for missed count. I don't know if there's enough single target damage to do that, but they're going to be very close. The important thing for them, not necessarily to match missed count right now. They were in a different weekend, obviously. We're just trying to qualify out of this weekend. But still, the fact that we're able to look at the way this team is playing and draw comparisons right now just adds credence to how good this team actually is.
It absolutely is, and it's a joy to watch so many awesome games in this group weekend. Can I just say that? I came into this group weekend and I thought it was going to be a tough group weekend just from the fact that we have Liquid and Mandatory both in here, as well as Los Golfos, who I know are always a little bit good for an upset, but man, these teams are just amazing this group weekend. It's great to see. So we are actually getting word that Es Imposible, after that wipe that we just saw there, it was a pretty far into the dungeon as well. They went on break, so 15 minutes taken by Es Imposible. Definitely will need that reset mentally as well to try and shake off all of the wipes they had from slamming their heads into that 21.
Yeah, well-deserved break. We'll see if they're able to continue the play afterwards and get some good keys done. Of course, we're drawing nearer and nearer to the end of the day, so we have to remind you guys in chat that every single day this weekend, we're going to be sending the lowest scoring team home. They will be eliminated. So for today, the teams are just playing to not be eliminated, but also set themselves up for success, because by the end of the weekend, the final prize is the top 2 teams qualified to the global finals in just a couple weeks' time. And they get to play for a large portion of the prize money for this weekend, or this tournament. I mean, it's a lot to play for right now and a lot of pressure on the teams, but pressure is what makes these teams great, Mix.
It absolutely is. Just a quick reminder, the fastest 22 we saw came from missed count, 26:30. You're looking at Liquid currently on their path to maybe be the second fastest we've seen in this season of the NDI. I don't think they're going to be faster than. They would need to kill this boss in 30 seconds, but they're definitely going to come close, and that is a feat in itself for sure. Going to be watching how quick they can finish off this boss. And then, of course, a big question is, with that 22 on the board, are you going to go into another 22, which would be the Ecodome, or are you going to go into that 21 Floodgate that they do have available to them as well?
Ecodome's certainly the easier key. Knock on wood, easier. Both of them are going to be super difficult. 21 Floodgate's the highest
Yes.
we've seen of that key. 22 Ecodome, we've seen 23 from a couple different teams already, Holy Method and Miscount. But still, we've already talked about the volatility of the Ecodome, right? That middle section of the dungeon on higher keys will still give you headaches. Even if you've got everything practiced, sometimes a player just gets domed by two of the Farstalkers at the same time, and you're like, well, I guess we'll res you. And if it happens again, you're like, okay, I guess we'll go again, but you feel bad about it because you lost 15 minutes. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see them go either way. They probably already got it mapped out based off of what they want to do for their spec bands. But I probably would prefer to see them go to the Ecodome.
All right, we'll see if it comes true. What we're also seeing is One Hill is back from their break, and they're electing to go into that 20 Arakara as well. Also means Mandatory should be coming back from their break rather soon, and that means many of our teams are back in competition. We'll need to take account of all of the breaks that will need to be taken still within the next 30 minutes, because of course there is a penalty if teams fail to take their breaks, but thus far, it hasn't happened.
Thus far. That feels so ominous, Makes. Thus far.
Oh, of course,
It
yeah.
hasn't happened, but I kind of want it to, is what I felt there. I mean,
Caster curse. Ooh.
No. Halloween was last weekend, so no, we're good. No spoopy caster curse. But, hopefully they don't fall prey to it regardless. I did have a quick question here. So, obviously, we've been looking at this stacked weekend, all of the competitors, and chat was curious. I'm curious as well. But Liquid, right? So we talked at the start of stream. Did we think we were going to see world records today? And Zyra, I'm going to toss it to you. Does it seem like Liquid is on world record pace, or do they seem like the strongest contender for landing some world records for us today?
I mean, they've certainly been playing the best today. Whether or not they're going to be breaking any world records today, I think that's a bit of a stretch for a couple of reasons. Number one, both of the dungeons, well, all of the dungeons they have left, they'd have to either rerun the Arakara, which they're probably not going to do, for time in order to get a world record there. And they'd have to do either the Floodgate or the Ecodome 2 more times and go faster than Miscount to get a world record. But they also have to take into consideration spec ban rules. So I don't think we're going to see any world records from them today, but I think over the course of the weekend they're up there with Mandatory for like the top 2 teams that I think will see potential world records this weekend for. But I think Chat was right. I think there's a very good chance that we might actually not see any world records this weekend. Miscount just was that dominant last weekend. The most likely dungeon for us to see a world record in is the one that Miscount doesn't have the record in Operation Floodgate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, honestly, it may sound a bit crazy, but I don't think they're the only team in this group weekend that has a chance to maybe take a world record key. Looking at how all of these teams have been playing, I will say Mandatory definitely not up to what we expected of them today, but they're getting there. They're zooming now that they're back from break. I do want to take a look at the replay from Es Imposible, because their last wipe right before that break, I believe, was the furthest into the dungeon they were on that Arakara. So let's take a look at how that all unfolded. 8 minutes into the dungeon, and we're actually seeing that they got Avanox down to sub 50. That's pretty good.
It ate all the crawlers.
That's hungry crab, huh?
That's not ideal. Ooh, the
I can
damage buffs
understand why we
onslaught.
went into break.
Well, they actually did a good job living through the first 2/3 of it, but it's just too much damage, even with the darkness down. They would have had to live through the next spawning, the alarming shrill, the spawning of the spiders, and that does even more damage than the onslaught. I think they were cooked once the boss enraged there, especially at this key level. We were talking, Makes, earlier about what we thought Liquid was going to do next, right? Either the Floodgate or the Ecodome. We forgot the third option. Go on break.
Yeah. That's always a good option, especially with the break end timer coming so close for now. But it's going to allow us to take a look at some of our other teams that are currently working on that 20 Arakara. On the right top side, you see One Hill. currently working away on the same spot as we're seeing from Mandatory, so we're getting a little bit of an OG NDI head-to-head running moment here.
Yeah, we got Yoda on his main. He's been playing a lot of Prop Paladin on live, bringing it into this key. Going to be really good at locking down individual kicks for that squad. Since it's his main, he's going to be more proficient on it, and he's going to be less likely to just go down to random things that like Prop Paladin kind of tends to do. It's interesting. Yoda's been swapping around a lot today to a lot of different tanks, so I wonder if they're actually going to be banning out one of their DPS specs today instead of their tank specs.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at their runs as well. So we did see Yoda once on the Warrior, but we saw him 4 times, 5 times, 6 times on the Vengeance.
Okay.
And I think that might just be the class they want to take out, as well as the Unholy DK, I think. So they have been doing some strange swapping. We'll need to see how it all works out at the end of the day. But definitely approaching the spec variety rule a little bit differently than most of our other teams, which has been interesting.
Yeah, we've also seen Bond play 3 different things. He's been on Ellie Shaman, now he's on the BM Hunter. He also played some Boomkin earlier today. I think Chun's just been on the DK most of the day. Fired Up's played Mage and Demon
Unholy.
Hunter. So yeah, they've been swapping around all over the place with their comps for these keys, so they clearly had a plan in place today. And I mean, they've been playing very consistently, so they're definitely a team to keep an eye on, especially get to the higher keys. I was actually watching them practice a little bit this weekend just to see what their upper cap was, because I was curious about this team. They were like the 3rd highest rated team coming into the weekend, but like we talked about, they're not a team that put as much practice in. They weren't doing those 10 to 12 hour days that Tuttles keeps talking about the high-end teams going for. They were doing, more 4 or 5 hour practice days. They were able to time things like 23 Gambit and the other 22s. So like they have that higher cap. I just wonder if they're going to be as consistent as some of the other teams.
Yeah, I wonder that too. I'm always so split between seeing Los Golfos 16 minutes into the dungeon. I'm always split between seeing a new team that does really well and being like, oh, this is like awesome and they're gonna do so well tomorrow, and then tomorrow comes and suddenly they play very differently, which is a real thing. That consistency that many of the veteran teams have doesn't come from anywhere. Oh, unfortunate.
Yes, the DK killed his healer with the frontal from the sonic boom. That can happen. So it goes. Go again.
But yeah, like I was saying, I think that consistency is just something that comes from a lot of tournament experience, and some of the players on One Hill have that experience for sure. So I hope the team can lean on that for the most part, but it's going to be interesting to see if they can keep that up.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that team, Fired Up obviously 6 world firsts under his belt. Maybe, is it 7 at this point? It's 6 or 7. I'm not trying to do the meme, guys. I promise you. Yoda, an MDI champion way back in 2019, summer MDI champion back with Method and A. I mean, they do have a lot of MDI experience on that team. So yeah, they should be able to lean on that and get some highly timed keys in here. Of course, this is also one of the highest rated teams on the Mythic Plus score ladder right now as well. I think they might be the #1 NA team right now as well. So like they definitely have a very strong potential for upper cap this weekend, and I think they could easily compete with, top form Liquid and Mandatory as well. So we'll have to keep an eye on them. I think they're going to be, like I said, similar to what we saw from 07 last weekend. Just very slow, steady key times with a very high potential cap, and they could definitely upset someone.
Okay, working on Avanox. You can see that they're a little bit faster than Mandatory. They started like 5 seconds before them, but they're also faster in terms of boss health. Now, Mandatory did a little bit more trash based on what I can see, so it evens out a little bit between One Hill and Mandatory, but I do like that we're getting that comparison here between the two teams. Los Golfos restarting their Floodgate after an unfortunate sonic boom, is how I'm going to phrase that. That cost them a full team wipe. And the Cousins are working away on their 19 Arakara, one step below the 20s we're seeing from Mandatory and One Hill for now. But Los Golfos having trouble. Mickey going down there in the top right corner in that Floodgate. Was he rest or did he walk back? He was rest. No? He walked back. Okay, he's back with the team momentarily. Yeah.
And again, these first few pulls in Floodgate, the first few pulls in like every single one of the dungeons we have today are so difficult. The teams have to be playing their script out perfectly. There's another death there for Los Golfos. It's going to be a reset for them, unfortunately. They start to fall like dominoes once a player goes down. They have a missed kick here, there. Extra detonations go on players that stack up because there are fewer targets. These pulls just get out of control once a player is down. Avenox does go down first for one hill, like we were talking about. We have a little bit of an old school MDI head-to-head matchup here with Mandatory and one hill both starting their 20 Arakars at roughly the same time. Slight advantage to one hill here at the start of the key.
I mean, I think you're going to be happy with a 937 Avenox, 0 deaths as well. I did want to mention earlier when we were talking about the run from Miscamp, they did have one death, by the way, on their 2630. They did have one death. They would have been even faster without that death, which is crazy. But yeah, definitely something to keep in mind here. Los Golfos are going to be restarting, and Mandatory are also going to be finishing off Avenox momentarily. 2% still to go. Cousins, the last part of the dungeon there, always a little bit of danger associated.
Do they have the 2 chest in the books? The Bloodlust came off cool. They actually saved the second Bloodlust for this late into the dungeon. Normally we see that popped on like the second of the sentries in the middle area because they don't want to deal with that mob providing a damage reduction to the allies around it. They ended up saving the second Bloodlust for this specific pull, triple Overseer with a whole bunch of drones and carriers, and they're able to just destroy this pull. Hunter and DK popping off here. Whoa-wee on the Demon Hunter, just blasting these Overseers, and they've given themselves a decent amount of time, actually, to deal with the boss. I think they might be able to actually 2-chest the 19 here, Mix.
That would be really great. I do want to kind of... It's so bittersweet, right? Because I want to hype up Cousins, and I think they generally have been doing so well. But if this team advances to tomorrow, they have a little bit of a problem before them, I think. So we'll need to be a bit cautious with the Cousins and their runs thus far, because I think they're going to ban out what I assume is the main tank that they're playing. At least we haven't seen Clap on anything else yet. And that could be a scary situation for the Cousins, but maybe the power of family will pull them through. They do have full trash count after that Bloodlust pull that you were just talking about, and now on to boss. 4 minutes, 38 still to go. No lust, but cooldowns are of course going to come back up. I think it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, the timer is great here. It's a little weird, right? Because normally in the 2-chest timer you can get 3 Bloodlusts off if you don't delay the second one at all. They've identified that the Bloodlust on that spool specifically was just better for them. So I like to see that out of them. I mean, the single target Bloodlust usually kind of feels pretty bad. Obviously it's nice to kill bosses off, but they're not cleaving any trash on top of it, so the value is not that high. With 4 minutes left and 75% of the boss, this is an easy 2-chest here for Cousins, and I like the routing as well. A lot of routes that we see have teams either like pull some flyers after the fact to get count, or head up to that other side where we see the stairs behind the boss here to pull like an extra pull of trash to get their count. Cousins, all they have to do is just kill the boss and they're good to go for this key. It's looking great for them. Like you said, they're going to have some interesting ways to play around after the spec ban rule if they make it through today. It looks like they're banning out currently their tank and their healer specs. Mm-hmm. So that's a problem for future them, though. That's a problem for future them.
We haven't
they're
seen
happy
them
with it
in
today.
like a 22 Ecodome and a 21 flood. It could be intentional. Maybe they have something hidden that's really woke, as the cool kids would say. You know, you never know. Maybe there's some surprises.
Are they
waiting
still
for
saying
us.
that?
I have no idea.
I mean, okay. Realistically, we talk about the teams like trying to gravitate towards a meta comp, and I think that's true for the most part. But the thing is, like, when you look at the top end leaderboards for the M+ ladder, like, Prot Warrior isn't as dominant as you would think, right? There's a whole bunch of Prot Paladin up there. That class is incredibly strong in high keys, and it's something that they definitely could just play if they make it through today. The DPS comp, that's the thing I'm more worried about, but they're going to be able to keep pretty much all of that for the rest of the weekend. The healer, I think, is a problem, though.
That's one way to see the positive of it. I like it, Zyro. Keep it up. Unfortunately, though, we're seeing another reset on Los Golfos. I believe this is the third one that's now coming through. There must have been another wipe that just happened for them there in the beginning of the floodgate. Yeah, you can see it here phasing out 5 minutes early. Forgot to reset that dungeon. Happens to the best of us. They're just like me for real.
Wait, did they zone back into the queue without resetting it?
Yeah,
oh,
they did.
no. That's just like minus 2 minutes there. Well, actually, it's like minus 30 seconds if you have a really quick SSD, but still,
Yeah.
that's a lot of loading screens, unfortunately. What was the
Okay, here's
cause of
that
the death
replay.
this time? Oh, did Malix turn his back to the mobs? Oh no, he's inside the circle. What's he do? Oh, we got pinched. Okay.
Well, it was a really unfortunate circle for them as well, I will say. Maybe not the best pathing, but checking back in with the cousins. 1 minute 30 to go, 15% on Kick It Tall. They're on their way to get this 19 plus 2 on the board. And keep in mind, Cousins are currently one of the teams that is sitting on the lower overall points. So translating this into 2 extra points is going to put them back on top, similar to Los Golfos, who are currently sitting on the 60 and Liquid sitting on the 61. All of your teams are incredibly close to each other. Only team that's currently off the path is Es Imposible, and they should be coming back from their break very soon, and we'll see what they do, because they're of course still missing quote-unquote free 17 points.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't gotten to the floodgate a single time, so they have a lot of work to do still. They've already gotten the plus 219 in the Arakar, so the 21's available for them there. They can go into the 22 Ecodome after the fact as well, but like we were talking about, Arakar was already causing them a lot of issues. So they just need to get into the floodgate with an hour and 20 minutes left in the day. They need to start pushing that score up to give themselves a chance of staying safe for tomorrow. Looks like after the run, though, Cousin's going to be going on break, taking their remaining break timer. Of course, all of our teams needing to take those 20 minutes of break before the mark set by and having an hour left in the day. That's 4 p.m. Central Time for me. I'm not sure what it is. What does it CEST makes for that? When do they have to take the break?
For the break timer, oh, it's 11 p.m.
11 p.m. CEST, okay. So they need to take that break by that time, or they lose 5 points, which is you can't do that unless you're missed count last weekend. Actually, they probably could have gotten away with it, but they still don't want to.
I'm not so sure.
It was actually pretty close.
They were crazy, yeah. I did want to give you a quick way you can always remember that. You know, when we have our teams go into overtime and we say all runs are final, and then that Curse of Dratnos strikes, that is midnight in European Central. So the curse always strikes at midnight, and that's how you can remember that break timer is 11 p.m.
But that's a lot cooler than like the random 3 p.m. Curse of Dratnos.
Yeah,
The
I know.
midnight Curse of Dratnos sounds sick. Okay, we got to go with
Yes.
that production.
I've been trying. Thank you, Zyro. Thank you for backing me up. I appreciate it.
It just sounds so much cooler. All right. Well, we've got that
does,
one.
yeah.
We got that one to look forward to about an hour and change from now. In the meantime, let's keep an eye on these first few pulls for Los Golfos. They've been just kind of chaining attempts to the first few pulls of this dungeon nonstop. They've gotten a couple pulls to attempts to Big Mama, where they've, unfortunately had random deaths to either a sonic boom being placed incorrectly or just too much damage going out for them to deal with. But they're kind of in a similar situation that Mandatory was in earlier today in the Ecodome, where they're just kind of tilting a little bit, dying to things nonstop at the start of the key that you wouldn't really expect them to with the way their day started, right? The first 3 hours for them were near perfect.
That's true. I think we're still in a territory where it's like, okay, we had a couple of redos, but they need to lock in right now. They need to make sure that they don't have any more redos in this 20 floodgate. I think the one that hurts the most was the 16-something minute that they had on Big Mama. That was a lot of time left. The restarts at the beginning, they're kind of whatever. You lose like, 5, maybe 10 minutes on the overall. That's okay. But losing that big chunk of timer, that's really where you're going to feel really bad about it, and they cannot afford another one like that. I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, those 5-minute wipes, it's not about the time loss at that point. It's about, like, the mental damage, right? The debuff that keeps stacking up over time. It gets worse and worse the more wipes you have. You get more and more anxious about, like, oh, we're losing so much time. How are the other teams doing? Are we in problems here? Like, this is a difficult pull. The 2 surveyors, 1 surveyor beam cast goes off, it'll chunk someone to, like 90% of their HP on this key level. With the extra damage coming out from the scaffolding mob as well, the architect, any overlaps of damage on this pull could one-shot someone on this difficulty, even with something like the Iron Bar from Mickey. So you pretty much have to play these pulls perfectly. And we even saw on the most recent attempt, their tank actually died while trying to drag the remainder of this pull into the next Architect. So it really doesn't, the difficulty of this key doesn't stop at any point for like the first 6 pulls. It's just non-stop difficult pull back to back to back where you need to execute every single pull perfectly. And it makes sense that they're having issues with it.
It does. I will say that one time where we saw Melik kind of like pad over, that circle was also in a very unfortunate spot and they couldn't really sit it out and wait. So they will need to make sure that's something they have front in mind. But right now we're on to the next pack, and you can see the damage that goes out from these contractors. The architects, of course, serving nail guns straight to the face, which is not something. I think that's, how do you say it in the US? It's OSHA safe? Yeah, don't recommend that.
Yeah.
Do we say that here?
OSHA, that's what she meant.
OSHA. Oh my God! Thank you,
I've only
Zyro.
seen that word written, okay?
I have no
That
idea
was the
what
word
Riggs
that
was
she
saying.
meant? I did not know what she meant.
Me neither. Amazing. You know, on this beautiful note, I think we're going to go ahead and shift things around here so that we can be OSHA compliant. Makes sense, Zyro. Thank you so much for your commentary. It was well worth the wait.
They pulled an extra Architect! Oh no, Drados and Tunnels, have fun with that.
All right, Dratnos Tunnels, you can keep an eye on. I mean, the desk coming in, I think I can see already how this is going to pan out for them, but we'll say goodbye to Mix and Zyro. Tunnels and Dratnos, welcome to the desk. Bye. Just in time for a lot of death. We've seen a lot going on. Please feel free, jump in. But, go ahead.
So welcome to your OSHA-compliant casting section, where Dratnos and I here are going to be walking you through all of the most important things that are happening in the dungeons. And the thing that I want to talk about most, Dratnos, is what has been going on with Mandatory today, because they have played quite a bit worse than we anticipated.
Yeah, this has been very uncharacteristic for them. I mean, coming into this weekend, they were the top-seeded team in this group. 3rd seed in the time trials, so they were slower than both Mist Count and Holy Method in the time trials, but still, this is a team that's won MDIs before, right? This is a team that would have been the favorite by quite a bit coming into this group, and instead, they are currently in 5th place, I believe? Yes, they're currently in 5th place!
Which, I don't. What were you saying? Sorry.
No, this is wild. Honestly, I'm in shock too. I don't think this is something I ever expected coming into this weekend. And I wanted to ask you, Tunnels, you know, actually, as we look at this, so Es Imposible and Mandatory are obviously down here at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. But how do you think that either of the teams can kind of save themselves from elimination? Because right now, it honestly looks like Mandatory could go home this weekend.
I mean, Es Imposible has been playing their quote-unquote main composition over the course of this entire weekend. They've actually really just been going for broke, where, you know, they're putting a lot of pressure, and I feel like this group has been putting a lot of pressure on the entirety of the field to make sure that you just, how do you stay safe for day 2? Because it's not going to be easy like it was during Group A and Group B, where we saw one team just kind of start to slide and have a bunch of problems. Every single team seems like they have strengths and weaknesses, and for Mandatory, they've lost somewhere in the order of like four runs already in builder keys, which is so unprecedented.
Yeah, so to put it into perspective here, when Es Imposible finish this key, they'll be at 57 points. Mandatory are only at 58 right now. Now, they will be getting another point in all likelihood here at the end of this Arakara, barring a generational choke from them. So that will put them up to 59 points. But Es Imposible would still only be 2 points behind that. And Es Imposible have a 2 chest in their 19 Arakara, which means they could get 2 points from doing the 21 Arakara. So in the next 30 minutes here, both Mandatory and Es Imposible, I guess in the next maybe 45 minutes or 50 minutes, because Es Imposible are still near the start of that run.
Of course.
But once those 2 runs do complete for both teams, we could have them both tied at 59, which is also where One Hill happened to be. So all of our teams here really close together on the leaderboard.
I mean, it's a tough weekend. I mean, this weekend is already looking brutal, and the spec ban considerations are getting a little bit wild as well, where we actually have, I think, the graphic for the spec bans as to where they are currently slated to be, and you and I can kind of take a look at it. And But like at the same time, it just kind of is a testament to what that pressure is looking like on those teams.
Yeah, exactly. And again, Es Impossible here, they have the meta comp that they're using, but they've been using it all day, right? So Mandatory are still doing good to stay ahead of that, but the problem for Mandatory is, yeah, sure, they maybe will be able to avoid getting eliminated today, but that was not the conversation they wanted us to be having about today. They wanted it to be like, oh, wow, Group A had Holy Method, Group B had Miscount, and Group C has Mandatory, the three titans of each group. And instead, it's like, no, this group does not. If anything, it's Liquid that are the most titanic in this group, but it's certainly by a smaller margin than Holy Method and Miscount were in their respective groups.
I mean, Liquid have looked much better, and I was talking to some of their members prior to coming in the weekend. They said that they've been practicing hard, and they felt confident coming into the weekend, and I feel like that is really played out just according to plan. Yeah, that was a little bit sketchy. that Sonic Boom was a bit scary there, but was dodged out by.
I was looking at One Hill. They had a healer go down here. They're playing without a B-Res now for the remainder of their 20
Timer's fine.
Arakara. Yeah, timer is fine. So failing any further deaths, I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, I saw something that I actually liked from Possible on the screen right there, where whenever they came out of the jump start damage amp, they actually ran the boss and like 5 stacked on top of these like ledges, and that gets these mecha drones to come in fully stacked, allowing you to have a lot higher uptime on them. A great strategy. I'm surprised that we're not seeing it more this weekend and in this dungeon.
Yeah, this is nice. It's a nice little way to gather all of the enemies, and you can see here this jumpstart. The boss is already sub 30% at the start of the jumpstart, taking pretty huge damage here, although we don't have all of our cooldowns going into this particular one, so still have to finish the boss off after this damage amp ends. But yeah, this is still great timing as they make their way through the middle portion of the dungeon. So, for Es Impossible here, assuming Mandatory are about to put that point on the board in Arakara, best case scenario for Es Impossible here, we get the 17 2 chest in the Floodgate, right? That would be ideal situation here.
Who are the most likely candidates to get eliminated?
It'll be something like 2:05 p.m., so they'll have time for 2 or maybe 3 more runs. I mean, yeah, they could get a lot of points here. Their ceiling is certainly still high enough that they could avoid elimination today. Our leaderboard is crazy right now. Our leaderboard right now is 61, 60, 60, 60, 58, and that's Mandatory, and then 40, which is about to gain 17 points from this last Floodgate. This is going to be such a tight finish to the day and setting us up for such a fun weekend.
I mean, who do you think is in the worst position? Is it just
I think it is still Es Impossible. Okay. Yeah, so assuming Mandatory don't choke, which is an assumption you would have lost money betting on at the start of the day, I think that they will be able to get up to 61, maybe 62 points, depending on how the remainder of the day goes for them, because they do have 2 chests in their other dungeons that they can convert to a lot of points. So they have a lot of potential points. In fact, 63 points for them today is there's a path to that as well. Whereas Es Impossible, I think, are probably playing to get 61 best case, and that's going to be really hard to do. The thing is, that will still beat Mandatory or Cousins or One Hill or Los Golfos if those teams have bad last hours as well.
Did I see that right? Is Mandatory in an Arakara 21 that they one-chested the 20 on as opposed to converting these 2 chests?
They one-chested the 19 to get to the 20, I believe, yeah.
Yeah, but the dot still had them in that 20, which...
that's probably just they're still there hoarding out.
Okay, I was going to say, if they're still there, that's going to be bad, because they need to convert those 2 point selections.
Yeah, exactly. That's going to be something very important to track here in the last hour. You can see they're making a character swap, getting ready to go into their last dungeon. But another thing that's important to track is our spec variety rule. Of course, we've been talking about some of our teams sort of playing these meta comps all of today, and they're setting themselves up for some danger tomorrow. But we can maybe take a look now at our spec bans.
Dude,
as it stands, so this is not finalized
Yes.
yet, right? And this isn't active today, but this is if the day ended right now, these are the specs that would be banned, which you can see for most teams, it's lining up kind of how they planned.
I think Liquid is genius here. So they're banning out the Havoc Demon Hunter, but the Havoc Demon Hunter is a pick specifically for Arakara. They already ran that dungeon on a 22. We don't need Havoc Demon Hunter anymore. That spec is off the list, right? And so they just are all in on playing it throughout the most of the day today, because they know they don't need it in the future. And I think that this is a smart move by Liquid to then allow them to continue to play Restoration Shaman and Unholy DK a little bit tomorrow. But they don't even have to play Restoration Shaman and Unholy DK that much either, which is, I think that Liquid set up their spec variety rule with the consideration of dungeons in mind very nicely.
This is a really great way, because Havoc DH, when we talk about the meta right now, it's, Prot Warrior, Resto Druid, Frost DK, Hunter, and then that last spot is more flexible, right? That last spot in the meta comp, we've seen some teams actually just think that Havoc is the best one. In Group A, we had a team that played Havoc Demon Hunter as their choice on the Sunday, right? Like, that was their favorite spec in all the dungeons. We see a lot of Ellie Shamans also filling that role. But what that means is if you're a team that identifies like, yeah, Havoc is, we don't like it quite as much, but we like it more in this dungeon, and it's a day one dungeon, absolute genius mode from Liquid. It does require some confidence, because you need to be thinking, okay, we have the time on day one to actually push this key up, time that key at the highest level, and not be losing too many points in the other dungeons, right? If a team like Mandatory had a strategy like that and tried to implement it today, that would be contributing to their points being even lower than they currently are, because you're sort of sacrificing Friday points for Sunday points.
And that's what, Nagur and I were talking about this earlier whenever they zoned into the 22, like, it's good. It's fine to get the points on the board early, but it's risky if you're worried about getting a limbed. And now for Liquid, they've had a very good day, so I'm not super worried about them. And especially if they are able to convert this 19 two-chested Floodgate into a 21, they're looking to be mostly safe in a lot of simulations of like the end of the day. But they being able to time that 22 fairly quickly without a bunch of attempts, I feel like it was a great strategy, and I'm interested in seeing how it pays off over the course of the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, me too. This is going to be a fun cup to watch. I think this is so far my favorite one, because it was fun last weekend and the weekend before to watch Holy Method and Miscount show what was possible in some of these dungeons. But I think this weekend we're not just going to have two teams that are close for second and third, or they're fighting for elimination at the end of the day. We have 6 teams that are all within just a couple of points of each other at this point.
Mandatory are the number 1 seed in this group. They're the number 3 seed overall, where Liquid's the number 4 seed. But so Mandatory, they're kind of the expected team to be able to make it out of the group. There was only 4 teams in time trials that put up 45 points, and it was Mandatory, Missed Count, Liquid, and Holy Method. There are, the 2 other teams that aren't playing this weekend already qualified for global finals, and they looked like they did it in dominant fashion. But Mandatory, they might be on the chopping block for getting a limbed on day one. It is really kind of up in the air just off the back of inconsistent play and just weird, uncharacteristic mistakes.
Yeah, uncharacteristic is the word I would use as well. It's not something that
they missed count randomly. Like, what is going on?
Yeah, that's such a strange set of events that have fallen for them, and I wonder what happened. Like, I wonder if it was a case of the first few mistakes led to the mindset falling in such a way that the future mistakes became more likely.
Brew? He's on a Brewmaster at a 21? What?
All right. So, hang on. What is maybe...
What?
Can we fly the bands
is this bad?
Let me investigate what's happening here for Mandatory. I need to see the...
more than anything
what their
else,
spec situation is. Yeah, because
hold on, more than anything else, I'm worried about them getting a limbed. What?
Here's their thought process, right? I think they want to not get bear banned, maybe? And so they want to... play the brew instead and get these other specs ahead of it.
No,
but which specs are they even getting? Are they playing Havoc and Unholy in this run?
They are playing Havoc in this run, yeah. But that's okay. But the Bear has tiebreaker precedence over that.
Yeah, it will over the Havoc if they do 1 run with Havoc. But if they can get 2 runs with Havoc, they can get Resto Shaman Havoc banned and save Bear for tomorrow. Oh no, we're gonna have Stove going down here. I agree.
This is terrible. Worried as well. No, but because now look at the time before the end of the day. They need to be able to convert these 2-chested dungeons in order to be able to save themselves from getting a limbed.
Well, okay. So here's the thing: is Brewmaster bad? Like what?
No, it's
what
good.
makes Prot Warrior better than Brewmaster in this dungeon, right? What makes Prot Warrior better, in my opinion, is mostly that you have an easier time surviving. You're a little bit less likely to go down. But this dungeon has a lot of single target DPS moments where Brewmaster's AoE, you can look at the damage meters right now, is incredible. Their single target is also amazing. So maybe this is actually a timer thing. They think, this is not a dungeon where our tank is in too much risk of dying. Skylark's the GOAT. He can live this on Brew, and as such, we're going to get way more damage out of him.
I don't have a problem with the Brewmaster selection. Actually, I tend to think that Brewmaster is good. I have a problem with the dungeon selection. Like, I do not think that we're supposed to be in Arakara right now.
So that point I do certainly agree with, right? Because if you look at their scorecard right now, their Arakara is the only one that they're currently sitting on a 1 chest of, whereas the other 2 dungeons are both on 2 chests.
Yes.
Which means that the other 2 dungeons have 2 points available if they were to go and improve those 2 chests, right? Whereas this one, they'll only be getting 1 point, so they'll be going up to 60 points.
But then they
with
have
a plus 21 as their highest key, which is not a great tiebreaker in that spot either.
But to avoid the Bear Druid getting banned, they have to play Restoration Shaman and Havoc Demon Hunter in their next dungeon. Where are they playing that? Right, like that is kind of the problem here. So then it's like, what is this Brewmaster doing? And again, I don't think that Brewmaster's bad. But if it's actually to avoid Bear getting banned, we have made a mistake somewhere else. We are in a bad position.
I wonder if what's happening here is mandatory spreadsheeted out the day, assuming they would have like 2 more hours than they do based on the 2 hours they lost.
That's what I was wondering.
Right?
That's what I'm wondering. Like, why are they here? Why are they at 21?
Yeah, because, that would make sense then, right? That would make more sense. But yeah, unless they have a dungeon, unless they think Floodgate 21 or Ecodome 22 with Resto Shaman and Havoc DH is going to be their plan. But even if that was their plan, they could play Prot Warrior right now. They can play some Prot Warriors because they'd be preventing their Bear from getting banned, so they could just spam Bear tomorrow if they wanted to save the Prot Warrior at all. So, yeah, there's a very interesting... I think the only things that really make sense is that they genuinely want that Brewmaster damage in here over the Prot Warrior. It's a free tank pick. They could play any they wanted in here, and they're like, yeah, we think the best one is Brewmaster, which... As somebody who's played some Brewmaster this season, I think it is criminally underrated in what it can do in M+ right now.
I think most people tend to view Brewmaster as probably the second best tank, just in terms of like the complexion of like what's good in the meta, where it's a lot of fizz damage dealers. It obviously, Mystic Touch is a fantastic buff. Brewmaster very self-survivable. A lot of people have been playing Protection Paladin as like kind of viewed as like the second best tank, but I think that coming into the season, a lot of people were looking at Brewmaster and Protection Warrior as like the top 2 tanks, and so I don't think that Brew is bad. Like I don't think Brew is bad by any means.
Like a tie for second.
Brew is the least egregious thing.
Brew
is the least egregious thing that I think is going on here. I am unbelievably worried about not converting these 2 chests, considering the fact that they are
okay
with the possibility of getting limbed.
Maybe they're trying to shuffle the Havoc DH into the ban slot and do what Liquids did with running the Arakara, right?
Okay, but then you have to do it on the 22. That's the problem, right?
So, okay, well, is that much of a problem? Because if they do 21 and then 22 Arakara, they'll be at 61 points with a plus 22 for their tiebreaker.
Okay.
61 points is not safe, but it probably is safe. It's not guaranteed safe, but 61 with a plus 22 is your tiebreaker.
Okay, would you rather have 61? Okay, like it's weird because 61 points is not that hard to get to just with the complexion of what S Impossible has. S Impossible has a 19 2-chested Arakara and a 17 2-chested Floodgate.
Right, but they would only have a 21 if they did both of those options, so they would lose the tiebreaker.
But they could do 21, 21, 20, which is also 62 points,
if they did
right?
An extra key over that, but there's not in the time that they could do that. Mandatory could also do a third key.
Yeah.
If that's the thing
this is getting cooked.
Me about this is that it requires Mandatory to one-shot this key and the 22, which in a normal weekend, going into it 5 hours ago, if you asked me, are Mandatory likely to one-shot 21 and 22 Arakara?
Yes.
I'd say yes. Having watched the first 4 hours of the day.
This got really weird really fast whenever we noticed they were in the aura on a Brewmaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. This is very cool to see.
Yeah,
and going into it 5 hours ago, if you asked me, are Mandatory likely to one-shot 21 and 22 Arakara?
Yes.
I'd say yes. Having watched the first 4 hours of the day,
This got really weird really fast whenever we noticed they were in the aura on a brewmaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is great. This is very cool to see.
Yeah,
Okay, so maybe the idea is like, okay, we don't want to play more Bear or Resto Shaman because we're trying to shuffle the Havoc into the ban slot.
Yeah.
It's not a case of like, man, I have no idea. I imagine that a lot of this is like their plan did not survive contact with the mistakes they made at the start of the day.
I think there might have been a miss on a 2-chest or a 3-chest or something. Sorry, what was Rookie going to say?
No, I was going to contribute something really meaningful and really important to this discussion, which is, have you considered that maybe the reason they were doing badly all day was because they weren't playing Brewmaster, and that this has been their secret strat the whole time, Tuttles?
Could be.
You know, you're making a compelling argument, not one I had considered.
Thank you, that's what I'm here for.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at the damage meters right now, and it's looking pretty solid on that Brewmaster. Also, you have to factor in that it's contributing the physical damage increase to your Hunter and your Havoc DH, and your Frost Decay a little bit. All of those specs do a lot of magic damage as well, but even Hunter. MM Hunter historically was a overwhelmingly physical damage spec, but this season that's not the case anymore. With the Dark Ranger hero talent tree, a lot of that is the shadow damage from Black Arrow.
It's largely seen as 5% on Shout is better than the Mystic Touch value, just in terms of raw DPS. You know,
in this comp it would be way better because all three of your DPS are going to be benefiting fully from that attack power increase.
Yeah, exactly. And dude, 5%. Shout still being at 5%, nuts buff, obviously very potent with all of these specializations here.
Dude, speaking of cool warrior shouts, do you see that in the most recent Midnight Alpha build patch notes? Rallying Cry, the thing that increases your group's health, is getting increased in power level outside of raid. So it's getting that treatment that affects like darkness and barrier and stuff. Actually, not barrier, but like revival and stuff have, where they mitigate more damage outside of raid.
They also got Heroic Throw Silence and Piercing Howl group-wide 30-second sprint. And their AoE fear is uncapped. What Warrior's becoming a real Mythic Plus class in a hurry.
I'm so excited though. I think Rallying Cry because Rallying Cry got nerfed a lot for its sins in raid, and getting it buffed back up to being a big chunk of health in M+.
I've seen
is something I'm really excited for.
I've seen Paladins whining about Devo Aura not being strong enough in 5-mans now.
Hey, I'd be for that too. Buff that aura up, give it the kind of effect. I mean, because they've been doing this for a lot of different things, right? Ebb and Might even now has this thing where it's like, it gives a lot if it's on a few people, and it gives a little if it's on a lot of people. And I think that's a really elegant way to design these abilities. And a lot of things are getting that treatment in Midnight.
I mean, even Disc Priest healers get that.
Yeah, Disc Priest,
right? Like atonement healing.
Yeah, Sins of the Many.
Yeah. I mean, it's valid design space, because I think for a while you had these specializations that were just good or bad in Mythic Plus, and it was largely like design constraints. But I think that whenever you start to, it's difficult to actually balance it effectively, and it makes sense why Blizzard is looking to tackle it the way they are.
Yeah, that's one of the things I'm most excited. And like you said, there are some really just cool effects coming in Midnight as well. The heroic throw silence is
so insane. Like it's
going to be so cool.
They have 2 kicks.
Well, not just them though as well. I think Demo Lock is getting a second one if they want to. They can like Grimoire a kick out. In addition to, I think Axe Toss is still there, or they can have a Dispel into kick, which is something Demo like. One of the reasons why we've historically usually seen Destro or AF over Demo has been that Demo has had a little bit of a utility gap in the bad direction, and now they'll maybe have a little bit of one in the good direction compared to those other two
Warlock,
specs.
I think Warlock's getting some weird stuff with their curses too. I remember reading that, and we're going to see some crazy utility in Midnight, I think, from some of these classes.
Zyro chiming in with, you can already do that. Yeah, but they're changing how it's
okay, imagine if you use Grimoire Felguard as a pet interrupt, that's like using your DT for a pet interrupt on an Unholy Death Knight.
Yeah, exactly. They're really cool. So in Midnight, they're making those Demo Lock Grimoires. In addition to summoning a pet, when it's on cooldown, it like turns into the utility button that the pet would have given you. So you don't have to decide anymore between losing a bunch of damage to try and save a kick or a dispel or whatever. But yeah, this is going to be very fun to watch. But also going to be fun to watch here is Liquid's final boss fight of this floodgate. Now their timer was looking pretty solid.
Having deaths, 3 deaths now. This is not
great.
They needed like a perfect end of day. I think that we were kind of chalking it up. Like that's going to be their best case scenario to be able to be safe, is just perfect EOD, not making any more mistakes here. I think this dungeon is fortunately enough for them still timeable on the 19.
Is it too chestable though? Because, well, I guess they maybe still don't need that because they have the 2 chests in the Arakara they could go to.
I think the answer for what they need to do is like 21 Aura. They already have the 21 Ecodome, and if they can get up a 20 Floodgate somehow, I think that's like optimal for them. But that's we're talking one-shotting.
The strongest thing for tiebreakers for them to do would be 19 Floodgate, leave the Floodgate. 21 Arakara, 22 Ecodome. In theory, that's their strongest end of day, but the problem with that is that 22 Ecodome is a hard keystone.
I would not recommend that. I don't think I would recommend that in terms of like, okay, because we're looking at the timer before the end of day, and they need to be one-shotting pretty much everything. 52
minutes, and so the way our rule works is that after 52 minutes, we're going to lock the keys, but you can finish a key you're currently in. So basically, they have time to finish this key, then they'll have about 30 minutes, do another key, and then they'll have maybe 2 or 3 minutes, start another key, and then they can finish that key.
So, es no imposible, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Es no imposible.
Yes.
Or no es imposible? I think that's the instruction. I don't know. I
wouldn't know.
I haven't taken... last time I took Spanish class was in, like, 8th grade.
I took Spanish in Warlords of Draenor. It's been a while.
Wow. Yeah, I hot swapped French after 8th grade. So.
Oh my god, Fodom rerolling languages. Yeah, rerolling.
It was very Fodom.
Rerolled. Yeah, it was really fun.
It was the new meta, or as they say, le new meta.
All right. Anyway, I don't even know how to recover from that.
5 minutes left in the dungeon here for Liquid. They are smooth ahead of this timer. This is great because the timer that they're on right now in this 21 is the kind of timer that looks very good for the 22.
Oh god, dude, you just sent me. That is too good. Yeah, for Liquid here, you know, I think that they time this dungeon on a 21. They go do 22 Ecodome Aldani. They could end, you know, a little bit early. They might have the miscount phenomenon where they've already ran everything they wanted to. Well, any additional runs is weird for their spec variety rule. They stop 20 minutes early.
Oh, we have a death coming in for Cousins here. Now, Cousins at 60 points. They've had a great start to their day. They've been using the same overall strategy as Es Impossible, where they've been using their meta comp all day, but they've really converted those points. They've been doing such a great job of that, but the death's definitely not going great for them in that particular run. 50 minutes left in our day now as mandatory, making their way here to a Noob Zect. Looking at their boss split here, I'm a little worried. Is a 10-minute 38 Avanox something that we're happy about in the 21? Okay,
I don't know if I'd say happy. It's like not good.
I would say it's timeable, but it's like you're losing some time over the... like, you need to accelerate, but there's enough time left in the dungeon for you to be able to accelerate from there.
What was the Lizelle team? They ran a really long first boss split last weekend in their route because they played like different trash mobs, and then it allowed them to skip a blood guard in the second section. So depending on the route, you know, the 1030 can be fine. Even in like a less optimized second area route, a 1030 is still timeable. But like Dranos mentioned, not something you're happy about.
Death coming in for Los Golfos here. That's going to be their... Ooh! I just saw that raid frame change from dead to offline. That is bad news for Los Golfos here as they're nearing the end of this run. So hopefully they're able to get their player reconnected soon. This could be bad. This could be dangerous. Being down a hunter, so they need to get all this count. Now the good news is this will be full count for them once they finish this pull. Can they do this last boss? Let's worst case game this out. If our hunter doesn't reconnect and we have, 7 minutes for the last boss, I think that's still enough. I think you just barely would have enough damage to win in that case.
It's one of those things. I don't even know what the correct decision is because their hunter's on the wrong side of the jump starters. So like he's not if he was dead, say in the boss room
to do the res.
If he was dead, say in the boss room, like what is the required time to be able to four-man this boss is kind of an interesting question.
It looks like he's probably in place where he can get mass resed if he's on the other side here. So they could run through and then have him cancel the res. Oh, he's back. Okay, that's changed from offline to dead, which that is great news there for Los Golfos. New res comes out, and they still have more than enough time to time the ski. So a little sketchy, but in the scheme of things, that's a great time to have a DC, right? Like if you had to pick a time to have a DC, it would basically be exactly in a dungeon you already knew where you were about to time. Really, lucky timing for an unlucky event.
It's also the 20, which is unlikely to be the highest level of key that stands on this dungeon for this team. Like, they're going to need to go do it on a 21. So even time tiebreaker implications, it's not even like the end of the world. It is totally fine for low skull foes. And I actually feel like this is a team that, I don't know what my expectations were for them coming into this weekend, but they have definitely exceeded them. I feel like they have been playing great.
Zyro also would like to inform us that the loss of Black Arrow stacks here is going to be kind of catastrophic here for the Hunter DPS.
He lost his Prism too. I mean, deaths this season are hugely impactful, whether it be Prism stacks, whether it be Black Arrow stacks. Your Ellie Shaman loses Gathering Storms and Maelstrom and stuff like that. And also your Ellie Shaman, if they ever die on their Ascendants, it's just like the worst possible thing because they're NPCs for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, unless you get some good DRE procs, deeply rooted elements, the meta procs, or the Ascendance procs rather, that you can get. Those can bail you out. Whenever I've played Shaman, I'm always relying on those to bail me out, and then it's nice though because you can always blame bad procs if your damage is low.
Exactly.
So one of those.
I'm glad that you and I are cut from the same cloth in that regard. I think that whenever you perform poorly, you could look inwards and say that I can play better, or you could blame external sources like bad procs or RNG. And I think that every World of Warcraft player knows which one they're picking.
Yeah, exactly. It's the other. Now that we've got the ping system, it's perfect for pinging our bodies. You're like, I wasn't in that.
Look at my body.
Yeah, look at the location. I'll note it with the ping, and then I'll ping where the mechanic was. Right. These are two different places, and yet somehow I'm dead. All right, Liquid entering the 22 Ecodome Aldani. Oh, and Tettles, we have our world record tag on Team Liquid's 21 Floodgate with the speed, with the pace that they were on.
Oh my god, run. The Liquid voters for the prediction. This is coming back to fruition for the Liquid believers.
Already here on day one, a tag being stolen from, I believe, Miscount was the team that was holding that one.
Okay, something that we got to discuss with Zyro later on. Do we take them under the banner of NA since they're playing on EU?
Liquid?
Yeah, are we taking them for our own?
Yes. Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay. I'm just making sure.
For sure.
It's an American org.
Them.
It's an American org.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I guess the broader Liquid org might be, but the Liquid Guild is an American guild. Yips is
he's Canadian.
He's North American, right?
Yeah. Okay.
On the continent of America. We're talking about it being an NA team, not a USA team. Yeah. I think it counts.
Okay. Just making sure we're all in agreement.
Boomy's American, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's more than enough. Honestly, that's one person more than I needed to call it an NA team.
It's so fun. It's so funny that they're playing on EU. I asked Yips the other day, like what he gets better ping to between LA and European servers, and he said that it's about the same thing. because of where in Canada he's located, he just gets virtually the same ping. And then a Shine and Wolf Disco, since they are in Europe, got much worse ping to LA than the rest of the Americans got to EU.
Yeah, Yips actually, for the last Race to World First event, where Liquid was playing in Los Angeles, Yips was instead flying to the EU facility, the EU Liquid facility.
Yes, it was closer.
Because it was a shorter flight, which it doesn't surprise me that the ping is therefore comparable between the two.
Yeah. But it's just kind of funny that they have elected to play on EU. I feel like this team has a lot of promise and a lot of potential, and they've been putting in a ton of time.
Yeah, we have players here that have been in winning MDI teams or close to winning MDI teams before, but this particular configuration, there's always a buff you get as well when you're like guildies too. I think that's been something that can't be overstated here. It's nice to have a bunch of players from great MDI teams, but it's also great that they're all in the same guild. They're just sort of going to be used to playing with each other for a lot of time, right? Because you play with your guild in raid every week, and also during the race they play with each other for a couple weeks straight. So it's
they have MDI champion Ashan on their team.
Yeah, great way to have when you have great players and you get to build synergy between them to the extent that they are going to be able to do. I think this is going to be really, really promising as far as the team goes. We do have a replay here from Mandatory, which
Replays
is not
good.
Oh, yeah. No! Skylark going down. It says he died to stagger, but that's not allowed. You can't actually die to stagger. So something killed him there, though.
Drone dot probably.
Some way.
Did they recover this?
So it looks like the res came out. Now, if he's playing Niuzao's statue, You could drop that and AoE taunt with it. I'm not sure if that's in his talent build though. Let me investigate.
Oh my god, I'm worried about the timer, bro. What? They don't have bloodlust here. Okay, I think this boss is not 5 minutes, 15 seconds. I think this boss is like 4:45.
So it should still be okay, but no B-res either.
But they don't have bloodlust? I don't know. I don't know if it's 4:45 without bloodlust. I feel like it's 4:45 with bloodlust.
He does, for any Brewmaster fans, I'm not sure how he got threat back there, because he does not have the AoE taunt statue, but maybe everybody else melded or hit meld pot if they've got it. That biggest misdirect of all time, perhaps.
I mean, we do have a marksmanship hunter. It's a good shout.
That is one of the nice things about when you're playing MM versus BM. Your misdirect is way more powerful on MM.
I just...
Yeah, I'm still worried about this timer as well.
I don't like... Dude, this is... And if they deplete this key...
If they deplete this key, Es Impossible will have the opportunity to do the craziest thing ever here. I mean, even if they don't, Es Impossible are still in it, but if they do deplete this key, I think that we're talking about, like, massive
generational
elimination.
Yeah. Generational upset. This is... Like, I remember whenever Miscount got eliminated on, like, day one of the global finals, whenever they were, you know, we were kind of thinking of them as potentially even the favorites going into that global finals, and we thought that was an upset. Dude, if they get upset and eliminated day one of groups as the 3 seed on the overall time trials, the 1 seed in this group, like, what is going on here? Like, so they have to knuckle down and be able to kill this boss in 3 minutes and 50 seconds. We see Kikatal is at 65%. Now, they aren't going to have that bloodlust is a notable thing.
Yeah, so it took them about 1:30 to deal with a third of its health. So if you extrapolate that forward, it does turn into a 4:30 boss fight, which does work out for them. They would be timing it with maybe 35 seconds to spare.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't account for the fact that there were some cooldowns used on pull.
If they have a death, they auto lose. Like,
yeah,
if there's a
it's crazy over. It's not even, like, they will not be close. They will be depleting by a lot. But as long as they can avoid a death here, at least my back of the envelope math looks good.
Is One Hill depleting this key?
Oh no, they were in basically the same spot. They have no res. Okay, 30% on their boss. Can we do this with a DPS down from 30% to 0? I also think maybe yes. Yeah.
I'm not happy about it, but I think the answer is yes.
Okay, 25% now, 1:40. But that was with some cooldowns. That was the Call of the Wild having been used.
What's the cooldown situation looking like? We're gonna get another meta inside it.
We're gonna get 20 seconds of that last meta.
Meta's a really bad offensive CD.
It's
all
not
things
a big
considered.
deal, right? Havoc DH damage just kind of is very very consistently good whenever you've got it rolling, as long as you have your soul economy working out. So yeah, that one's going to be very important for us to track as it nears the end. But so are mandatory here. So mandatory, yeah, 2/3 of the boss through now. It's taken them a little over 3 minutes, so they're a little bit decelerating from my initial projections, but they're still on pace. They're still ahead of pace here. They're going to time this with like 20 seconds to spare, and we do get another true shot soon that should help make that happen. But One Hill is going to be really close. Yeah,
one death for mandatory, they'll automatically lose. One Hill, 53 seconds to deal with 16% of the boss. I think they're going to be on the wrong side of this timer.
They're on the wrong side of it. Yeah, they're on the wrong side of it by just a couple of seconds, though. This is going to be a photo finish for One Hill. We've got another Call of the Wild that is just expiring here for them, and we are going to get to meta in 17 seconds. So we'll have 19 seconds of meta in on the end of the boss fight, although... like you said, Tuttles, it's
we need more
small.
We need more Black Bloods. Yeah. We need more Black Bloods.
9% on the boss. Another set of dispels need to happen, and we're going to get another Cosmic Singularity here in just a moment. That's going to further hurt their ability to do good damage. The Erupting Webs comes out, 6% on the boss. 20 seconds as the last Cosmic Singularity is going to prevent them from doing good damage for a little bit. Fired up, dashes out last second, dashes back in, 3% on the boss.
10 seconds, and now we're down to 5 seconds and 2% on the boss. They need to 1% on the boss here for One Hill. Oh my god, it's on finish. Oh my god, 31.5! They lost it! They depleted the key! One Hill is but a mound as they have to rerun the dungeon.
Oh no. That is
Let it be known. Let it be known that line about the hill and the mound made Zyro almost spit take behind the scenes here, if you will. So well done. Great job on that. But a little bit less good job on some of the disasters we're seeing for the teams right now, Dratnos.
Well, these are hard dungeons. Let's not be too hard on them. These are some very difficult runs. But yeah, very unfortunate turns of events for them. And it looks like One Hill are actually changing their comp around as well. So maybe deciding that the Arakara is a bit too dangerous for them to return to, as they're still at 60 points. The way that our leaderboard is lining up...
Great job on that, but a little bit less good job on some of the disasters we're seeing for the teams right now, Dratnos.
Well, these are hard dungeons. Let's not be too hard on them. These are some very difficult runs, but yeah, very unfortunate turns of events for them. And it looks like One Hill are actually changing their comp around as well, so maybe deciding that the Arakara is a bit too dangerous for them to return to, as they're still at 60 points. The way that our leaderboard is lining up right now is we have Liquid at 63 with a world record tag. They're looking great. Our other teams are 61, 60, 60, 60, 57 that's about to go to 59. So looking at that leaderboard here, everybody is super close. Teams like One Hill, like Cousins, are by no means safe. Even Mandatory, still by no means safe, even though they timed that most recent key. They've been showing a lot of weakness today. They're swapping over to the Prot Warrior now for the 22 Arakara, it looks like.
Oh, dude, I hate this so much.
Yeah, here's the thing for Mandatory, is they probably think that they're safe for Es Impossible, but they're definitely not locked, right? They're making a decision to go do this 22 Arakara, which is it's one of the riskiest keys they could go do right now. If they deplete, they'll still be at 60 points. Es Impossible are threatening to put this 19 on the board. Now, they do have 7 deaths, but they're keeping this run going. This would get them to 59.
They just need to time it. They just need the points.
Okay, so follow-up question. How do we feel about this timer? 24 minutes, we still don't have Swamp Phase dead.
24:30 is kind of the benchmark of like, we can barely
We're
time
slower
this.
than that.
Yeah, well, it's also 19, so there's, maybe 25 minutes
Yeah,
is
I mean,
the
they
real
have 7
timer in the
deaths,
19.
so if they avoid any further deaths, in theory, we should be okay.
They're kind of high on count, actually, a little bit higher than I would have expected.
Maybe that explains some of the deaths.
Maybe Body pulled it back. That's a good call.
I don't know. I was so busy watching the ends of those Arakaras, I didn't see how that one was going.
Yeah,
you can look at some of the splits we have here. Okay, so we have some... Yeah, I mean, all of our Swamp Phase splits from the timed runs are much faster than this, but also all of those runs were timed with room to spare. So if they are fast in this last section, they should still be fine.
Yeah, which I think is possible. This is not great. Like, you were in one minor mistake territory, and you're depleting your 19, which, whenever you start to enter one mistake territory, you're hoping that dungeon level is like a 23. Unfortunately, it is but a 19 for Es Impossible. The Hate Watchers drafting us today, I think on a generational run.
Oh my goodness, yeah. See, that's the thing, is like, I don't like to publicize this very much, because I like the players, but at my core, I am a Hate Watcher. Like, when I'm watching these runs,
Welcome to the party.
I want to see things go wrong in new and interesting ways. I want the teams to eventually succeed, but I also want to see a mob that never gets pulled get randomly pulled and wipe somebody, right? Or a boss just kill you in a way that you've never seen before. Like that, I'm not rooting for a specific team to have that happen to, but as a viewer in general, that is my favorite kind of day. And for that reason, I think today has been my favorite MDI day of this season and possibly this expansion.
I mean, dude, today has felt so tense in regards to every team is available to get a limb still at this point. Now, obviously, Es Impossible, they're probably the team that is most likely to get a limb, just looking at score. But nothing's guaranteed, even towards the end of the day, where for the last, for Group A and Group B, it was kind of the writing was on the wall for like one team most of the time.
Yeah, exactly. This time around, we have seen the storylines develop at the top end where Liquid, they were fewer points ahead than Holy Method and Miscount that got to those early leads in their weekends. But honestly, they're actually in some ways looking stronger, because one of the things they sacrificed the points for was the spec variety rule, right? Like pushing all the way up to 22 Arakara with the Havoc DH. Inspired move. It didn't show up on the scoreboard for them, so they were only in first by a little bit, but now they're in first by quite a lot. And they have the benefit of the spec variety rule really masterfully played. So I think at the top of our leaderboard, we have a clear team that's had the best day and is looking the best. But all 5 of the other teams have had good and bad things happen to them.
It's a wipe.
An example of a bad thing here is dying to the warps from Tamed Ruinstalkers. And that's what's going on for Los Golfos. They're going to have to reset this 22 Eco Dome. The good news for them is that they're on 61, right? Right now, they're in second. If they can get that 22 Dome on the board, they'll actually be moving to a tie for first with Liquid. So yeah, Los Golfos have had an amazing day today.
I mean, Liquid's trying to convert a 2-pointer in the Ecodome currently.
Yeah,
though,
Liquid will be
right?
moving into first by a lot if they can get this 2 chests on the board. But if they don't, then Los Golfos would be tying things up.
They're already through kind of the hard part of the dungeon, right? The trash that's in this boss room is generally seen to be some of the most difficult. Obviously, this boss with trash on top of it is also diabolical. But, Liquid, I feel like eye test wise, score aside, they are looking fantastic in terms of score, but just whenever you're giving them the eye test, they've been looking absolutely dominant on a similar level to what we've seen from Mist Count and Holy Method.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been great to see them do this so far. As I was so excited because there's a bit of a history in MDI of coming in with an NA team you're excited about, and then sometimes it's like, oh, they had a pretty good cup weekend, right? They made it to the globals, but this time around we're getting to see, okay, there's an NA team that came in and they're actually overperforming, I think, the seeding expectations. I mean, you can see part of that might be because Mandatory did badly, but Liquid are just looking like the best team in the weekend, and that is really exciting to watch.
We had Method in A kind of owning for a very long time, even winning a MDI. And then we had Ambition and Does the Bear stream also performing quite well. And I think the last time we had an NA team perform super well, Ambition got like a 3rd place in an MDI in one season, where they were the 8th seed. They came back in like the JPC Revenge Tour.
Yeah,
the last chance qualifier. That was cool. Whatever they came in 3rd on that season.
Yeah, that was very cool indeed. So. It's a long history of NA teams that have done. Dratnos Guild team, lest we forget, I think qualified to the global finals.
They were good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, was Yips on that team? Is that a
No,
Yips team?
Frosty
No.
was tanking on that team.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
That was the Dratnos Guild part. Yeah, Frosty.
Ah, yes. I remember. All the NA players, all so great. Really happy to, and not just for Team Liquid as well. We have One Hill also featuring very strong NA competitors here. So yeah, this weekend is great. We've got the Spanish representation this weekend. We've got the NA representation. Very cool.
I think that One Hill could have the possibility of being able to make it as the 2nd seed coming out of this group. So obviously Liquid has been looking phenomenal, but with Mandatory choking, I mean, that really kind of calls into question of like, what does the 2nd spot of global finals look like? Obviously, there's still 10 and a half hours left to play over the course of the entire weekend with a little bit of overtime. So it's too early to say, but the 2nd best team, I feel like it's yet to be identified.
It's definitely something that I think we've seen a lot of the groups. I think the most contention has been sort of between those 2nd places. It's been amazing to see, and today has been closer than ever and continues to be. But we're going to be getting Zyronic on the desk here, back by popular demand. I did my best. I tried. Look, Zyro, I was like, get in here. Everybody yell in the chat. Those of you who did, you're legends, you're heroes. But a quick reminder for everybody before we hop into the last 30 minutes of our day. Day 1 might be close to its final minutes here for Group C, but day 1 of BlizzCon early bird pre-sales are not over yet. So the tickets are selling out fast. If you want to get money saved and secure your place at BlizzCon, be sure to get in on the special early bird rate this weekend only until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. PST while supplies last. Visit BlizzCon.com for more details on the event and to claim your ticket today. So, Zyro, here we are, last 30 minutes.
Potentially be just in that one dungeon, in that Ecodome, but it really hasn't let up for them. Yeah, they've got their way back into the 3rd place slot, but they're still 3 points behind Liquid, who are looking like one of those juggernaut teams that we're talking about, Titles.
I mean, them being in this Arakara is also, they're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, they're risking some elimination here. Depending on how the day ends for S plus C play, Mandatory could be under a lot of danger. If this 22 does not work out for them, 60 points is not safe.
Zara, did you figure out what was up with the YOLO Brewmaster Monk? Like, did we ever figure out what was happening? He just, like, busted it out randomly for a dungeon for no reason.
Honestly, just as incredulous as you guys were. I was wondering what the hell was going on. Got a replay for Cousins here at the very end of an Arakara 20. What happened for them here? Got a battle res. Bloodlust coming up in 15 seconds. Something go. Oh, it's just. Oh, you're. Yep.
Yep. The tank.
Happened a lot on that pull. Yeah. They try to get the battle res off, but it's not easy to do when you have 2 melee classes in the group, and that's an unfortunate time loss for them. 20 minutes just down the drain, just like that. But no, Tettles, to answer your question, I honestly, no clue what the Brewmaster pick was for, because they don't need to play that for spec bans, right? They're in a good spot.
No, they didn't do anything.
So,
They literally didn't do anything.
What was it for?
I still think that it's for their initial spreadsheet plan of the day that didn't factor in losing an hour and a half to what they lost the time to.
Yeah, I mean it's the only thing that makes sense. Or maybe Skylark had such a bad performance on it in the 21 that it got benched for the 22.
Well, yeah, the only thing that would even make sense is what you guys were talking about, is they wanted to get the Havoc Demon Hunter played one more time than the Guardian Druid, and I guess they could still do that.
Yeah,
but it would still get banned out before
their...
the Resto Shaman, right?
Well, I think they want to get the Havoc banned, so maybe it's less about saving the Guardian and more about banning the Havoc. But then, yeah, you could just play Bear instead and ban, because either way you're banning Bear and Havoc.
He could have just played Warrior.
Yeah, well, so there is a benefit to playing something that's not a Warrior, which is you get to play more Warrior tomorrow in theory, but
you
probably already can play a lot of Warrior tomorrow. Yeah, so I don't know. It's one of those things where the spec variety rule, it hurts my brain to think about all the different permutations and stuff of what they could do. And my best guess for what happened with the Brewmaster is that it also hurt their brain and led to that happening.
Yeah, that might be a future question to ask them.
It's so real, though, that they could, if this Arcar doesn't go well, they could get eliminated with 2 chests available on the board. Why aren't we going to Floodgate or Ecodome right now?
Your guess is just as good as ours.
Speaking of Floodgate, by the way, big update off camera was S Impossible did end up timing that Floodgate 19 they were in, which means they are now at 59 points. And they're in an Arcara 21 that would get them to 61 points. That would actually be good enough for 3rd place right now. It could take them from 6th place to 3rd place if they can time this keystone. Now, of course, all the teams they're trying to get ahead of also can time the keys that they're in. But yeah, S Impossible really trying to save it at the end of the day here. 24 minutes and 43 seconds left in our day right now, which means that they won't have time to do another key after this one. So their ceiling is probably going to be those 61 points. But if things go wrong for any one of Mandatory, One Hill, or Cousins, S Impossible will be in a position to overtake them.
The golfers are good.
Los Golfos are at 61 right now, so I guess they also, if they don't put a point on the board, could be in some danger, yes. But
okay.
And yeah, actually, they would lose the tiebreaker to S Impossible in that universe, because they only have 121.
But they're likely to be okay, because they're already at 61, so then...
Yeah,
everybody would have to convert.
In a pretty similar... I mean, they are also technically in the spot where they would get overtaken. So right now, all of our teams are not safe from S Impossible, except for Liquid. If the day ended right now and nobody finished another key, it would be S Impossible that were eliminated. But I actually think they have huge chances, because they don't have to beat everybody. They just have to beat one of those 4 teams.
Oh my god, the bear and the campers are back.
You don't have to outrun the bear. You just have to outrun the slowest camper.
That's right. There's a
What
lot of
happened to
campers
Los
in this
Golfos
group.
going for the +2 in the Ecodome? I think we've seen that wipe too many times today. That poll is just so dangerous. Once again, Farstalker leaps, claim another. And
that mob is diabolical. The Farstalker, I mean, we talked about the Sentinel being bad, but I mean, even every single weekend, even from our top-seeded teams, I remember watching Gingy just get Goomba stomped 3 times back to back to back and just die to the Farstalkers.
Yeah, the Farstalkers, very dangerous enemies, the Sentinels as well. The second boss, also so scary. For 5 minutes, you were just fighting nuclear difficulty enemies back to back to back to back in that section of the dungeon. So, yeah, Los Golfos, hopefully they're able to get things together, because right now they're sitting on a 2-chested 20, which would be great for them to convert into 22 and get those 2 points, but there is technically danger of elimination for them if they don't improve today. So, every single team below them would have to improve, but yeah, Los Golfos have some worries if they actually don't time the key, so there might be some thought for them if they wipe again to lower the key, maybe do it on 21 and just get that guaranteed point, which would be a shame if they felt forced to do that, but they might if they wipe again.
Safe. I think they're safe, so playing the quote-unquote riskier strategy of staying in the 22, I feel like it's right.
So yeah, right now, Mandatory will overtake them if Mandatory time their key.
Yeah.
One Hill will move to time tiebreakers, which they would lose if they
Oh,
time
Cousins
this
is
key.
going only for a +1 in their 19 aura. They're not even going for the 21. Oh.
Okay, so they'll be moving to 61 points off of that. But it would be, it'd be 21, 20, 20. So it would be time tiebreaker time between them and the Golfos, which goes in favor of the Golfos. So yeah, Los Golfos are actually, they are looking pretty safe because their timers are pretty solid across the board here. So yeah, they can afford to try this 22 at least a few more times, I think.
Yeah.
The problem would come if these teams still have time to do 2 more runs, but not a lot of our teams actually have that kind of time left. 22 minutes left in a day, so Cousins, for instance, they probably don't have time to finish this Arakara and then start another key. They'll probably be like 2 minutes short of having enough time to do that.
It's really close for them. Maybe if they just zoom through this key like liquid speed level, they could get it done, but they haven't really been going at that pace today. And they'd also need to one-shot this key, which is something they've had issues with as well. So they could potentially do it. I think Los Golfos is also on their last key run of the day, especially with this death here. They
Well,
can
they
get
have
to
another then, yeah.
continue, but still the timer in this key is too long on 22 for them to do another one afterwards. The teams that can do another one are... One Hill definitely could do another one with how far
Mandatory.
into the key they are. Liquid definitely can. Mandatory definitely can. But none of those three are like. I mean, mandatory is in danger.
I think the loss case for mandatory is a pretty real one here. They they have a deplete late into this dungeon, 25+ minutes, and then they leave. They go to one of the dungeons that they have a 2 chest in, and they have just a calamity trying to convert one of those 2 chests.
Liquid definitely can. Mandatory definitely can. But none of those three are like. I mean, mandatory is in danger.
I think the loss case for mandatory is a pretty real one here. They they have a deplete late into this dungeon, 25+ minutes, and then they leave. They go to one of the dungeons that they have a 2 chest in, and they have just a calamity trying to convert one of those 2 chests and end up depleting that key over timer. Like that is their loss con, is a late deplete in this Arakara 22.
Yeah, it's a lot of ways that the day could go wrong for all of our teams, except for Liquid. Liquid marching to the end of this Ecodome Aldani that you can see there, just down in the bottom right now. This is an incredible day for them. I wonder if they'll be done after this, or if they'll go and improve in one of the keys, because they're reaching that point where they're basically going to hit the ceiling. I mean, I guess you could do 23 Dome. That is a key that has been done in the previous weekend, so that might be the next move for Team Liquid. But yeah, what an incredible performance from them. They're proving to be right up there in the right up there with Miscount and Holy Method as top tier MDI competitors to watch for the rest of the weekend. And if they keep playing like this, definitely in the global finals. 3 minutes and 57 seconds under that timer. Great timer for the plus 23.
I bet they're gonna like take a second, like look at the leaderboard, and be like, "What's going on with mandatory?" I bet they're gonna end this day and they're just like, "What in the world happened?"
Well, the thing I'm worried about is because they had to swap to like main comp for that key. They probably don't want to do another key on that main comp, so they might just be like, "Okay, cool, we're done for the." I mean, they might not. We've seen that both of the past couple weekends on day one. They've had a pretty lights out day. I would like to see them go for it too, just to put some extra space in between them and the other teams to make tomorrow and Sunday a little easier for them. But still, what a fantastic day from Liquid. The only team of our 6 that's safe from elimination right now. Everyone else playing just to make sure they don't get knocked out today. Just 2 points between our last place 5 teams right now. It's crazy.
They're going to need the 23 Ecodome. Just looking at the complexion of this group, it's going to be required for them to actually qualify for globals. If it messes with their spec variety at all, they're done for the day. If it doesn't, then they'll probably give it some actual attempts.
All right, I have news. Liquid have accomplished everything they wanted to today. As has happened the last 2 weekends to play around the spec variety rule, they are done for now. So they have completed all of their dungeons for today. Extremely well played by them, and we will see a lot more of them tomorrow and Sunday, I'm sure.
As it turns out, a lost con is accidentally banning out your protection warrior.
Yes, one of the main things. So something that a lot of teams did that when they would run this type of strategy is like play one with your off-meta tank at the very start of the day, just so that you get to keep the prop warrior. But yeah, neither of those teams have done that. So yeah, if we get to tomorrow, when we get to tomorrow, whichever or both of these teams that survive are going to be, they're going to have some challenges to figure out. It's going to be very fun to watch.
It's interesting because as you know, I mentioned that the Prot Warrior is a lost con, and even bigger lost con is the Beast Mastery Hunter. If we lose him, we have lost a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, the nice thing about the BM Hunter is that it is fairly interchangeable with the MM Hunter in a lot of cases. Obviously, the BM is the preferred one for the highest level keys, but it's not, in my opinion, anywhere near as irreplaceable as the Prot Warrior feels for these very highest keys.
I think in terms of like what does it do to your dungeon, like. Okay, yeah, if you replace a Marksmanship Hunter with a Beast Mastery Hunter, they have similar utility. They feel like they play the same. Your cooldowns are going to be scuffed, and, packs might live longer or shorter, depending on what's going on. But if you lose the Protection Warrior, you're losing, like, interrupting shout, and we've lost a 30-second shockwave and stuff, like, you might start to run into real problems.
It's one of those spots where you hope your tank has another tank that they're really good at. And the good news is, most of these teams do, right? Most people that are playing Prot Warrior in this tournament, they're like tank mains that are, they're playing Prot Warrior this season because it's good, but you restrict the Prot Warrior or you play some stuff to not restrict it, and you end up playing your main spec tank, right? You bust out your VDH or your Paladin that you love and are good at. So hopefully we will see something like that out of those teams tomorrow.
Oh my god, Yips on Paladin, that'd be lit. Maybe we get Passion W. If we get Passion W, Yips' Brewmaster Monk, that would also be goated.
Yeah, or we could see Yips on the Warlock and swap like Boomy to tanking a few.
Yes, the double swap would be sick.
Yeah, that is something that has happened. Last weekend, for instance, we saw Roybin swapping in and out of the healer role, so it's a possibility. Yips, I believe, used to be a Warlock main.
Yeah, Yips used to be a Warlock main. Yips was on many teams with Dorky, where Dorky was tanking and Yips was DPSing, because as it turns out, Yips is just good at everything he plays, so
real Yips
I'm sure it wouldn't even be that bad.
As Precious Yips the Feral Druid from way back in the day.
Is that what expansion pack was that?
Multi-rank 1 Gladiator. I think it goes back to like Wrath. No, like
okay, wow. Here we have another replay coming in for Cousins. So you can see a Hulking Bloodguard in combat, 2 Hulking Bloodguards. Now that's one more Hulking Bloodguard than you typically would like to be in combat with. I didn't see the very start of this replay, but if I had to guess, I would guess that maybe an Alarm Shrill cast went off here, and that was why there was a full health Bloodguard that they were in combat with. But I don't. Yeah. Okay. Look, 1 Bloodguard.
There it is. Yeah.
2 Bloodguard coming in here, and in just a second, you can see that Alarm Shrill nearing the end of its cast, and bang, Bloodguard 2.
Ooh, a late asphyxiate on that Stag Shell.
Yeah, that's
double Locust Swarm. Yes.
Yes, it's one of those spots where you look at it and somebody starts opening their mic and saying like, "Oh, can we still do this?" And then the mobs answer for you by doing something like a double Locust Swarm. Like, no, no, you cannot.
We have reached the point where lost conditions for mandatory are opening up, where a very late deplete setting them up only for 1 attempt into a lower level dungeon if they do deplete this dungeon late. So this is where mandatory are starting to get scary, but they're going for a very risky strategy. If they do time this 22 and they get enough time to go and start to run another dungeon for +2 points, it's a huge deal.
Deaths coming in for Los Golfos in this replay of what has just occurred for that team here. Same part of the dungeon as well. This just middle section of Ecodome is so lethal. And like you said, Tuttles, lost conditions are mounting for all these teams. 14 more minutes for teams to start their final runs of the day.
What are we thinking 61 is safe? Unless like all the teams manage to get to 61? I think one of these teams is just not going to be able to get that extra point. Dude, these dungeons we gave them today are like just mean. Like these have got to be 3 of the most difficult front-loaded trash dungeons. Like the first 15 minutes of all 3 of these dungeons is insane. It's like not easy to just start a run in these keys. We were talking about how difficult Gambit was, right? Like the first 5 minutes of Gambit are super difficult, but most of our teams that got past that, like, were able to put together a good run. It looks like at any point in the first 15 minutes, any one of these pulls in all 3 of the dungeons can wipe you.
I do think 61 points is probably safe, but it's not technically safe. You are not locked yet at 61. There is a possibility that a team at 61 points does get eliminated today, depending on tiebreakers. So all of that is going to depend on the other teams. Every single team is playing for their 61st point right now that is not Liquid or Los Golfos that already have it. So yeah, it's going to be a very exciting end to our day. Mandatory pulling that last boss now, taking the last Overseer into this. Now, the Overseer is pretty low, so it should die before it gets to that nasty overlap with the first Cosmic Singularity that the boss casts here. They are going to send this Lust to try and eliminate this boss. even more quickly here, but mostly getting
Yeah,
the Overseer out before that singularity
Our timer's
happens.
fine.
Yeah.
Like our timer's fine. The problem is if we have 2 deaths. If 2 people end up getting pulled into causing singularity and die to any wide variety of things, that's where we are in a ton of trouble.
I think
Yeah.
this key being timed also pretty much removes the possibility of mandatory from being eliminated due to tiebreakers, because if you look at the other teams that would time their key and go to 61 in the form of One Hill and Cousins, they would be on 21-21-20. Actually, Cousins would go to 62, never mind. For One Hill specifically, they'd be on 21-20-20. Mandatory would have the tiebreak based off of the 22 there. So I think Mandatory are safe here if they time this key. It's gonna be close,
Probably, yeah. I think their lost con involves them depleting that key. Like,
Yeah.
that's most of the paths to them getting a limb is it does involve them having 2 deaths here and losing.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they time this, they're going to be safe because they'll be at a good 61. But it's definitely still sketchy for them. And it's sketchy for them to come this close to elimination as the team that was supposed to come into today as the favorites. Fired up down for One Hill. 3 B-reses are available, but is somebody in position to actually cast one of those before the rest of the group goes down as well?
They pulled 2 extra electricians. These are the ones you normally skip by. What happened? Why did we pull these?
Bond.
It looks like this is intentional, though. They're fighting by where these electricians live, right? So
There's no way you're supposed to have 3 up at once.
Well, maybe the thought process is Vengeance DH controls them in a way that other tanks don't. Although, yeah, those lightning bolts are starting to free cast. Sigil of Silence has just come off cooldown and is immediately used here. But you can look at those debuffs there and see Yoda's Last Resort has procced. So there's going to be a lot of danger for the rest of the dungeon. That did cost them 2 deaths, one of which was reincarnated. The other was battle resed. So timer is still fine, though, for One Hill.
They're high on count. I can't imagine this was intentional.
No, I mean, this almost gives them count. Like, the next pull is almost not even needed. I wonder... So the problem I have is they just had to use a bunch of cooldowns just to live that pull. They also used Bond's Dwarf. So going into this pull, they're down that button. These debuffs from the electricians can be very dangerous if you don't have a way to get rid of it, especially on the Ellie Shaman. So
We have no Silent Sigil. Oh, we go Cage. Okay, yeah. I mean, that makes sense.
Well, we don't have to kill that, actually, if we all have Meld or Meld Pot, in theory. We can leave that thing in the cage when we do our skip and say farewell.
This is completely improvised. Like, this poll is completely improvised. I think that the odds of them having saved potions with the thought process of, maybe we meld this, probably is unlikely.
Yeah, I mean, we can see their healer still has 60 seconds on Meld as well. Although maybe the potion's more likely to be up there. Fired Up, of course, would have Feign Death. Yoda does have Meld available, so it's just a question of if Bond and Chunk... Chun DK. Chunk.
Yeah.
Chunk. Chunk. Okay, yeah. So this was unintentional. They were trying to walk past, and it looks like a backpedal.
A DK.
Oh, that's crazy. Just a little bit too close there.
So it was the swirly zoned him off of where he wanted to be standing, right, and led to the stuff getting pulled.
Okay. Now, another question. Was this jump starter intentional?
Yeah, I think so. They were fighting it for a long time, and the count would be perfect without those 2 electricians. Basically right now they're getting the count that they accidentally got, but I think they wanted it.
That jump starter is normally skipped.
Yeah, but they were pulling it with them, which makes me think, like, if it was pulled unintentionally, I bet they would have stayed there and killed it before trying to take it with them. I'm not sure, though. I'm not confident in that. Something I am confident in, though, is Mandatory's timer. This time around, the 22 looking cleaner for them than their, 19 or 20 did, to be perfectly honest with you. But, yeah, this timer going to be actually pretty good for Mandatory. And that's great news as well, because by the end of the weekend, this time tiebreaker might matter, and I don't think they're going to come back in here. So getting the Arakara done with more than a minute and a half to spare is a great way to end what was a terrible start to their day. And they have time to do another key. Still 7 minutes left for teams to start another keystone.
I mean, they're safe for today, I believe, but still, they're not going to be happy about the way they played today, and they're still not done. They still have a couple +2s they can go capitalize on. They'll only have time to do one of them, as we only do have about 8 minutes left in the day here, but I believe they're safe from elimination. Looking at One Hill here, they need to time this key to stay out of elimination range here. Other teams have them beat on tiebreakers if they also get to the 61 scoreline that One Hill will get to by timing this key. They will have time to start another key, but Some of their
Yeah.
the keys they have remaining, they aren't easy ones, right? 22 Ecodome, we're already seeing how much of a struggle that is for most of our teams. Their timer's not going to have that much leeway on this Floodgate if they want to go to 21 here, and we've already seen them deplete an Arcar on 21 to some deaths at the end, so I don't know. They've got options, but it's not looking great for them right now.
The only thing, something that we didn't really cover about One Hill, but I thought was very interesting. I actually don't think that the way that they have their specializations set up really makes a lot of sense with who's playing what. Like, realistically, Bond should be the person that's on Havoc Demon Hunter, but Fired Up ends up playing Havoc Demon Hunter, then Bond randomly has to swap to Hunter occasionally earlier on in the day, which obviously it doesn't matter right now. We're looking at like end of day stuff, but going into tomorrow as well, I feel like that's kind of why they were a little bit slower than you would have kind of expected them to be whenever you're looking at the fact that they were the rank 1 team for a majority of the season on live.
Yeah, 100%.
It's definitely a little weird.
I agree. It's one of those things where they definitely planned this out, right? It's one of those characteristics of MDI where even if you just have 6 specs that you're trying to juggle between 5 people, depending on when you want to swap certain ones in and out, you can't just have each spec be assigned to one person, right? But when we have the spec variety rule and all of a sudden there's 10 specs you're trying to swap between, it becomes all the more common that you do have to do those kind of swaps. But yeah, like you said, sometimes that leads to somebody who's, a main of one spec actually not being the person who plays it under certain circumstances. So it can be, it's one of those things where you look at it and you're like, can that be the right answer? And the answer usually is, actually, I guess, yeah, it is. But
it is the right answer, but the other answer was like, we would have had better coverage if this was done a different way.
Yeah, exactly. Like if we could go back in time 3 months ago and have one of our people pick a different, off spec to learn or alt to learn, that would have helped us a lot, keep people on their mains.
Yeah,
it's a rough
spot
spot
on
to be
screen.
in. They kind of cover the same specs, right? Fired Up
Yes.
and Bond are both like mainly ranged players, so like one of them had to learn the Demon Hunter, and I guess Fired Up just decided, okay, I'll do it. You were saying that, Tuttles.
Yeah, something that you did see on screen right there, if you were keen-eyed viewers, something that works on Giesel Gigazap is Turtle can actually immune multiple stacks of that debuff. Ooh, we're having a full wipe for the golfers again in the 22 Ecodome Aldani. This is kind of the worst case scenario for them. We were hoping that they were going to be able to get a 22 put up on the board. They're going to only have probably one more attempt at that dungeon before the end of the day comes a call-in.
Yeah, tough thing for them, although it's good that they've gotten a few attempts at it at the start of the day, as long as they do end up timing it. And Mandatory also walking into the dome, 22 dome attempt for them. If they can one-shot this key, that will be a really good way to end the day, to show that they're really recovering from what happened to them at the start and middle sections of the day. We can take a look as that key has just finished up here on our scoreboard. We have 3 teams at 61 points, 1 team at 60 points, and 1 team at 59 points. Both of those teams, though, Cousins and Es Impossible, are playing for their 61st point in the current dungeon run that they're in. I believe our Cousins are in the... Oh, they're in 21, actually. So they're playing for the 62nd point even here, which would lock them through to tomorrow. Whereas Es Impossible needs something to go wrong for Cousins, or potentially to take the time tiebreaker over... Actually, it wouldn't even be the time tiebreaker. If One Hill don't time their key, Es Impossible will have the highest key tiebreaker over them.
They have it over Los Golfos, too, actually.
Wow, yeah.
So Es Impossible would actually jump up to 3rd place right now if they're able to time this 21 just based off of tiebreakers. So they're in a fantastic spot. They timed this key, they're almost definitely in, especially with the problems coming from Los Golfos here. The other thing as well, so interesting end of day stat here for Los Golfos and One Hill. One Hill and Los Golfos both on 21-20-20. One Hill is 15 seconds behind Los Golfos on tiebreaker timers. So if they don't feel confident about getting a +1, they could actually go back and run something for time for tomorrow right now. They'd only have to go 1 death faster in any of the keys they've already timed. I don't think they're going to do that, but...
Bro, what is this group?
It's like, so close,
what is going on?
Yeah, this is going to be so thrilling to watch tomorrow and the next day. I think for me, the biggest thing to watch is going to be whether Mandatory will be able to reclaim, their composure and challenge Liquid for the top spot in this group, because if they play like they did at the start of the day, they're going to be getting eliminated tomorrow. And if they play like they have for the last hour, well, they're going to be challenging Liquid for that top spot here. So the entire range of possibilities is still open for Mandatory. And they'll have to... I think we'll get to see a lot of how resilient they are. But it is nearly time for 3 p.m. We are a few minutes away from these keystones locking, which means we get to my favorite part of the day.
We just had this conversation with Makes. So it's 3 p.m. Pacific time, but it's midnight CEST. Doesn't the midnight Curse of Dratnos sound like a lot better than the 3 p.m. Curse of Dratnos?
That's next expansion.
Oh, no, good point. All right, my bad. Carry on.
Yeah, it's a common misunderstanding.
I think he's right. Yeah.
Yeah, never mind. All good.
None taken.
3. Okay, sorry. My bad, production. Don't have to capitalize it. Okay, sorry. 3 p.m.
Wow, Zyra, that's embarrassing. Yeah, it's the 3 p.m. curse. We all know that.
Sorry.
So here's the thing. Es Impossible, they still have 47% to get through on Kikatal the Harvester. They've done such a good job of being quick in this dungeon, but the problem is they still have trash after this as well, so they definitely won't be able to get another key after this, but they are still on pace to time this key. Right now they are in 6th place, but during overtime, they might jump up to 3rd if they can time this run, which is absolutely incredible. What a perfect encapsulation of how close today has been, as we have a little bit over a minute before these keys are going to lock. All of our teams... No, because they need so much trash.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they need trash still. Damn, that was pretty close.
I was looking at it as well. I was thinking, is this possible? But yeah, the trash, I think, makes it not possible. But the big important thing for all of our teams, right? You can see we have 4 teams on our screen right now, all that have just started to key. The really important thing for all these teams is if you are going to wipe, you need to do it immediately. So you need to ask everybody in your team, like, hey, how are you feeling about this dungeon run, right? Are you feeling like we're going to wipe? Because if so, we need to do it right now so we can start another keystone. Because if we do it in 2 minutes, that will be a very, very bad time for a wipe to happen.
Dude, One Hill is back in the 21 Arakara. If you missed it about an hour ago, they missed timing this key by literally 1 second. Less than a second, actually, if you factor in the fact that, you go a second over, it runs back down to the timer. So like half a second is what they missed it by. And they just had a player dead for the last 2 minutes of the final boss. So they definitely can time this key. It's just about the clutch factor. Can you one-shot the key in overtime? Because we are drawing very, very close to that. I'm expecting a comment from our admins of the final dungeons any moment now.
Sean was dead for literally like 2.5
All
minutes.
runs are now final. This is it. These are the last dungeon runs of today. Right now, it's Es Impossible in 6th place, in danger of elimination, but fighting for 3 extra spots to move up to 3rd place. All of our other teams, though, are still in their runs as well, except for Liquid, who have finished. They finished half an hour ago. They are hard chilling. They're at 65 points. They are untouchable by the entire field. They could give everybody an extra hour, and they would still be untouchable. They are had such a dominating day today. But yeah, it's going to be Es Impossible here. 2 minutes, 55 seconds left for them to deal with that final trash pull. It's not a lot of time, but it is enough. They are going to have lust for that as well.
Yeah. I think that they are in a good position to be able to jump all the way up to 61 points. And with them jumping up to 61 points, Stratnos, who are the candidates for being eliminated now?
Yeah, so that will put Cousins next on the chopping block, but of course Cousins are playing for a 62nd point right now. So Cousins actually are playing to move into 2nd place if they can finish their run, even one up it. But we have our first death of the 3 p.m. curse landing on One Hill. It's answered by a battle res, but they are now in so much danger for the next little while here. Their comp as well is in. They actually have a few of those poison dispels, but they don't necessarily have the free globals to cast them. There are so many that go out on this pull. They're losing another player. Actually, it's Cousins this time that's losing a player. Different team that I was watching, but yeah, down goes a Cousins player, which means now both Cousins and One Hill have no B-res for the next part of the Arakara, but we can watch the end of this run here for Es Impossible. Less than 2 minutes now for them to finish this trash pull, but they do have that lust. They are doing a huge amount of DPS here. The winged carriers are the big danger point here. If those charge the same person and they're not quickly topped off, then they will be in danger of dying. You can see those going on their hunter, but a very quick set of heals come out. Looks like they're going to be able to stabilize as they have to keep retreating. These mobs, very obnoxious to fight this many of them.
Ooh, Cousins had another death.
Is going to be used here.
Cousins having a death on their healer. He had to release, and now he has to run back from the very beginning.
Uh-oh.
That's their poison dispel.
That's a disaster.
Are they going to be okay?
I think everybody else is probably going to be dead by the time their healer gets back. Oh, no. This is so tough as well, because that is the team that would be getting eliminated if SM Possible do time this run. So Cousins can't afford to have that, but it looks like they've somehow managed to live until their healer gets back. Meanwhile, less than a minute now for SM Possible to finish up this trash. I think they're looking at enough count here if they can kill all this, but that Blood Overseer still has an alarming amount of health. I think they're okay though, as the mobs are starting to die. The danger of this pull has gone down dramatically. No more winged carriers in this pull mean that SM Possible shouldn't have a lose condition anymore. 43 more seconds. And just the Overseer left. 20 count that it gives. They only need 19.
20? Okay.
Yeah, so they are hard chilling on that side of things as well. Going to be 30 seconds separating them from elimination, but they move up into third place with that run on our leaderboard. But all of the teams below them could still overtake them with their current runs.
4 teams on 61, all looking at Cousins. Cousins could leapfrog them to 62 points if they're able to time this key in overtime, but like we've seen, no battle res available for the next 6 minutes on some of the hardest trash in any of the dungeons we have this season. They still have to deal with Avanox. It's going to be scary, but they can save themselves from elimination, which would put One Hill on the chopping block as the lowest ranked team on 61 points. So they need to time their key as well. They're not safe from elimination. Anybody could go home still, except for our top 2 teams, guys. This is going to be incredibly close.
This is what the overtime rule is all about, is we have a death coming in for Los Golfos. Now, this is the part of the dungeon that Los Golfos have been wiping to before, so they've used the B-Res now to try and stabilize it, but this is one of the pulls that has been consistently getting the better of not just Los Golfos, but anybody who's walked into an Eco Dome Aldani on a push keystone level has found this section of the dungeon to be absolutely terrifying. Are they going to be able to stabilize it, though? No B-Res, but it looks like they've been able to stabilize the kicks, the interrupt situation here. The kiting does continue. We've gotten back to shield wall now for our tank. That Runestalker, yeah, looks like it has been managed. Everything is okay. No need to panic here, except for the next 3 pulls also being equally hard.
Yeah, except for the next leap and the next arcing zap and the next bolt that you have to kick, and all of the warps going off at the same time, and your tank getting meleeed in the face by 3 phase blades at the same time. Malik dropping low there. Oh man, the curse almost struck once again.
This
No
pull,
way they could wipe from here.
No, don't
this
say
pull
that.
has owned them literally like 3 times so far.
The blessing of 3 p.m., though, is going to take them through this time.
This is I mean, you kind of commented on it earlier, Dratnus, when you were talking about this dungeon, where it's just 5 consecutive minutes of incredibly intense gameplay, including the second boss being brutally hard. And it's kind of a situation where you want to have 100% of your offensive cooldowns for each pull. That's not how you can play, though, unfortunately. And so you have to play some of these pulls without cooldowns in a way that feels unbelievably sketchy.
Yeah, that boss fight is going to be one I'm looking forward to as well, because it is so hard, and you have to keep pulling a bunch of trash onto the fight as well to be able to time the keystone, so you never get sort of a moment to relax until that second boss does go down. But Cousins getting into boss combat here. We've got a 2 stacks of the dot actually landing on the healer. That looked scary, but it was good because that made an easy dispel target for them. But those bleed stacks now ramping up.
He's got 4 stacks of the bleed on him. Okay, he finally gets a reset. Are we scared about his mana?
I'm scared about the mana, yeah.
I don't
One
feel...
solution to that is going to cat form, where you can't spend mana for a little bit, so looks like that's worked out pretty well. The Demon Hunter now in some danger. The tank in some danger. Last Stand falling off as well. Scary spot for Cousins.
This feels like we're out of control right now. Like I can't really put my finger on exactly as to why, but this feels like...
I think we're stabilized now.
Okay.
I think with this last flyer going down, it's just the boss fight from here. Now, they are a little bit low on CDs. This bite... But the Prot Warrior is so good at mitigating this damage, and they quickly navigate to the right position to be tanking the boss. Everything is looking great from here on out, I think, for Cousins. They've made it through the hardest part, although even still, those fixating crawlers are doing some nasty damage to the players that they connect with.
Yeah, I've been tricked by Resto Druid mana too many times to think that it's a problem. As long as they have the cooldowns allocated for each Onslaught or each Shrill, I think they're going to be okay. Yeah, this is probably going to be like the Lumithar's trinket here that'll keep them topped. Actually, it's just the AMZ. That should be enough. This is not the one you're usually scared about. It's usually the alerting Shrill that you're more popping cooldowns for. The mana is continuing to tick down, though, so maybe you're onto something here. We still have 50% of this boss to deal with, and still no battle reses for the next minute of the boss fight. Look at the damage from the Shrill. Oh, man.
I feel like our Demon Hunter is... I don't know what's going on with our DH. I feel like he's just in peril every single time I watch his health bar.
Ah, that's just Demon Hunter, man.
Getting crit or something by the fixating crawlers, I have no idea, but it does indeed look scary. Darkness is available, though, so there is an opportunity to maybe use that on the next spawn of starved crawlers to help stabilize, although maybe you want that for the trash pull after this, because the trash pull after this is super scary, too.
Fellas, I hate this timer.
Somax had a bleed there and like used almost all of their mana to heal themselves up. Look at that mana bar. There's just a sliver left. There's like none left, and they have to live through like 3 more shrills.
He can heal with that.
Oh my god. Okay.
Yeah, this is going to be very dangerous. Bear form is going to be getting some play here. I think everybody's health pots and defensives might need to as well. We do have these crawlers now starting to get CC'd.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so this is good, though, because this is going to reduce the damage on the group, because those crawlers aren't going to be doing damage to people. So we have Sigil of Misery first, and now we need an answer to them as they continue to walk towards the boss.
Binding Shot? It's Binding Shot.
Okay, Ursul's is down.
It's both. Oh.
Yeah, Binding and Ursul's, but now we're going to have another set of those eggs activated here. They're doing a good job of kiting the boss, such that all 8 of these crawlers will be coming from the same direction, which makes it a little bit easier to handle.
Implosive
trap goes over.
Yeah.
Explosive. All right, nice. Now we're actually going over and stunning with Chaos Nova, but now that has led to some autos. Oh, the bursting shot as well. All right. Still 12% on the boss, though. That's a lot of percent to deal with when you're trying to kite like this.
Okay.
Your healer goes in and hits the incapacitating roar. Yeah, not bad, but what do we have left at this point? It's not a lot.
You can feed the boss. You can feed the boss as long as you...
Oh, no! In range!
The boss feeds 8 times, so the tank is now going to be getting voraciously bitten, but the boss goes down before anybody dies. Wow, genius maneuver by Cousins. Perfectly calculated.
If you're an average tank player, write this down. Block, very good ability. Unbelievably good ability, some would say.
There was a very heads-up shield wall there right as soon as the damage started to come in after those 8 devours, and... yeah, nicely handled by Cousins. That looked so sketchy, but they were able to get through it. Meanwhile, Mandatory finishing off this second boss here. Los Golfos are about to reach that section of the dungeon as well. This has been one of the biggest wipe points of Ecodome that Mandatory have just gotten through, and Los Golfos are about to get involved with here. This trash before second boss, super deadly. You can see they're gathering up all of these enemies. We still, I think, have the Colossus to deal with, which... do we actually? We have a lot of counts, so maybe we've already got the Colossus.
I think that Sentinel's probably dead, if I had to wager a guess.
Okay. In that case, then, the hardest part is over, except for the boss fight.
Yeah.
Which is a really hard part.
You do that hill pull after the Sentinel as kind of like a cooldown recovery pull. For some reason, our cooldown recovery pull involves 4 Forest Stalkers.
Mandatory apparently has been doing this route differently the whole day. As well. I'll have to look and see exactly how this does differ from the other teams or what they've done before.
I think this poll is the differentiator, and they're probably
going to...
seen
this out of a few Havoc DH teams. I believe it was like Anti-Clockwise were running this on Group A. But yeah, this Pact Speaker pretty rarely pulled without the Havoc DH because you just look at how much shield that thing has to get through.
Yeah.
It's still shielded. It's been shielded now for 20 seconds.
The differentiator
it had one
is
of the
the
Ritualist shields on it still, too.
Oh, no.
That was
Is that a Ritualist shield? Oh,
it was an extra shield that had to get purged. On top of the Consume Spirit shield, there's another one that has to get purged by Stove as well. Yeah, I mean, for those of you playing this key at home, if you're on a Shaman, Purge is your highest damaging ability on this pack. The second a shield goes off, just get rid of that instantly. It's like something like 50 million damage. It's ridiculous.
What's the deal with AoE Trank Shot? That's not an AoE Purge, though, right? That's only an AoE...
An AoE Soothe, I believe.
Yeah, okay. That's what I thought. But yeah, for Mandatory, looking at their boss split timer, what I have to expect is going on is they're playing far less trash in that second boss room. I think it's probably they're skipping that hill pack. Just a guess. I'll have to look at it after the day's over, though.
Our group has 1 hill in it already, so they can't take another in this group.
Yeah, someone say it's a mound from earlier.
Yes.
Dude, I lost it when you said that, Tuddles.
They've been devoted to a mound. is an insane calm.
But by the way, speaking of 1 hill, their split in this run, not great. 30 seconds slower on Avenox, and we already saw from the run earlier, like they don't have a lot of time to gain. Yeah, they had a DK dead for the last 2 minutes of the final boss, but they're really not leaving themselves a lot of wiggle room here.
I think they're okay. Like I I think they're going to be on the right side of the timer, but like you're saying, their timer is just so tight because of, I would say, just a slow pace through the first boss area that it only affords them maybe one minor mistake left. If they have a medium mistake, or obviously a big mistake, they're just completely toast on their timer. And that's kind of concerning for a 21 because we kind of think that the 22 is likely to be the qualifier level for a dungeon like Arakara.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, if this team is good in the high keys, we're gonna have to start seeing that very soon out of them.
This is the high key, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Like we're here, we're there.
Yeah, we already made it. Ooh. Los Golfos here. I mean,
Herculean efforts in overtime here. It's the opposite of the Dragon's Curse.
Yeah,
this is so exciting. I don't think we've had this hype of an overtime in a while. This is my favorite section, though. My favorite part of this format is when we get an overtime like this. So 4 teams that are all in danger of elimination, except for, I guess, mandatory. Yeah, mandatory are safe, but all the other teams that are playing right now could get eliminated, depending on how this goes.
Scary Javelin for Los Golfos. There's no immunes for this set. They have to kill both of them. Mickey dropping very low. Warp Strike coming out. Onto their DK should be okay, but their Ellie Shaman still stacking up 4 stacks of that Binding Javelin now. They're trying to focus it down. Look at these taking 70% of his HP through the iron bar here. Oh, man. Able to keep him alive, but definitely a scary moment. Ugh.
Yeah, I mean,
no B-res for them either, so if anybody were to go down here, it would be a very likely depleted Keystone for Los Golfos, and, right now they're in 4th place.
Oh my god, it's the Doom Crawler for mandatory!
Wait,
we're dead.
They have a burrowing creeper?
We depleted. We've literally depleted the key. Oh my god, they got the burrowing creeper.
Okay, you can win it. It's not over yet. You can win this mob, but it's like...
Is their timer not going to be depleted? This mob sucks.
I think they're okay on the timer. We've only got 2 more pulls left, and then we go to the boss. Now, they might actually have a couple deaths to the Burrow Sandstorm overlap, but they might be able to live this.
So they lived the first overlap, which is the one that normally wipes your group.
Rocharge
yeah,
mode
the second one
twang.
there.
Okay.
Mode.
He's okay. Bear form. Countered.
Yeah, nice bear form. Ooh, back into the bear form as well. Good lord, that is a crazy mechanic.
This guy does not give that good of count. Like
the problem is as well, we got the Sandstorm. Like, we answered that one with AMZ. What do we have for this one? Not an awful lot. Convoke for mode is going to have to do a lot of work here, but that 6th stack, I guess we had AMS from Mason keeping the total raid damage concentrated on just the other 4
Stove
players,
dead?
making it a little easier. Yeah, Stove is going to be in some danger. Gets topped in the air, comes back down, and the Creeper is nearly dead. There's that Earth Crusher.
Oh,
There's the Earth Crusher.
Yep.
Can't ult yet. Has to wait for the AoE circles.
This is that Ellie Shaman moment. Also, like, the fact that they have Far Stalkers on this pull, completely diabolical. And the worst case, the worst situation here is the fact that this mob, it's in replacement for Waste Creepers.
Ooh,
like,
they need to kill this guy before the Earthshaker, or they all die. Kill it! Kill it! Okay.
You can see about to start the cast.
Okay.
Doesn't start the cast even. Phew.
Okay. Ugh.
All right, nicely handled. Yeah, clean.
Is our timer okay?
I think
That's
the timer's
going to the route.
okay. It's not
It should be fine.
great. It should be
So-
fine, though.
We've got to do what? This pack speaker, then the next pack speaker, and then we're taking some crawlers and phase blades into the boss with Lust.
We might not need the crawlers and phase blades.
Yeah, we probably can skip 2 crawlers, right? But still need to get most of them, I think.
Yeah.
Cousins is dying. They have a healer dead and no res.
Oh,
What is happening to
are in
Cousins?
so much danger. You can see the raid frames of their DPS as well, dropping pretty low. Looks like they're going to try and get out of combat here, but who can res in this group? Nobody.
Or offline.
Nobody can.
Offline has been called by Cousins Healer.
Oh no, that is the absolute worst way for this to go for Cousins, because right now they are the team in 6th place, so they will be the team getting eliminated if they can't time this Keystone, no matter what happens for everybody else. And oh no, this is just, I mean, this is heartbreaking to watch. I like watching things go wrong, but not like this.
Yeah, this is brutal. Now, I will say, the timer here kind of already looks a little bit cooked anyways. You want to see a noob sect dead by, what, like 21:30 on this key level in order to have a chance of timing the key? But still, it's really unfortunate to have a DC at the end of the day there, if that's what it was for Cousins. And it looks like they will be our team that is getting eliminated at the end of the day today on that 60 score line. 07 to Cousins in the chat, put on a good performance, tried to bring it back at the end of the day with the +2 in the Arakara, but it just wasn't meant to be for them. We still have action to go over. All these teams want to set themselves up for the rest of the weekend as good as possible here, so these overtimed keys, giving them extra score, will be massive for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we have mandatory with still so much time left in the dungeon as well. I'm not too worried about their timer anymore, Tunnels, because this pack speaker, once it goes down, it shouldn't even get another shield, I don't think.
Dude, I don't think they pulled the pat. Like, I don't think they've pulled the patrolling 4-pack or 5-pack yet that most teams grab.
Yeah, I wonder how that big worm got pulled, because that is definitely not usually something that teams opt to pull. So
maybe we could
typically
replay.
It's an accident.
Where did that?
Yeah.
It's just. I think that they were probably grabbing some of the waste creepers from like up north of the area, and they accidentally just one of the waste creepers just walked over where it was.
Oh, agonizingly for Cousins. Their healer's back, but needs to run back before they can keep this run going. Can they have enough time there? I don't think so. Yeah, I think they are toast.
Their timer's dead.
Yeah. Mandatory now going to be taking this into the boss. So as long as they can avoid wiping here, they should be able to put this team timer on the board. 63 points for them. They'd still be 2 behind Liquid, but they would at least open up a solid lead over the rest of the field, which, it's not how Mandatory wanted the day to go when it started, but it's definitely better than how it looked like it was going to go for a while there.
Los Golfos looking like they're doing okay in the 22. We've seen that this pull, it is very perilous. We've seen it wipe, I think they wiped Holy Method like 3 or 4 times during Group A play. And so, double Farstalker with the pack speaker AoE from the Eradication Ritual, just an incredible amount of damage that goes on the entire group. You really want to be like pre-moving those Farstalker leaps to make sure that you're not getting hit by any of those 3 of them on you. Just very, very dangerous pull for Los Golfos. But if they get through this, they're probably going to be on the right side of the timer.
Yeah, they're about a minute faster, I think, right now than what we're seeing from Mandatory. Now, of course, Mandatory fought an optional 4th boss for some reason, but I think Los Golfos should be on the good side of the timer. Look at Mandatory here, 5 minutes left on the timer. They still do need a little bit of count. I think they have that patrol that you were mentioning, though, Tettles, still, so that should be where that extra count comes from.
Yeah.
This boss should take them another 3 minutes. They'll be good to go.
I think
their count is a little scuffed here because they pulled a mob they weren't planning to, right? So everything has gotten thrown off a little bit.
I mean, what is there left to pull? They grabbed the waste creepers at the top of the map.
Well,
Los
Golfos
the
wiped.
boss dies.
Oh, there's no
wiped.
hat. Oh, Golf was wiped to the pull that we were talking about earlier.
Is their timer still okay? I don't think it is.
No, we're out of
It's
here.
a time portal angle for them. They are out of here.
Yeah.
All right, so Los Golfos are going to be locking in an end-of-day score of just 61 points.
Zap! An Arcing Zap 1 kick, please!
And even with the instant B-Res, things started falling apart for them. What caused the next death here? It looks like just the raid damage after the healer death. Yeah, they end up going down. And that's going to mean that, even though they were the first team of the non-liquid teams to make it to 61 points, that is going to be where they will end the day alongside Mandatory. I guess Mandatory are going to be going up to 63, but alongside Es Imposible and potentially One Hill as well. One Hill nearing the end of their Arakara.
I understood what you guys meant whenever you guys were talking about the pat. Now everything makes sense. Yeah, look at this. The patrolling mobs for Mandatory have been pulled into Soulscribe even. This feels like a wipe kind of situation where they could actually wipe to this pull if they're not that careful.
So the important thing is you've got to keep those Ritualists kicked, right? As long as the Ritualist kick comes out, I think they'll be okay. And they do have a lot of ranged kicks, which should let them do it while doing these mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, the Faceblade and the Elemental are just like completely passive damage. You just purge the Elemental's shield on mobs, and as long as you get the Ritualist kicked, it is fine. It does feel like it's certainly impromptu. I will say that.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think they actually needed that extra mob for count now that I'm looking at the pulls. There's got to be something better that you can pull than that guy.
I guess this is just their route. Has that? Does that scale into the 23?
No.
I'm a little worried that Earthshaker was doing some crazy damage to them. Okay, what is the One Hill timer situation here? So their Noob Zek split was 13 seconds slower than their previous split where they depleted.
But they were down Chun for 2.5 minutes on this boss last time. So, winnable.
Yeah, so winnable without a death here, even with the slightly slower potential timer.
I think winnable even with one death at this point, because they have a res.
Okay.
But obviously, no deaths would be preferable.
We also have a replay of the Dune Crawler for mandatory here, and we can figure out as to whether or not it was intentional or not.
Let's make sure they time the key first, just to be sure. You
No,
never know
there's
with
no
how
way
the
they can
day's
wipe
been
from
going
here.
for them.
They literally cannot wipe from here.
Just walk it in. Just tap it in.
No.
4%.
That's Los Golfos.
Okay. Oh, true. There it is. Mandatory getting the 22 on the board. What did happen? How did they pull that bug? Let's see.
That is a big bug. I do not like that mob. Does the C in Group C stand for content by chance?
I believe it
It'd be
does.
okay. So
Oh, it's the Runestalker. It body pulls the burrowing
yeah,
creeper.
the
Yeah, you see
Runestalker.
it.
Is
You see it
that
at the very
social?
top of the screen. Yeah, it socialed it.
yeah. So that was definitely not planned. That was an accident, little oopsie pull. Well handled by them. I know a lot of teams would have wiped to that, but they did a great job of not wiping to something that should have wiped them.
I mean, the moment that I saw them pull this, I thought for certain that they were wiping. I thought the run was over.
The biggest problem with this mob is so we saw that it's mostly livable, right? Like there are some overlaps that are nasty. The worst one is the first one though. The burrow charge instantly goes out, and then right after the burrow charge, it's Sandstorm, and then while you still have the debuff from Sandstorm, it does the Earth Shatter. So it's like double your HP bar that happens over the course of 2 seconds. If you can live through that, it's killable. But like you said, it's just not efficient count. It's not something you want to do. And it continues to do this ridiculous AoE damage to your group. That's why we're seeing these never pulled. So the fact that they actually lived through the pull with just a Shaman Onk as their one problem that happened is crazy. That's not supposed to happen, but they
I do not know how their Shaman lives that mob. Like legitimately, I sit there and I think about what it takes to live that mob on a Shaman, and I'm just every single time you get knocked up in the air, it's probably your entire health bar.
I mean, Ankh was used. That's one of the ways to do it.
Avoidance
you have
chasm.
an extra defensive for one of them.
This might be an avoidance gap kind of moment.
Yeah, true. Avoidance is huge. Actually, that mob is massively easier with some avoidance, so that is a strength that they have here. But there is just one keystone still underway here. It is One Hill. They're playing for that 60-second point in the Arakawa. 3 minutes left. They have all the count that they need. They just have to avoid losing 2 players, right? 1 player even would be fine as long as it's not their tank, probably. But 2 players dying is the condition for a deplete here for One Hill, as they're nearly done with this boss here. Just a third of its health left. There no more lust. We are going to get another set of offensive CDs here in just a few seconds for Chun and Bond.
Dude, I'm just still thinking, what were the comms like when they pulled that mob? Could you imagine?
Nothing was said. Literally, somebody goes, "Oh, guys, we have the bug," and then it's 5 silent people as they all realize what has occurred here.
I think they stabilized it really well, because you could see the way they were using defensives immediately. They knew that overlap was going to be a huge problem at the start of it, right? So they really overloaded a bunch of defensives against that first Stinging Sandstorm and Earthshaker combo.
The average group is yelling the moment the pug gets full. Actually, the average group is in a pug, and they're also saying nothing.
19% now on the boss here. 2 minutes left for One Hill to put this one on the scoreboard. So the timer is worrying in the sense of I don't think a 22 is possible for them at this pace.
Yeah.
But it's good news for them in the sense that they're going to be able to time this key with a minute or so left over, survive until tomorrow. But yeah, they're in some danger of just being a little bit slow in several of these dungeons, but that's a better problem to have than depleting the dungeons, at least. And One Hill have done a good job of mostly avoiding that, with the exception of the 121 earlier that they did deplete by 1.5 seconds in this exact dungeon. So getting their revenge here, getting their good use out of their specs as well. Yoda on that prop pally, great prop pally dungeon. The amount of uses you have for Bubble in this dungeon, Bubble Taunt especially, is really great. So extremely well played by One Hill. That's going to go on the board for them. Yeah, a whole minute to spare, 62 points. And that's going to be the end of day 1 here. Wow, what a day we've had, though.
This was a wild day. I mean, I think I'm still processing it. Chat's over here yelling, Group C is content. I saw that all caps. It was amazing. And it was. Today was an incredible showing from all of our teams. I mean, Tuddles, these rankings were really hard earned today, but what surprises jumped out to you from Group C?
This feels like a global finals day 1, where the overtime for every single team is 10 minutes minimum most, and then we had teams run it all the way up to 30 minutes of overtime, which feels very Globals Finals-esque. And I think it just kind of proves, as time goes on, whenever teams get to see what Group A and Group B do, they get a couple more weeks of practice. Now we're seeing the strats be a lot more refined, and the teams have come to play. Man, they are looking strong.
They are. I mean, honestly, today, even the teams that started to fall down in the rankings, if you could say that, we had tied scores across the board for so long. I mean, it was literally just these little things, certain mistakes, just falling behind the pace a little bit. But like you said, the refinement of a lot of these routes of the gameplay has just been stellar, and it just gets me even more excited about day 2, honestly. But while today was really hype, it was all the more exciting because we also had BlizzCon hype added into the mix. So BlizzCon is back at last September 12th and 13th in 2026, but we will also have the long-awaited return of WoW Esports in Anaheim, California. Early bird passes are available right now, so get them if you haven't yet. We'll give you more information here as we talk, but you can see everything that's available. I mean, Tettles, what are some of your favorite memories from BlizzCon?
Oh, well, I think by far my favorite memory of BlizzCon had to be BlizzCon 2019, casting MDI on the main stage there. That was crazy. The first time that we ever cast a person was on the BlizzCon stage. I know Zyro remembers that as well. Dratnos was sitting off to the sidelines. I remember him and Trell were sitting there next to the stage. That was super. That was by far my favorite memory of BlizzCon.
Yeah, you had the delete Toldagor sign, and hey,
that was
we haven't played Toldagor since, so yeah.
Prophetic.
Interesting. For all the events that are listed, I don't see hanging out in the hotel lobby, and everybody seems to be really raving about that on social media and everywhere else. So, I mean, that seems like that's a big one for a lot of folks. It's honestly, I think, going to be such an amazing event. I know so many people have waited a long time for it to make a comeback, and there are memories still to be made as well, even if it is your very first time. So, with everything that we have that you can do at BlizzCon, Dratnos, what are some of the experiences that you're looking the most forward to?
Tettles, are you going to this next one?
I mean, maybe.
Okay, well, I'll have to come up with another answer then than what I was initially thinking of.
Jeez, okay, great. Yeah, I mean, it's not like there's a ton of stuff here that you could pick. I mean, we've got a ton of esports coming. We've got the Darkmoon Fair as well, after hours, ton of cool add-ons. I mean, big arcade to play games in, but Dratnos, Tettles is your main draw to go to BlizzCon?
No, I was hoping he wasn't going, but if he is, then, I have to come up with another reason to go.
Fair.
I will say, I think that BlizzCon, especially as a World of Warcraft player, it feels like a World of Warcraft convention. And if as a WoW player, it's one of those things that you got to go to at least once. It is really a lot of fun.
There's all those other Blizzard games, but WoW is it's the big one that people go for.
Sure.
It's the old one, so that's why all the people come for WoW.
It's all about WoW. I mean, no, it's so cool. There's so many amazing games that, Blizzard obviously has under their umbrella. Whatever you play, there's a place for you to enjoy. And for so many people, ourselves included, to play World of Warcraft, it's like a huge gathering for everyone, which I think is amazing. So there's a lot of cool things in the announcements. The opening ceremony. There's so much. But you also get some really cool, exclusive commemorative items, too. They've shown us a little bit of, the lunchbox, thermos, stuff like that. But there's in-game ones that supposedly will be coming. So, Zyro, if you could pick anything for the in-game reward, what would you want it to be?
Ooh. Wow, I don't know. What would I want it to be? Probably a cool mount. I'm not a big mount collector, but I'm a sucker for really well-made mounts. Maybe,
I want a chandelier.
I
think that's a nice
for your new house?
themed chandelier for my house. Yeah.
I like that. I like that.
Imagine if it is a chandelier and there's a developer watching this did somebody leak this? And then I'm just out here guessing.
Just the coolest chandelier. I think it'd be cool if there was.
On it. It's all blue and
like
crystally, and it goes in your house because player housing's coming out. I think some BlizzCon themed decor could go crazy.
A banister, a big banister that you can put on your wall. It says BlizzCon on it.
BlizzCon. No, a furnishing set would be super cool. I thought it'd be cool if you could get a mount, but it just makes you hover like Xalatath, and you just float around everywhere ominously. I thought that'd be pretty cool. But some things that we had as well pan out this weekend, not only with those tickets, but with our spec bands too. We have our theories about what we might be seeing from spec bands, just like we have our theories about what we might be seeing from in-game items. But Dratnos, can you give us the lowdown on what we think might be banned out for the teams?
Yeah, so this is all not 100% confirmed, but this is, from what we can see, this is going to be the bans going into tomorrow. It's going to be Es Impossible losing Prot Warrior Resto Druid, so they're going to be really struggling to figure out a new strategy to use in these dungeons than what they're most comfortable on. Los Golfos losing the Prot Paladin, and probably giving up the Moonkin if I had to guess, and maybe playing a couple more with that Unholy DK tomorrow, but either of those will work out. And then Mandatory, One Hill, and Liquid all giving up a flavor of Demon Hunter, although it's the Vengeance for One Hill and the Havoc for the other two, and then also a Bear Druid for Liquid and Mandatory. So Liquid and Mandatory will have to do a little bit of work. Liquid, especially as they've used that Prot Warrior 4 times now. Got to be a little bit careful to make sure that that doesn't get played too much, as the other specs above it, maybe they don't want to play those in every dungeon, but most of our teams, I think, have navigated this rule pretty well and have left themselves the flexibility they'll need for the new dungeon we have tomorrow, and the two new dungeons, actually, we have tomorrow, and the one new dungeon we'll have on Sunday.
It seems like a lot of the teams have streamlined this, although today we got to see even some fun picks. We got that monk that came out and just other specs that get to be showcased. But of course, things get a bit more serious tomorrow, as well as we have another elimination and we look ahead to the group finals on Sunday. So while day one of Group C has somehow upped the ante in an already impressive MDI, the competition has been so fierce that we've already seen the top picks fall to the bottom and every single point become crucial for success. All of our runs will be make or break tomorrow, starting at 10 a.m. PT, 7 p.m. CET on the Warcraft channels. And hey, a final reminder, BlizzCon passes are on sale now at a special early bird rate this weekend only until Sunday at 11:59 p.m. PST. I've been seeing a ton of posts that are like, I'm going to BlizzCon, did one of my own. Very excited all around social media. You could be one of them too. So visit BlizzCon.com tonight for more details on the event and get your own before they sell out. If you do, we'll celebrate tomorrow with you or Sunday in the chat. All right. We'll see you then, everybody. Otherwise, have a good night.
much.